Yes, good evening, viewers. Good evening, viewers. This is Afrique 24, and of course, this is our political talk whereby we are going to discuss some of the top stories that we have in our country, Kenya. And we have the breaking news whereby the DP, that is Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, has been impeached by the Parliament. The MPs have voted for yes, and the honest man is going home, and that is something that we have witnessed today for the first time in this country, Kenya. Of course, this is history in 254. The honest man has been impeached. Gachagua has been impeached a few minutes ago, and we are going to discuss all those stories here in Afrique 24. And I'm joined by Geoffrey Buru here, and I'm very sure that Buru has a lot of stories when it comes to the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. Several MPs spoke earlier before the voting session. So we shall be having all those speeches here in Afrique 24, wherever you are following this conversation, because you are following us either in Facebook, Instagram, and of course we are live, Afrique 24, True 24, we are live. Welcome you, and you can join us through the comment section there and tell us where you are following the conversation from and what is your take about Rigathi Gachagua impeachment. Do you support it, or you are saying like the other Kenyans who are saying dereva makanga wote waende? Buru, welcome to Afrique 24. Of course, this is your political talk, and of course, thank you for joining us today. It is 36 minutes past 9 p.m. East African time. Welcome, Buru.
Thank you so much, Kimanzi, for welcoming me in the show. Thank you so much, our viewers, for coming to listen to us and also to contribute in this debate, which is very important in the politics of Kenya. And I'm here prepared to give my views. So you are most welcome. Thank you so much, Bonnie.
Yeah, yes. So of course, the deputy president has been impeached, and we know that things have not been going on well since this motion was tabled by the MPs. And of course, Kibwezi West MP Mwengi Mutuze is one of the members of parliament who really pushed for Rigathi Gachagua impeachment. Earlier today, he gave us one of very clear evidence why Gachagua should be impeached. So we shall be having all those. But before we go to those, welcome the comment section there. The likes of Gibbs Icona, the likes of Awesome, and everyone who is following this conversation, because we shall be giving you all those updates here in Afrique 24. Remember to always go there in the YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, because this is the only way you can support Afrique 24. And if you are seeing this link, the link that we are going to share there, you can join the studio and you can give your ideas about the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. And before we go on to that impeachment, I want just to ask Buru. Buru, if you were MP, you were one of the members of parliament, would you have voted for Gachagua to go home or no? And why?
Of course, I would have. That's not even a question, because automatically I would have voted no. The reason being, I am a truthful person, and I know the tribulation of those people who speak the truth. In most cases, even at a family level, people have a problem of being told the truth. I have listened and I have read about the accusations and the allegations of Rigathi Gachagua. One of them is that he was inciting people not to accept eviction. The other one was that he was kind of depopularizing the government by criticizing the government on extrajudicial killing, and also the criticism to the national intelligence, yet he is the deputy president. And I want to say this to Kenyans, that the impeachment of deputy
Nyinyi mmesikia muona kama yule Rigathi Gachagua ambaye alibarikiwa na Mwenyezi Mungu akakuwa na
is the most unfortunate thing that is going to happen to the Republic of Kenya, because we have scarcity of truthful men and women in politics of Kenya. That is why these people are so uncomfortable. That is why they voted overwhelmingly against the deputy president. The fact that you see many of them are against him, it should tell you that this man who seems to be in the corner alone, this might be the only good person that we have in the politics of Kenya. Very few people who are like our deputy president, that he is able to speak the truth, even against the will of the government, which he is part of it. For instance, Bonnie, if we don't have such a person, where can people run to? For instance, during the eviction which was going on, the government said, okay, we are going to evict these people, but we are going to compensate them with only 10,000 Kenya shillings. Can you tell me, is that not being inhuman in today's economy? If you can go to the supermarket with 10,000, how much commodities or how many commodities can you buy? But you're telling someone, I am going to evict you, but I'll give you 10,000 to go build a shelter or rent a house for your family. You can see. And the deputy president was saying, we need to be human. We need to be dignified enough to handle our people in a humane manner. And that is why you see our president, and I want to remind you, yes, how are you, Mr. Leo? A long time. I want to remind you, during the time of campaign, the president and the deputy president promised Kenyans that there will be no evictions. Actually, they criticized the former government of Uhuru Kenyatta by evicting people from government places. But what have they done today? They have done the same, even worse. Is that not breaking the promises? So they have a problem with someone who can tell them the truth. And that is why I'm saying the impeachment of the deputy president is the most unfortunate thing that has happened to the Republic of Kenya today, because Kenyans are going to be alone, not knowing what is happening in the government because of the opaqueness of the Kenya Kwanza government. And I will continue to support Rigathi Gachagua, and I will continue to criticize the government, because I know they are fearing to be told the truth. Even if they silence Gachagua, they cannot silence all of us. Thank you so much, Bonnie, for the opportunity.
Yes, that is Geoffrey Burand is saying that if he was one of the members of parliament, then absolutely will not vote for Gachagua impeachment. And of course, I'm joined by Leo Nyabaya here, is one of the loyal followers of Raila Amolo Odinga. I know he is very happy because of the impeachment of Gachagua. Leo, if you were one of the MPs, members of parliament, would you have voted for Gachagua to go home? And why? Yes or no, and why?
No, Bonnie stop incitement, and I don't know where Raila Amolo Odinga and wherever is coming in. That is an incitement, of course. What I think, if I was an MP, what I can tell those members of parliament today that they've really performed their roles as elected members and nominated members of parliament, because the roles of an MP are majorly legislation, oversight, and impeachment of the president and the deputy president. So most of them, we normally see them getting busy with the things like Harambes and CDF, yet we're having CDF managers and they forget their role. For once, I saw them united in performing their duty of impeaching a deputy president. Allow me to say hi to Mr. Muru, Mr. Alex, and you, Bonnie, and everybody who is viewing and following us tonight. I can say that as Kenya, at least today we need to smile and say for once our National Assembly have used some statutes and parts of the Kenyan constitution that give them power to impeach the deputy president once they have sufficient evidence, sufficient reasons to show that the deputy president has committed some crimes or have done some things that warrant impeachment. And I want to feel sorry for my brother Amburu because some time back in the year 2019 or 2020, we are in the same situation that we are here as a country. And you'll find that most of the problems that we are facing maybe today, most of the economic problems was a result of what we are experiencing right now, whereby we are having a deputy president and a president who are elected to serve Kenyans, and they are not able to serve Kenyans because of their personal difference or maybe their political difference in this case. So we got it wrong by that time that we entertained them. Is like you are married to a wife, and the main goal that brought put you together as wife and husband has been lost. So the only thing that you do, you people, ni kufuriana kwa nyumba, and everybody is working on their own goals. You'll find that this kind of house cannot be able to develop, it cannot be able to move forward. And the wise men will tell you, the old men will tell you that the best thing is, instead of cohabiting, yet you people are not in serving the same goal, you better separate and everybody serve their own interests. So the best thing that the members of parliament would have done was to ensure that they separate these people. And the only way to separate them is not to kill them, is to ensure that one of them gets impeached. We cannot have a president and deputy president impeached at the same time, because the deputy president does not appoint a president. In case the president is impeached, who will appoint the other one? So they've followed the right procedure, and this one is going to serve this country very well, because I know what was taking place. Already these guys had fallen and they were not in agreement. And this one was dangerous to the country. So we did not want to do the same thing that Uhuru, the mistake that Uhuru did. Uhuru is one of the people who disagree with Uhuru Kenyatta because of some of his policies and how he managed politics in his last term. And we will not allow the current president to do the same. So I congratulate the members of MP. 281 people voted against you. So that was the best thing they can do. And for somebody, I've seen somebody, Alex, and said that it is not yet done, we are having a Senate. I think the worst the Senate can do is to allow Rigathi Gachagua or maybe to disagree with the parliament. That will be the worst. Imagine they've pushed you out, then they allow you in. Just try to imagine the situation that we are going to have. So, Bonnie, for today, I just want to say that the parliament have done the best thing for the country. So let us have an opportunity whereby the president will not tell us that, you see, I did not manage to work because my deputy blah blah or because ABCD. We want to give him an opportunity to appoint somebody that he believes can be able to help him steer his agenda. The same way he got an opportunity to reorganize his cabinet. Right now, if you don't have electricity, let him not tell us that, you see, the people I'm having here are because of some political coalition agreements and they are not competent. We want him to tell us why is Mbadi, whom he claimed is competent, is not working. At the same time, when he will later appoint a deputy president, we want him to tell us why is that deputy president not working. So we'll know whether he's the problem or the deputy president is the problem. Otherwise, thank you.
Leo is supporting the impeachment of Gachagua, and of course, he's saying the parliament has done their job. And also, I want to get the view from Alex after what we have witnessed in the parliament. If Alex, you are one of the MPs, of course, representing your people in the constituency, would you have voted for yes or no, and why?
First of all, I'm happy to be here with everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're joining us from. And if I was an MP, I wouldn't support it because, first of all, I don't think that impeachment motion helps Kenya in any way. We still have the Adani deal, which we don't have really the facts about it, which the deal is still ongoing on court. Those are the things which the citizens should be involved in. But unfortunately, we are all focused on this impeachment motion. So if I was an MP, Bonnie, I wouldn't support it. And also, yes, as as Leo said, yes, the National Assembly has impeached the deputy president. The Senate is still there. What Leo is saying is true, but from what me I'm saying is, we are not yet sure what the Senate will do. So, but technically, if we were to be, let's say, if we were to be realistically, there is a 80% chance, the Senate will align with what Leo is saying. They will support the impeachment of the deputy, but there is also a 30%. There's a 30%. This is now being, let's call it being delusional, whereby we are still thinking that they can still choose to oppose the National Assembly. So, but I can we say really the person behind this impeachment motion is the president, or it's the opposition leader Baba. That one I don't know, but Jeff, right now we don't have really who is this person? We don't have the truthful man in government to tell us what is happening there. So technically, but this government is just a sham. So I think they should all go before 2027. Wish there was a way which our constitution would allow us to impeach all the MPs, the governors, and this president and the deputy. We start afresh.
Yes, I can see the Gibbs economy in the comment section there saying that Happy New Year, Leo TV. Also, is saying that Ruto is not an apologetic person, so Leo TV just relax. Leo, you have been told that Ruto is not an apologetic person, so you have to relax about the current situation.
No, what you need to tell Gypsy is that, in politics, there is always no room for like apology. And I think the most foolish thing that Gachagua did was that kind of apology. Politics is like, when we were young, we used to have some tug of wars or some wars. And in this kind of war, whenever you started a war, you should be ready to finish it. Yeah? And those people who will try to fix you people to fight, they will ensure that at least one of you slaps the other or steps on the other one's foot, because they know once you do that, you're not going to retreat back. So in politics, there's some actions or some things that when you decide to do, you don't need to start saying, okay, you see, I'm sorry, and such kind of things. Apology is seen as weakness in politics. And when you apologize, unless it is strategic so that you can be able to fool or to confuse your opponent. So let nobody tell you that in politics you go and apologize. And secondly, in the process of apologizing, it means you are owning up the mistakes. So Rigathi Gachagua, in Swahili we say, alikuwa anajifunga mwenyewe wakati ambapo alikuwa anaomba msamaha. Manake huwezi ukaomba msamaha kama huna makosa, na ukiwa umepelekwa pale mbele ya hakimu unahukumiwa. Wakati umeanza kuomba msamaha, inamaanisha kuwa kwanza lazima ukubali makosa yako. And that is what the parliament was trying to dig into. They wanted to confirm the charges, the 11 charges. So by apologizing, it means you're confirming some of the charges, which amounts to impeachment. So in other words, that apology would have impeached him even before the members of parliament had that debate. So good year. We just have to speak the truth that is the best thing that would have happened right now. There was no any other option. We cannot keep on having this kind of circles of politics whereby people disagree and address Kenyans on the rooftops of their cars on the roads instead of working for us in the offices. So I once again have to congratulate the 281 members of parliament who discharged their duty, their constitutional duties for once, and let them keep on and do other duties as they've done it.
But Leo, can we say
That is
really that
Leo,
he
and he said
apologized
that
because he doesn't
it
have
was
the
a
numbers?
mistake for him to say sorry.
So Leo,
But
I was
of
saying,
course, it will cost you nothing to say sorry. So I don't know why he's saying that. So Buru, if you are one of the members of parliament, would you? That is not members of parliament. If you are Gachagua, would you have said sorry? And does it harm to say sorry if you made a mistake? And why? Because I don't think whether there is a problem. I tend to disagree with what Leo is saying, because if you are sorry, and of course human beings to error. So if you make a mistake, it doesn't bother whether you are in politics or not, but it doesn't harm you for you to become that member of parliament and say sorry for you to become TP and say sorry? Buru, if you were one of them, would you have said sorry? And if you were Gachagua?
Yes, Bonnie, I want to say and to tell Kenyans that being apologetic is not a sign of weakness. Saying sorry, and I want to remind Leo that it's good to get the context under which a statement has been made. Because the deputy president did not own the mistakes. He said if, and that makes all the difference. If in the course of my duties, I have wronged anyone, let them see in their heart to forgive me. That's not a sign of weakness, rather, it's a sign of humility and humbleness. But that does not mean that he is guilty. It's good to understand the English context. So if I say I can say after this debate, if in this debate I have wronged anyone in the discussion, in the course of the discussion, I am sorry. That does not mean I have wronged Alex, Bonnie, or Leo. I am saying if, in case, you see? And that is exactly what the deputy president said. And it's a sign of humility, which is expected to anyone who is having a goodwill of the nation. Apart from that, I want to say this. I listened to allegations. Those allegations are not strong enough to impeach the deputy president. And I am still hopeful that the Senate, though Rio is telling us the Senate should not overturn what the Parliament did today, I hope that Senate is going to act independently in such a way that they should not be influenced by the decision of the Parliament, because it's supposed to act independently. They are supposed to look at those allegations and also consider the response of the deputy president. Because I would like anyone to tell me here what or which is that allegation that was proved beyond reasonable doubt in Parliament today that warrants the impeachment of the deputy president. I listened to a very strong defense of the deputy president, and I can tell you and mark this: if our judiciary is going to act the way they usually act, by making sure that they act through evidence, I can tell you all this impeachment, it is going to be turned down in the judiciary in case the Senate will not release or will not rule against the impeachment. So the deputy president is still having a chance of going to the Supreme Court. And I can tell you for sure, as someone who has a little background of law, I didn't see any strong case that warrants the impeachment of the deputy president. Those are just mere allegations that were not substantiated. But it seems from the beginning, the members of parliament, through the influence that we all know as Kenyans, that our parliament in most cases, they don't act independently. They act basing on the will of the party. But when it comes to the judiciary, to a greater extent, we have seen them being fair when they are executing their cases. So we are still expecting a wider and a stronger battle in the judiciary in case Gachagua is impeached by the Senate.
And of course, we are joined by Captain Kip here. Captain, welcome to Africa 24. And of course, you give us your opening remarks. As you give us your thoughts, if you are one of the MPs in those constituencies voting for yes or no, would you have voted for yes or no for impeachment of Gachagua, and why?
I think, Boni, I cannot. How are you anyway? Leo, Alex, Pastor Chef. You also know pastors, we fear these pastors. Faith Amochong and Boni. I cannot compare myself to those MPs because I don't qualify to be there. But for me, I could have voted according to the census of me. I cannot vote because I cannot vote yes because Gachagua is having companies. I cannot vote yes because Gachagua is having hotels. And when I say I cannot vote yes, you understand what I mean. I was supporting Gachagua to continue being the deputy president. We know some people who have hotels. We know some people who have even lands. So many people, they have big lands, and no one has answered them to go. Has told them to go away because they are owning very large properties, even more than the salaries they are earning. So if we continue running Kenya like that, even you, Boni, even that coat you are putting on, will ask you, how did you get it? You will tell us, and everybody will have to declare the wealth here. That's why I came in even with a vest, because it is getting hot for me. It's very hot, even though the weather is it is not that hot. It's cold, but I had to come in because I feel hot. This thing is I don't support. For me, I don't support.
He's saying that Captain Gibb is saying that he does not support the impeachment of Gachagua, and also Gibbs Corner here in the comment section saying that the things they listed, they did not warrant an impeachment.
Is it my camera which is misbehaving, or we are having internet problem from the speaker who is speaking right now?
Your camera is having like a lot of lights from the back.
I think Gibbs Corner is
Jeff,
Gibbs
adjust
Corner
your
here.
camera. Jeff, you just need to adjust your camera. The sensor is picking a lot of light.
So I think in the comment section here, Gibbs Corner said that he's saying this in the comment section. Gachagua cannot have a sympathy from senators, but the last word will come from Ruto. Gachagua was not asking for forgiveness, but to expose the rotten MPs and Ruto. And of course, you have seen what he has done today. He even played a clip of William Ruto talking about George Kinoti, and also saying that Gibbs Aikona saying the things they listed did not warrant an impeachment. Most of them had nothing to do with the public, but their personal intuitos. That is Gibbs Corner there in the comment section, and continue making sure that the comment section is very active, and we shall be always making sure that you have your comments in Afrique 24. I want to play a clip whereby Rigathi Gachagua was talking today, and then we can weigh from it. And of course, we have heard from Kip that he will, if he was one of the members of parliament, he would have played for no. Buru, no. Personally, I would have said Gachagua should also continue. So if you're following the conversation, you can give us your views about the impeachment of the Right Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, who is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
I have had an argument that we should not call out those in the security sector. I would like you to play the next video.
We have the most incompetent Inspector General of Police, I think, in the world. The most incompetent in the whole world. His incompetence may not necessarily play out when things are working, but when things get to a head and you need some decisions to be made, I can tell you for sure, the gentleman we have as an IG cannot make any decision. Nataka tumwambie ule mtu wa sinema mingi anaitwa nani ule mtu? Ule sijui anaitwa DCI, ule anaitwa nini? Ule mtu anaitwa Kinoti. Awache ujinga. Huyo bwana Kiboti awache ujinga. Sio kama tunaelewana. Huyo Kinoti hakuna kitu amefanya kwa hii Kenya ya kisiasa. Yeye ni mtu ya sinema. Anaendesha makesi kwa magazeti, anatuandikia barua, sijui barua ya kilomita ngapi. Mr. Kinoti, please save your time. Stop writing to us long letters. Leave matters of elections to IEBC. You have no business in IEBC. You have failed as DCI. We don't want you to fail our elections. Tunaelewana? Huyo bwana Kinoti awache hiyo ujinga yake anaendesha pale, kwa sababu anatukasirisha. Huyo bwana Kinoti tunataka tumwambie awachane na watu wa IEBC wafanye hii uchaguzi. Alipatiwa kazi ya kufanya criminal investigation. He has never done anything. Ile kesi yote anafanya kesi kwa magazeti. Akiambiwa apeleke evidence kule kotini ameshindwa. So bwana Kinoti, wacha sinema. You have failed and wait for August so that you can.
Honorable members, that was President William Ruto as Deputy President, criticizing IG Mutiabai, DCI Kinoti. Rigathi Gachagua has learned his job from his boss, that public officers must be called to order when they fell short of expectation. And I never saw anybody bring William Ruto here for impeachment, for criticizing the IG or the DCI. This is a very unfair allegation. Mr. Speaker, it is also reported by media that the IMF has already warned about impending unrest during the people's dissatisfaction with the 2023 and 24 finance bill. Many of you will recall, Mr. Speaker, after the September 11th terrorist attack in the US, the US intelligence agencies were massively criticized, and an inquiry was even opened to investigate why their intelligence agency was not able to detect and thwart the attack. All we are saying is that our National Intelligence Service is accountable to the people of Kenya for its performance. Mr. Speaker, conniving with cartels in the tea sector to block KTDA from implementing guaranteed minimum return, Mr. Speaker, I am here to see a shred of evidence to that effect, and I have nothing to say. I have seen an allegation that we have not been able to do coffee reforms, Mr. Speaker, out of my work, coordinating coffee reforms. The Cooperative Bill 2023 and the Coffee Bill 2023 is before this House. I request this House, after these impeachment proceedings, to embark on those two bills so that the coffee farmers can realize the full benefit of the coffee reforms that we have initiated. There is another allegation that I have taken control of a local cooperative society in Madeira constituency. I don't know the name of that constituency, of that cooperative. It is false. I am here to see any evidence. I have nothing to say because there is nothing to be said. On the issue of shareholding, which I think members are interested in listening to, I listened to you this morning, and it was quite emotive. By virtue of provisions of the third schedule of the Political Parties Act, the constituent parties of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition entered into various agreements, which were deposited with the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate for purposes of Article 108 of the Constitution of Kenya. The following were members: UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, PA, Farmers Party, Chama cha Kazi, Communist.
That is Rigathi Gachagua, and of course, speaking today about impeachment. And he was defending himself during that impeachment, saying that William Ruto has always been criticizing top members, but still he has never been brought into this house for the impeachment. And of course, I want to start with Captain Kip. Kip, you have listened to what Gachagua said concerning his impeachment, and the clip that was played that accompanied his speech. Did you agree with what Gachagua said? And do you think that he has said the truth?
Yes, I agree with him 100%. In this count, let me tell you this. Because I was listening in the morning, I was listening this MP for, I don't know, it's those sides of Ukambani. He said that there's some place in Mombasa, Rigathi underrated the NIS, that maybe there was a problem about the security of not even the problem of security, the finance bill. The president was not told earlier that the finance bill has a problem, that he was not told by NIS. So he was complaining of which kind of NIS do you have. So now, when we talk of NIS that was not giving the president the information, where was George Kinoti by then, that William Ruto was underrating that he's incompetent, in fact, in the whole world, not Kenya alone. And we didn't see anybody saying that let's impeach the president. And by then, not even that, by then when he was deputizing Uhuru Kenyatta, he was fighting this guy, the one for DCI, George Kinoti, for a very long time. I also remember the time when there is this commission or this body formed by, which was led by this former speaker Ole Kaparo, sijui kutotumia atupangwingwi. Did he listen on that? He did not. In fact, he goes ahead and said, tunaambiwa tusitumie jina atupangwingwi, lakini tunawaambia sisi hatufanywi nini? The same word, uttering the same word. But Uhuru Kenyatta did not say, I want this guy to be impeached, because he is like fighting the bodies formed by the government. We didn't see that. So why Rigathi? Sometimes we look on some other people, but we don't look what is on our eyes. Hata kitabu cha Mungu imeandika kwamba Jeff Mburu atatuambia hapa, ujitolee sijui nini kwa macho yako kabla hujaenda kutolea mwenzako. Those are wrong things. Me, I don't support for Rigathi to go. And do we still have any other motion to discuss about when the members of parliament they have voted? What are Senate going to do? They just walk over and they say aende akiendanga. Labda hajasikia leo vizuri kwa bunge. Senate ndio wanaenda kumwambia sasa safiri salama.
That is Captain is saying that he really supports what was said there. I want to take Buru's thoughts. Buru, have you listened to what Gachagua has said, and do you really support what has been said there by Gachagua? Of course, he played a clip for Ruto criticizing Kinoti.
You see, Bonnie, I want any critical thinker in this show to tell me, how does criticism to the government officials become an offense? It is ridiculous. Those members of parliament should be the ones to be impeached, because if anything, even the deputy president has the right to express himself. So I don't know, maybe Rio will tell us, how does it become an offense when the deputy president says that the national intelligence has failed their duties by not informing the president on what is happening on the ground? And even now, right now, I can tell you and this one is just an open advice, even to the president and the government, that even now, they are not in touch with what is happening in the ground. Even what they call the public participation, the report they have been given, it is not the opinion of Kenyans. It is the opinion of the members of parliament. If anything, I have been having time now of going through the social media. I have seen what Kenyans are saying. And this is what Kenyans have been saying. If the deputy president should go, the president should also go. Did they make the consideration of what Kenyans are saying? Answer is no. Then the Kenyans are saying that we have listened to the allegations that have been tabled against the deputy president, and the allegations are not watertight. What we say, you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. I believe I'm a critical thinker. I followed through the allegations, but I don't know which one can withstand that we can rely on and say this one is strong enough to warrant the impeachment of the deputy president. And I normally tell you, my good people, that in law we say you should not only be fair, but you should be seen to be fair. What is happening in the government? William Ruto, maybe he thinks he is fair, but Kenyans and the people who supported him overwhelmingly, they don't see him as a fair person. They had differences with Uhuru Kenyatta, very serious differences. But Uhuru Kenyatta was tolerant enough to wait for him to complete 5 years, actually 10 years together. Yet they had differences. Yet he was criticizing the president. The president was patient with him. But for him, he is one of the most intolerant presidents in the history of Kenya, because he has not even let Gachagua finish one term. And I don't think that was the agreement. Mark you, he is impeaching someone who spent millions of money campaigning for him. He is impeaching someone who defied his boss and told his boss, no, you are being unfair to the deputy president. And for that reason, even if you have been my friend, I have been your AP, I am not going to stand with you. I am going to stand with the one you are oppressing. The president has forgotten all that. And now, because he has been joined by the opposition, he feels that the support of Gachagua is not needed anymore. But can I tell you, choices have consequences. The people who supported William Ruto are still there. The people who are behind Gachagua, they are more than what Ishongwa is telling the president, that the mountain is intact. I am giving the president a free advice that the mountain is not intact unless Ishongwa has his own mountain. So the president should forget the support of Mount Kenya. That is number one. Why am I saying that? It is because of course, many people don't want to hear anybody talk about Mount Kenya. But historically, Kenya has been voting based on regions. Unless that pattern changes, come 2027, the support that was behind President William Ruto in 2022, it shall go to another person, but not William Ruto. Because what he has done to his deputy is inhuman. I cannot expect him to do that to someone who stood with him 100%.
Yes, thank you so much, Iburu. And I think that was
just one final point. Maybe Kenyans don't know because the president has been quiet. Maybe Kenyans think, oh, it is not the president, it is the members of parliament. That kind of a bill or that kind of a motion cannot go to parliament without the approval of the president. So whatever preparation the deputy president is going through, it has been given the green light by the president, which is very unfortunate. I know, I feel betrayed because I know Gachagua as someone who is reachable. Any Kenyan who wants to meet Rigathi can meet Rigathi at any given time. Many people don't know. You are aware that I lost my mom and that is why I'm in Kenya. Do you know a whole deputy president had time to come to our home just to give condolences? He is, you know, when I talk of humility, we are not of his class. We are very far away from politics of his standard, but he had time even to come to our family to wish us condolences. Is that the kind of a person that Kenyans are being told that he is a bad guy? This is someone who is trying to be on the ground with Wajiko. But our president, after we voted him, he decided he don't want to hear what Wajiko is saying. And the deputy president has been telling him, we promised Kenyans, and those things that we promised them, we should be keen to implement them. Is he willing to do that? No. And one of the allegations is that the deputy president is sabotaging the government agenda. One of the agenda and what was tabled is that he was obstructing the eviction. Yet the president himself, and I would like Bonnie, you get that clip, was criticizing the government of Uhuru Kenyatta because of evicting people. And he said that will not happen in his regime. The other thing, this kind of a sabotage, is when the deputy president said he did not support the kidnapping of Kenyans during the Gen Z protest. How does that become an offense? When he criticized the government and said, we promised Kenyans that in our government there shall be no extrajudicial killing. But what happened? How many Gen Zs died through the bullet of the police? There are so many. How many Kenyans were killed during the demonstration of Raila Odinga? Is that what William Ruto promised the Kenyans? The answer is absolutely not. So the deputy president is telling the president, please, be gentle enough to keep your word. Be truthful. Don't lie to Kenyans. Whatever we promised them, try, even if it's uncomfortable, try to stay within those confines, because we are the ones who promised Kenyans. But those things that the other president was doing, we shall not do them. And he feels so uncomfortable because of that. I feel so bad anyway. I feel so bad.
Yeah, that is that is Jeff Buru, and of course is giving his submission that he feels so bad because Gachagua has been impeached, yet his boss William Ruto has not spoken about the impeachment since that motion was tabled. And of course, we have
Bonnie,
Munene Mwaniki
wait,
here is my
Bonnie.
lecturer back in the university. So I want Doctor to give us his views. And of course, if he was one of the members of parliament representing those constituencies, would you have voted for yes for impeachment of Gachagua and no? And if yes or no, why? Welcome, Doctor.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Of course, my vote will have been a no vote for obvious reasons. I'm intelligent. Okay. Sorry I joined a bit late, but I listened to the previous contributor, and sometimes you're at loss. You're at loss about what to say, because it cannot be that we are the only people who are seeing what it is that we're saying. That this bloody thing doesn't have logic. For starters, you cannot accuse the deputy president for what it is that you did for around 7 years. That is political hypocrisy. Ruto insubordinated Uhuru for the longest time. Uhuru pleaded with him to get off that Lexus of his so that they could do governance issues. Ruto akakaidi. So Ruto thinks that he's just too special, that the rules that apply to everybody don't apply. That is BS. What Ruto is doing to the entire country is bullshitting us, because he cannot set standards for himself that he doesn't want everybody else to follow. That is point number one. That comes from a historical view. There are the technical details of the impeachment, and the previous speaker said it very clearly. This impeachment motion doesn't meet the kind of constitutional thresholds. And the deputy president did a very good job yesterday, whereby he just, blow by blow, he addressed all of these issues. Does it mean that we have got members of parliament who are extremely impervious to reason? Because this means it seems that They could not be persuaded otherwise. The 282 people who had signed, they could not be persuaded otherwise. What country do we live in? That even when you hear a more compelling argument, that you can't change your mind. And that time you've got your head stuck up your ass. I mean, for heaven's sake, why are we investing the billions that we invest in education? Why?
I think we have lost Daktari, but I am very sure that he's going to come back. Daktari was giving a very wide submission there of what is happening, something that is being concluded, something that really happened 7 years ago. And Alex, of course, you were giving interventions when Buru was speaking before I invited Daktari. What is your point that you are driving? And of course, Buru said that he did not agree with what happened. And after Gachagua played a clip whereby his boss was criticizing.
Sorry, I lost you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome
Yes,
back. Welcome back. You can continue.
Yes, I don't know whether that other agency that was caught flat-footed by the Gen Z are monitoring these so that they are cutting us off. But I don't give a fuck about that kind of things, because honestly, we have got to reclaim our nation. We cannot. I mean, can you imagine the tragedy of young people looking at their representatives and they are completely impervious to reason? That even when a more compelling argument is presented, you just refuse. You just refuse to reason. And I want to mention something, Mukala, that nobody wants to mention. We need to get to a space whereby we have got to stop praying about everything. Hii maombi mingi mingi ndio imetuharibia nchi. Why am I saying that? Because it takes citizen agency away. Okay? We need to get to a point whereby we don't have to pray about some of these things that we can just fix. For example, what must be happening right now, okay, is to lay siege on parliament. Is to lay siege on parliament right now. Would want to engage those MPs. Remember, they only exercise delegated power. What prevents us? What prevents us from laying siege in the Houses of Parliament? When it is that we feel that there's transgression, but that could come on this, on the civic participation kind of side of issues. Now, there are the technical issues around this. Now, on Friday last week, the High Court sitting in Nyeri ordered that public participation should be done at constituency level, because these people were in so much of a haste, they were doing it at county level. But then the High Court, there's a judgment on record, a directive on record that said that public participation should happen at constituency level. Do you think Parliament has or had the wherewithal to organize that within a duration of 24 hours? The answer to that should be no, meaning that exercise that directive was not followed. Yet the impeachment proceedings proceeded in Parliament today. What does all that mean? It means that at least this, actually, the High Court set up Parliament, because essentially what we are saying is that everything that has happened today, okay, given what the directive of the High Court in Nyeri is null and void. That is point number one. Point number two, it is so amazing that the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and those people are not supposed to be anywhere near lawmaking. It has to be very clear again. Gladys Sholay shouldn't be anywhere near lawmaking. Wetangula shouldn't be anywhere near lawmaking because they are partisan. They don't understand what comes with the high offices that they occupy. Now, what I'm trying to get to is this. The High Court effectively set up Parliament because they knew Parliament could not be able to get to the threshold of what it is that they required for an effective public participation. So if we ultimately end up in the courts, and you can record this somewhere, then that will be found one thing. But there's also another very interesting aspect of this. How do you run public participation before you have heard the other person's story? How do you ask citizens to make a judgment about something when it is that you have not given the other person a chance to present their story? So we are only making a judgment on whether through the surely public participation, because that was a public participation, we are only making decisions on the basis of the accuser. A fair public participation should have entailed responses from the deputy president. Then we can be able to weigh, oh, these are the accusations and these are the rebuttals. Then we weigh, given the accusation and given the rebuttals, then I say proceed or don't proceed. That is what should have been public participation. What Parliament did was mob leading of Rigathi Gachagua. That was not public participation. And I think I need to mention names. I think I need to mention names before I can be able to yield for the next person. And I'll say that one, you wonder who advises the president, but we are told that he advises the advisors. Okay, and that what makes Ruto a tragic character in the Kenyan tragic comedy. Okay, and like the Greek tragic comedy, I can promise you this: this ride will never end well. You cannot mess everyone when you're in a public space and expect that, because how do you campaign? You've created enemies everywhere. How do you campaign in 2027 or build up to 2027? Or he thinks that he can rely on Raila. We would want to remind them Raila was there during the Kanu downfall. So what we're saying is that who is this who advises the president? And if some people are advising the president so that they can be able to get the deputy presidency through the back door, then I can tell you, the Kenyan voter Boniface is not that foolish. And I'll mention 3 people. We have got Kithure Kindiki, we have got Cecily Mbarire, and we have got Anne Waiguru. If there are people who are making Rigath's life miserable, they are those 3 people. Why? Because they have got unbridled greed for power. They think they can replace Rigathi Gachagua as a kingpin for their own kind of selfish ends. I would want to know, as a resident of Embu, whether we have got audited accounts on the money that was spent in building Moi Stadium in Embu. Would want to know, okay? Because we know Governor Waiguru is serving the second and final term. Whether she's not bringing all of this kind of trouble for Rigathi Gachagua, because she is uncling, okay, to become a running mate for Ruto in 2027. But there's to finalize, and I yield this. You can go to the annals of history, and you'll be able to find that the mountain has never voted for one party twice. What makes them think that UDA can be able to breach that and be able to be voted in 2027? It's not going to happen. Right now, UDA is as good as dead in the mountain. Thank you very much, Boniface. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Daktari, for that wonderful submission. And of course, he has said that if he was one of the members of parliament, absolutely, he would not vote for Gachagua to go home. But what do? We are not members of parliament. We are discussing in April 24, of course, the impeachment of Right Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. I'm also joined by Kijana ya Town. General Town, welcome to Africa 24, and you just tell us what is your view. If you were one of the members of parliament today, would you have voted for Gachagua to go home? And if yes or no, why? General Town, are you there?
I think he's not ready. You should give Leo the chance to. I think Leo has a different
So
opinion from
what
everyone.
you going to do, General Town, as you prepare to
I
come
think
back? We have also Captain Kip. Kip, you are saying that you agree with what Gachagua said. And before you go to Captain, I want to listen to what Leo, are you there? What is your take about what Gachagua said? And of course, through the clip that we have played here
You
in
are
Africa
giving me or
24.
you are giving Leo?
And I'm coming to you before, after Leo. After Leo, then I'm coming to you. Let's Leo respond to
no
that
kitu
Okay,
goja kwanza.
okay.
clip.
Uh-huh.
Kip.
Yes.
So Alex, Kip, you
I might have
can
not
continue.
gotten the clip well, but I got an opportunity. I got an opportunity to.
Leo, I can play the clip for you.
Can
I
you hear
can play
me?
the clip
Okay.
for you so that you can see what happened and what the deputy president
And you
said
make it quick,
Are you?
before you give us your
Are
submission
you?
on
No,
it.
it's okay. It's okay. I think. Okay.
Let me
I
play
have
it
had
for
an
you.
argument that
I
you should
want
not
to hear
audit
your
those in
submission
the
on.
security sector. I would like you to play
Okay.
next video
We
where
have the most incompetent Inspector General of Police, I think, in the world. The most incompetent in the whole world. His incompetence may not necessarily play out when things are working, but when things get to a head and you need some decisions to be made, I can tell you for sure, the gentleman we have as an IG cannot make any decision. Nataka tumwambie ule mtu wa sinema mingi anaitwa nani ule mtu? Ule sijui anaitwa DCI, ule anaitwa nini? Ule mtu anaitwa Kinoti. Awache ujinga. Huyo bwana Kiboti awache ujinga. Sio kama tunaelewana. Huyo Kinoti hakuna kitu amefanya kwa hii Kenya ya kisiasa. Yeye ni mtu ya sinema. Anaendesha makesi kwa magazeti. Anatuandikia barua, sijui barua ya kilomita ngapi. Mr. Kinoti, please save your time. Stop writing to us long letters. Leave matters of elections to IEBC. You have no business in IEBC. You have failed as DCI. We don't want you to fail our elections. Tunaelewana? Huyo bwana Kinoti awache hiyo ujinga yake anaendesha pale, kwa sababu anatukasirisha. Huyo bwana Kinoti tunataka tumwambie awachane na watu wa IEBC wafanye hii uchaguzi. Alipatiwa kazi ya kufanya criminal investigation. He has never done anything. Ile kesi yote anafanya kesi kwa magazeti. Akiambiwa apeleke evidence kule kotini ameshindwa. So bwana Kinoti, wacha sinema. You have failed and wait for August so that you can.
Honorable members, that was President William Ruto as Deputy President, criticizing IG Mutiabai, DCI Kinoti. Rigathi Gachagua has learned his job from his boss, that public officers must be called to order when they fell short of expectation. And I never saw anybody bring William Ruto here for impeachment for criticizing the IG or the DCI. This is a very unfair allegation. Mr. Speaker, it is also reported by media that the IMF has already warned about impending unrest during the people's dissatisfaction with the 2023 and 24 finance bill. Many of you will recall, Mr. Speaker, after the September 11th terrorist attack in the US, the US intelligence agencies were massively criticized, and an inquiry was even opened to investigate why their intelligence agency was not able to detect and thwart the attack. All we are saying is that our National Intelligence Service is accountable to the people of Kenya for its performance. Mr. Speaker, conniving with cartels in the tea sector to block KTDA from implementing guaranteed minimum return, Mr. Speaker, I am yet to see a shred of evidence to that effect, and I have nothing to say. I have seen an allegation that we have not been able to do coffee reforms, Mr. Speaker, out of my work, coordinating coffee reforms. The Cooperative Bill 2023 and the Coffee Bill 2023 is before this House. I request this House, after these impeachment proceedings, to embark on those two bills so that the coffee farmers can realize the full benefit of the coffee reforms that we have initiated. There is another allegation that I have taken control of a local cooperative society in Madeira constituency. I don't know the name of that constituency, of that cooperative. It is false. I am here to see any evidence. I have nothing to say because there is nothing to be said. On the issue of shareholding, which I think members are interested in listening to, I listened to you this morning, and it was quite emotive. By virtue of provisions of the third schedule of the Political Parties Act, the constituent parties of the Kenya Kwanza coalition entered into various agreements, which were deposited with the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate for purposes of Article 108 of the Constitution of Kenya. The following were members: UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, PA, Farmers Party, Chama cha Kazi, Communist.
Yeah, that is Rigathi Gachagua, and that is the speech that was being played today. And of course, I was playing that clip for Leo, and of course, Leo has disappeared. Alex, what do you have to say about what you have heard from Right Honorable Rigathi Gachagua?
I thought it was Keep to go first, then me.
So if you're not ready, then we can go to Dr. You have listened to what Gachagua had to say. So
let's keep go first, then I'll finish.
Dr. you have listened to what Gachagua said.
Are you talking?
And of course,
are you talking to me?
Yeah. I'm addressing to you because I want you to weigh on that clip. So Gachagua has said that he has learned it from the boss. The boss is the one who has been criticizing those public officers, the likes of DCI, if they're not doing it. Do you agree with what Gachagua said? And do you think that that is something that you can learn from your boss? If your boss is doing this, then you have to do this. Do you agree with what Gachagua said? Because that is the clip that he really aligned. Yeah.
Can I come in? And I just mentioned it a while ago. And I said it on national radio the other day. I said, if there's somebody who introduced indiscipline at the highest levels of the executive in this republic since independence, it is William Samoei Ruto. Ni mkaidi yule mtu. He destroyed the fabric about how senior government officers should and must behave when he was deputy president. But that guy suffers from insidious hubris, that he thinks he has got a set of rules for himself, that only he has got a set of rules, except, a sense of exceptionalism, that the rules must apply to everybody else and they shouldn't apply to him. If there's somebody who deserves to be impeached, it is William Samoei Ruto, because he even has got historical crimes of the presidency. Amekuwa mkaidi hii mtu toka akiwa deputy president. Okay, ameendelea kuwa mkaidi akiwa rais. He has destroyed one of the greatest institutions in this republic, the presidency. Because also we cannot have the presidency that abandons national agenda to pursue the data. You cannot. I would want to refer to your listeners and my fellow participants here to a book by Audacity of Hope by Obama. Obama talks about the smallness of certain politicians, and that description fits William Samoei Ruto. You cannot abandon policy and implementation of government programs. And then you are quiet for 2 weeks. You are not even saying anything meaningful. The health sector is in chaos. I mean, the higher education sector. Okay? The higher education sector is in chaos. Okay? Public assets are being auctioned. His friends are making billions by the tail. So the idea is this. I agree and I endorse the approach that was used by the deputy president by taking the battle back to this guy. And I'll tell you something. The 2027 election is being determined in the next couple of weeks or couple of months. That's when the 2027 election is being determined. Because make no mistake, the mountain people never forgive, never forget. What is happening right now? That revenge will have got to be exerted at some point. And I can tell you, if you have got MPs who voted for yes in today's impeachment, I can tell you, they are not saying Parliament ever again. They are not saying Parliament ever again. So the idea is this, Boniface, if to end up and to say why it is that some of us are taking the kind of positions that we are. One is that we are Kenyans. And part of being Kenyans is that we are a constitutional democracy. The backbone of our constitution is the Bill of Rights. Core to the Bill of Rights is human dignity, and inherent in the concept of human dignity is fair treatment. The deputy president has not been treated fairly. You cannot treat a deputy president of a country like a chicken thief. You cannot. And the moment you take that road, be ready. Because let me ask you a question. What prevents riots in the streets of Nairobi? Within this period, what prevents that? Could the impeachment of the DP be the fire that lights protests again? And if it does, how do you contain them? You know, I've got a master's in public administration, so allow me to say something which is theoretical in the sense of governance and public management. We say that that governance is an intellectual project. And one of the biggest challenges that we have with the Ruto administration is that it is running on an intellectual empty tank. Who are the intellectual gurus? Who direct how government approaches things? I mean, why can't people see what it is that some of us can see? That you're pushing this country towards being ungovernable. And it's not about Gachagua inciting anybody. It is about people sitting with this kind of deep thinking feeling that if you can treat your deputy president that way, what about us? I mean, no. We did not sign up for this. Of course, some of us have never supported that guy because we are not very good consumers of lies. We constipate. All right? But where we have gotten at this point in time is that we are at a tipping point. We call them technically, we are at a critical juncture. And this is going to define Kenya for the next generation, for the next 25 years. What is happening right now will determine the trajectory that this country takes. Because for starters, let me tell you, the enmity that these people are sowing between certain kind of ethnic communities in this country will take another generation to heal. And why they are doing this, and let me tell you, actually, also another very interesting dimension is that when the director of the National Intelligence Service is called out, he is also small. He's also small. But he doesn't take that as an opportunity to improve how it is that he runs. Okay, he goes on to incite the president, okay, to take action against the person who calls him out. Let me tell you what is happening and what is going on right now. We are in the middle of the real state capture. These people are talking about state capture when they were campaigning. There was no state capture then. Okay, we could have a deep state, and each and every government operates with that. It is the bureaucracy that takes one government to the next government. Okay, but if we have to talk about state capture, Boniface, State capture is happening right now. Thank you. Back to you.
Wonderful. Dr. is saying that state capture is happening right now. And I want to read some of the comments in the comment section there. I was saying that there are some people here who are so young. They don't know 41 against 1. History repeats itself, and we are here to be educated. And also he's saying that evil is evil. Let's not call it something else. That is awesome in the comment section there, saying that just imagine how he can inherit wealth from his brother. It's sickening. I think it's acting contrary to what Gachagua said, and also saying that awesome is saying that it was a problem. That is referring to Gachagua. It was a problem. He flourishes through controversies. That is awesome. And also I want to read a comment here from awesome. It said that Gachagua knew the Central had 3 presidents and several vice presidents in the last 60 years. How could he put more efforts knowing it was not possible? The next president must come from Nyanza. That is awesome. And it is some of, and also someone is saying that politics is about listening more and talking less. Gachagua, with his big head, could not understand this with his long experience in Kenyan politics. That is someone saying that politics in Kenya is more about listening, not speaking. And also saying that Gibbs Akone said that Buru, that's your cool eater, blighting keep. You have to keep yourself warm, understandable. And of course, he's referring to the eater behind James, that is Geoffrey Buru. Awesome is saying that Gibson is saying that Awesome, be fair to Gachagua. Ruto is difficult person to understand. He has pulled Gachagua from pillar to post, making him cover his dirty work. He was following the boss instructions. That is Gibson Icon. And of course, if you're following the conversation, you can join us. And also, I think that after Gachagua's speech, I think you will need tight security. I still call him Saint Gachagua. That is the comment section there, and you can join us through the comment section there. You tell us what is your view about the impeachment of Gachagua. You know, he has been impeached today by the National Assembly, so waiting for the Senate to determine what is going to happen. And do you support the impeachment of Right Honorable Rigathi Gachagua? Awesome is saying that Gibbs Icona said that in the comment section. Awesome, Andron Art, would you like him to be impeached first? And your golden guy, Ruto, I know your answer, but I wanna know. That is the comment section there. They are giving us that company as we discuss the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua here in Africa 24. Captain Kip,
Okay,
I want to hear your sentiments about today's impeachment of Right Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Like, what do you have to take home from what you have seen in Parliament today? Most of MPs spoke, and we will be giving you those speeches here in Africa 24. Captain.
I think Captain is not ready.
I think Captain is not ready. Alex, can you give us your way about that question?
So first of all, Bonnie, we were here on this platform about a month ago with Akina Themba and Mise, and politics is about numbers. You see, you need numbers if you want to be in that top seat. And so for me, my take is the apology by the deputy president. I think yesterday or 2 days ago, not sure, is because he realized he doesn't have the numbers as much as William Ruto does. And is it bad to apologize? On my opinion, it's not bad. And can I say something? We can't really underestimate the brilliance of William Ruto. We cannot, if we underestimate his brilliance, Bonnie, we will be overlooking everything. Right now, he has his votes. He also has the votes of the opposition because he brought them in power, and he knows he has to give them positions if he wants to go back right now in 2027. And the thing is, he has chosen to defy the odds. He wants to. I think he wants to. The way the way Munene Mwaniki said the people of the mountain are they don't forget and they don't forgive. So if Gachagua really becomes impeached, meaning the president will have lost the votes of Mount Kenya. So in 2027, he will be looking to defy the odds and win the election without the Mount Kenya votes, of which it's going to be something historical because it has never happened before. And also, I like to say, Bonnie, politics is a Kenyan politics. Let me not say politics. Kenyan politics is a very dirty game, and it has never been fair, and it will never be fair. If politics was fair, Baba would have won the 2007 elections, but politics is not fair. So if Rigathi is expecting fairness, then he's in the wrong field. Kenyan politics is not unfair. It has never been, and it will
Yes.
never be. So it's up to us to try
Yeah,
and
very
navigate
simple.
through
Very
the
simple.
unfair way. So to all the supporters of Riggy, Kenyan politics is unfair and it will never be fair. So the things which happened to Ruto when he was deputy, he's doing the same things to Gashagwa. The only difference is that him is doing it to us. And imagine he can navigate and get the position of the president through him doing all these tricks here and there. And I'd like to say, in the office, as Kenyans going forward voting, we need brains. Let's not make the mistake of giving out sympathy votes. That's what we did with Ruto when he was people saw Uhuru was harsh on him. So he did get a lot of sympathy votes, and right now that he's in office, we are seeing what he's doing. So if people do the same with regard, they will face the same problem. So Parliament needs brains; it doesn't need sympathy votes, and that's the problem I have with Kenyans. We are giving out sympathy votes, and sympathy votes is not helping us out. So going forward, we need leaders of brains and integrity. Thank you, Kimanzi.
Kimanzi, you are muted.
Thank you so much, Alex. And he's saying that going forward, we need leaders with integrity. That is Alex. Buru, what do you have to say about what you have just witnessed today?
Thank you so much, Bonnie. I want to say this. Ruto has made the greatest mistake of his lifetime. He has never made such a serious brand. And you know, history has repeated itself. During the Uhuru tenure, there were people who deceived Uhuru because Uhuru was not in touch with the ground. And you know, we say charity begins at home. Ruto was supported at least 83% from Central Kenya. Then he got the rest of the votes. I mean, it was around 43% of the votes he got was from Central Kenya. So in Central Kenya, he got 83% of the total votes of Central Kenya. And that was his home. But he has neglected his home because he has seen as if the neighbor's home has become his. But what he is not asking himself is what we call the question of what if. What if? What if Raila Odinga fails to support him in 2027? Automatically, Ruto will become a one-term president. As Gachagua is going to fall, he is going to fall together with Ruto. And I want to tell you, there is a very high possibility that Raila Odinga will not support Ruto in 2027. I want you to ask yourself as a critical thinker, what happens if Raila Odinga fails to capture the AU position? There is a high possibility that you come back to Kenya, and because he is still very strong, he might decide to vie for the position of the presidency. And Ruto will remain alone with his backyard votes. There is nothing that I hate in the politics of Kenya, politics of betrayal. That is what has left our nation divided for all these years. Ruto had an opportunity of uniting all the communities. And this is what I had said about Uhuru Kenyatta. that Uhuru Kenyatta had a chance of uniting all Kenyans together, that he could have worked with Raila Odinga and Ruto together. Why was it so hard? You know, Ruto had the same chance, that he had a chance of working with Gachagua, work with Raila Odinga in the same government. Don't build one bridge and break another bridge. I want to take you back in the history. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was supported. Kenyatta was supported by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. But Kenyatta betrayed Jaramogi. And that is how the division between the Kikuyus and the Luos started. Then we got a chance through Kibaki of Moi failed to unite Kenyans. But we had a chance of coming together. All communities supported Moi Kibaki. Raila Odinga said Kibaki tosha when he was in wheelchair. But what happened? When he became the president, anything he had promised those who supported him, he said, walisikia wapi? He didn't care because of the advisor. So what did he do? He betrayed Raila Odinga again. Then the division came back again. Then after that, we go to Uhuru Kenyatta. He had a chance of ruling with all the communities. But what happened? He decided, because now Raila Odinga is on my side, I have so many votes. Raila Odinga has like 6 million. I have like 6 million votes. We don't need this Ruto, where he comes from, because in Kenya we are so tribal. We think of, where does he come from? The tribe has how many votes? Oh, they said, oh, Ruto only have like 2 million votes. They started sidelining him. And that is how, at the end of the day, Uhuru Kenyatta failed to unite Kenya. But people from Mount Kenya, being led by Rigathi Gachagua, they said, no, Uhuru Kenyatta, what you are doing is wrong. We had promised, because Ruto supported you, that you should also support him. And that is what you said on the podium. Now what you are doing is betrayal. The people said, no, we are not going with you. So, this is what I'm asking. The supporters who supported William Ruto and Gachagua, they should refuse the politics of betrayal. And they stand firm and say, what we know is that what is happening with Gachagua is mistreatment. And this mistreatment is coming direct from the president, who is a beneficiary of the vigorous campaign of his deputy. It is unfair. Then we tell the president, you know what? We are not going to follow that route. Let the people from the Rift Valley tell Ruto, like we told Uhuru, you are not going to betray your deputy. That is the only way the communities will continue to work together closely and shape the politics of Kenya. That you should not sideline one side of the team simply because you have gotten another side. That you are going to build one bridge and break another bridge. We can cause our politicians to behave by keeping the promises. That if we are voted with you, Bonnie, you should be a man enough that when we have the differences, you call me on the boardroom as a manager, because Ruto is the country's manager. Call me in the boardroom, we brainstorm, we discuss. You can even criticize me in the boardroom. Tell me where I am going wrong. But it should not be that every time there is a slight dispute, because it was the dispute between Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua is very minor. And that small dispute should not go to the extent of keeping aside the serious business of the economy, and now we start discussing one person. What that is doing is harm, great harm to the nation. So Ruto should be told by his supporters that what you are doing to Rigathi Gachagua is not fair. Those people who listened to Rigathi Gachagua's submission, I can tell you, if you have any background of law, he should tell you that the case that has been presented in Parliament against Gachagua is not watertight. It cannot be proved in court beyond reasonable doubt that this man has violated the Constitution, that there is gross misconduct from the Deputy President. So what is happening is unfair, is in whichever form you want to say. I want to say it is unfair, and it will cost Ruto, because Ruto has been deceived, just like Uhuru was deceived by Jeremiah Kioni and Kadili Kega. Oh, the ground is still with you. You are still very popular on the ground. So he left the people, he went alone. Right now, Ruto has left those who supported him. Majority of those who supported him are not with him. But what is Ishongwa telling him? Oh, Mr. President, the ground is intact. The ground is behind you. I can tell you for sure. The ground that supported William Ruto, majority of the people, though Ruto might believe the shoddy public participation, majority of the people are not with William Samoei Ruto. And that means in 2027, there is a high possibility that Ruto will lose to any person who will be contesting against him, because he has already lost the ground. That is what I think. And I would like you, Bonnie, to keep this script and bring it in 2027. Then you see that what I'm telling you, Ruto, after betraying the people who supported him, it will be very hard for him to regain his popularity. Thank you, Bonnie.
That is Buru. And you think that it will be very hard for William Ruto for 2027. In the comment section there, I can see Gibbs Akona is saying that it's nice to see you change and compassionate. And of course, he's referring to Buru towards Gachagua, because you are Ruto's diehard supporter.
No, you know why? I'm still sympathetic with Ruto, but we have to be honest. I am very honest that, you know what, Mr. President, you still have a chance to save yourself. Ishongwa is lying to the president, and the people of Central Kenya are behind him. I can tell you, if elections are to be conducted today, Central Kenya, Ruto will get 10%. I'm telling you the truth. Yeah. You know, telling someone the truth does not mean you don't support him. I still support him. But what I know, he has messed up himself.
Captain, before we come to Captain, I want to read some of the comments here. And also, Gibbs Akona said that, awesome, where are your other mates, Babo Wino and Didi Nyoro? They disappeared during the voting. You know, Didi Nyoro, Babo Wino, they have not voted for today. And they were absent during the voting stage, whereby they were determining the impeachment of Right Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Captain.
You know, Kimanzi, Boni, even if we had Babu Wino to vote no, and even Dindi Nyoro to vote no, and maybe even Oscar Zuri to vote no, do you think they would have made any change? Nothing. They would have made nothing, because the deep state, they have had their own way, and they have taken it. So let's have the next step. We don't know if this is Senate or what, or Rigathi Gachagua is now heading to Matira, as we talked. Maybe at least this night is going home. There are some comments, Bonnie, you don't even have to take a lot of concentration on them. Some comments here, even they're abusing us, according to literature. If you study literature, some people, they're abusing us here indirectly, but we know them, and we know which side they support. Even they change names. They come even with the names from the Bible, and in real sense, they are rotten to the core. It's not that we know them. According to the submission that was made by the MP, he said that the deputy president, when he was in presidential debate in this place, Karen, the wealth that he mentioned and the wealth that now he has, and as compared to the salary that he's earning, he's having questions that hii pesa alitoa wapi. So my questions comes to, does it mean that William Ruto's wealth has been only concentrated on the salary that he's getting since election? He's now owning the whole Masai Mara, over 3,000 acres of land. Uko Lolgorian uko. No one is saying that, and many others that we cannot even mention here, because some of us will be waited in some of the airports and they will be strangled or others. During public participation, all of you panelists who are here, where are the results? Were the results based on deciding by the parliament that the deputy president should go? Were they using also the public participation results? Did you see them? And the taxpayers' money has been used. And then we just come here to say, Rigiji is worse than Ruto. How did you know that Rigiji is worse than Ruto? While the other day you are telling us Ruto is worse than Uhuru. Now Ruto is sitting on the seat of the presidency. Now he's better. Rigiji is the worst one. Rigiji will be president next. The deputy who is deputizing him will be worse than him. We'll be changing the topic like that always, and we are not making any sense. Leo yangu imenyolewa. Huyo mwenye anafurahia pale kwa comment section aweke yake maji. Yake itakuja. Not liking what I'm saying or don't liking. I know him. I know this guy. He's supporting those dogs of Eldoret because he's coming from the same place. I know him. What's happening? Even the selling of the University of Geses University, they are happy of it because it's either Farouk is taking over it or William Ruto is taking over it through different dubious means, by giving the changing the name to maybe one of his sons and whoever. So right now, as we speak, tumemaliza wa kwanza. Sasa sahizi ile imebaki, hii paka amebaki, nani atawekelea sisi kengele? Tunataka paka aweke kengele. Ametumaliza sisi kama panya. Over to you, Bonnie.
Bonnie, can I say something?
Yes, please.
Yes. I was talking to someone, and I was telling this person, just like I want to advise our good president, whom I have supported so much, that Rigathi Gachagua is in a very unique position. And William Ruto must work very hard and pray his God that this impeachment go through, even in the judiciary. But if he fails to impeach Gachagua now, Gachagua will be a huge monster which will come to destroy the leadership of William Ruto completely. Why am I saying so? It is because Gachagua is in a very unique position. Many people don't know, and I want you to do your research and do your observation. And I want you to get us maybe a picture of Daniel Arap Moi and the picture of Gachagua here. Gachagua was brought up a Kikuyu because he was brought up by a Kikuyu father and a Mero mother. But it is said that the real father, biological father, is the former president, Daniel Arap Moi. That is why when you go to the Kalenjin people say, huyu ni wetu. And I think that is one of the reasons why William Ruto is so much afraid of this guy. From the time Gachagua became the deputy president, Gideon Moi has never criticized the government of William Ruto again. Because this is a brother who is in government. So, Gachagua, and I have been trying to observe, even yesterday when he was making his submission, I thought it was Moi who was talking. Maybe Kenyans, I don't know, but that's how I see it. And I have had that hypothesis from so many people that the real biological father of Rigathi Gachagua, the biological father is the former president Daniel Arap Moi. So Gachagua is encouraging by the fact that the father is the former president. And also Gachagua is a Kikuyu by the fact that he was brought up by a Kikuyu father in central Kenya in the Kikuyu land. And then the other advantage is that the mother is a Meru. And that is why immediately after becoming the deputy president, the first thing he did, it was to go to his motherland in Meru, bought a land, and build a house there. And those are some of the factors that are making some politicians very uncomfortable. That this person is having a support of the Kikuyus because they are the ones who brought him up. He's having a support of Meru, who also Merus are also Kikuyu. And also this Gachagua is having the support of Kalenjin because the real father, the biological father, though he never brought him up, is the former president, Daniel Arap Moi. So someone was telling me, Ruto is so much afraid of this guy because every day he's gaining popularity based on how people are starting to realize who Gachagua is. That is a hypothesis that I have opened as a discussion, as a subject of discussion. Thank you.
Yes, that is Buru, and of course, he's saying that he has a very deep hypothesis about Right Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and Ruto is fearing him. Maybe things might boil. Gachagua is
Can
gaining
you get a
popularity.
picture? Can you get a picture of Daniel Arap Moi and a picture of Gachagua? Then you do the comparison.
Yeah.
Then you tell me whether what people have been saying is true or false.
Yes, I'm getting the picture of Daniel Arap Moi, but before we
Yes.
get the picture of Daniel Arap Moi, I wanted to play this clip here for
The threshold of the impeachment motion as defined in Article 145 of the Constitution can solely be based on the perception of the mover of the motion in the absence of any other evidence. I heard the mover this morning saying that all we need to do is to believe in him. I believe that cannot be the position. We need actual evidence against the deputy president. The net effect of the impeachment of this basis of allegations of criminal offenses, whose evidence has not been tried and tested in court of law or by bodies mandated to investigate, would be to disqualify me from the possibility of holding public office in relation to Article 99(3) without the benefit of due process of law and exhaustion of the systems of appeal as provided in the Penal Code. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish to respond to the issues I had this morning that are outside the motion. I want to confirm that I have tremendous respect for Kenyan women, and I have never disrespected them. What has happened is that as politicians, there is always propaganda to undermine somebody. I call upon anybody with evidence that I've ever disrespected that person to come out and provide that evidence. I heard my very great friend, the Honorable Faith Gitau, say that I disrespect women. Many times I've been to Nyandarua. I've referred to Honorable Faith Gitau as Ngatha. Ngatha is a Kikuyu name for a woman of great respect. That I have done countless times is on video. Finally, the Honorable Bose Sholei, I heard what you said in Eldoret. I heard this morning that you said I should be charged with treason. But my sister, me, I'm a grateful man. I remember, and I'll never forget, during the last administration when I was arrested on fabricated charges for standing with the President William Ruto against the wish of the government at that time, Gladys Bosholai came and sat with me at DCI headquarters, brought me tea, brought me lunch, sat with me, comforted me. At court, she coordinated the collection of 12.5 billion shillings as my cash bail. She came to see me in Gigiri for 4 days and had very kind words for me. Despite what you have said, my sister, I do remember that one good thing that you did for me, and I'll love you and cherish you for the rest of my life. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I want to appeal to this Honorable House to consider the allegations against me by the mover of the motion, weigh it against the attached evidence, weigh it against my defense and the attachments and the videos that I've played in this house. And exercise your mind and exercise your discretion. Search your conscience and decide if Rigathi Gachagua is guilty of any of those allegations or is undergoing a political process. If you are so persuaded and you search your conscience without any intimidation or coercion or inducement, and you think is the right thing to do, please go ahead and do so. If you search your conscience and listen to the issues that have been adduced here, and you find that there are no grounds to impeach the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, please make the right decision. But as you do so, many members who are in this house remember
That is Gachagua. And of course, Buru had requested for a picture of former president.
We want to
I
make
think
the
whether it will
comparison.
be.
Is this not Gachagua? Huh? So I want Kenyans to see the reason why Gachagua is having a problem. One of the reasons is that he is gaining popularity among the Kalenjin community because they have started to know, oh, this is one of us. And you see, he had already started penetrating. And every time he goes there, as he said, they always give him cows. And today he has so many cows, he has become the greatest dairy farmer because he has gotten so many cows from the community, from the Kalenjin community. Why do you think they give him cows? It's because he is one of them. And the elders have started telling them, you know, this is a son of the former president. Then on the other side, in the Kikuyu community, the people of Central Kenya recognize him as one of them because he was brought by a Kikuyu father, Gachagua. And because he was brought up amongst them. And then when he goes on the other side of the Meru community and the Raka, they recognized Gachagua as one of them because he was born by a Meru mother. Even if it were you, Bonnie, wouldn't you have felt uncomfortable with someone who is gaining popularity every day? That is what the president don't want to happen. On the other side, think of someone like Ishongwa. Ishongwa is hoping that if they sideline or if they impeach Gachagua, he's going to become a very great man because they will have an opportunity of doing whatever they want to do without being questioned by anyone. You can see the kind of a person they want to give us. They want to remove Gachagua and give us Kidiki, a very quiet guy, a yes, kind of a deputy president. So that the cases like now, Gachagua was among the first people to say no. This airport thing with Adani is not transparent. Ruto don't want such kind of a person. He wants a deputy president who will be saying yes to anything, even if it is evil. And that is why I'm telling Kenya, those who are fighting Gachagua and following what the politicians are saying, you are doing yourself a disservice. Because Gachagua is our eyes. He is very open, very truthful. And that is why these politicians are so uncomfortable with him. I want to remind you what happened with Pierre Lumumba when he was appointed to the position of the anti-corruption. All the MPs started fighting him. Why? Because Pierre Lumumba is very open and he is not corrupt. And that is exactly what is happening to Rigathi Gachagua. People don't want someone who is truthful. People don't want someone who is forthright. People want, especially the members of parliament, someone who will not speak, who will not Kenyans what is happening in darkness. Our parliament today is very corrupt. For those people to pass any motion, to pass any bill, they receive millions of money. But they don't want someone who will tell them, oh guys, this is not what is supposed to happen. For tenders to be passed in our republic, people pay a lot of money in the form of kickback. Is that what is supposed to happen? So, Kenyans, we have listened to the allegations tabled by the members of parliament. We have also listened to the submission in defense of Rigathi Gachagua. Surely, we should be fair enough to tell Ruto and his team, we are not satisfied with what you are telling us. What we want to hear is that you are not selling the pot, because even the tendering process was not open. What we want to hear is that you promised Kenyans that you are not going to kill them. We want to hear you, Mr. President, coming out again and telling Kenyans, I am sorry because I promised that there will be no extrajudicial killing, but I have killed your children. I have killed Kenyans. We want to hear that, because that is exactly what has happened. Imagine people being dumped in the dams, and up to now, have we gotten the information? Yet Ruto promised that the things that were happening in the previous government will not happen in his government. But the things that have happened within 2 years are more worse than the things that happened in the regime of Uhuru for 10 years. We want answers to those things. We should not pretend that everything is okay when everything is not okay. And we don't want you to impeach the deputy president because of disagreeing with you, because of the things that are benefiting Kenyans. You told us that the kind of evictions, the inhuman evictions that were happening during Uhuru's time will never happen in your regime. But you have done the same and even worse. So our president is just a liar. He is saying through deception. But the deputy has always been consistent. One of the allegations is about the illicit brew. I don't know, he is interfering with the devolution by his fight on alcoholism. Surely, those are things that we should not even be discussing about. We know what the illegal alcohol has done to our young people. And all Kenyans should start with this man because of the legacy of transforming our people, our young people, by these drugs and alcohol. But when I see people being quiet, I say, I don't know what is wrong. When we have such a good person, we should give him support. Someone who is standing with the young people and saying, oh, the Gen Zs are right. Because all what we need to do is to listen to them, because they are our children. And we are the parents. When they have grievances, we should listen to them instead of killing them, instead of destroying them. We should motivate them to continue speaking to us when they are uncomfortable with what we are doing. But what is happening? Because of the deputy president standing with the people, he is being persecuted. Who should defend him? It is the same people that he was defending. So even if the system fails, our judicial system, if it fails, we as Kenyans should not fail to speak the truth. Thank you, Bonnie.
Hey, that is Buru, and that is wonderful submission. And before I welcome Ashley, I want to read some of the comments here. And someone is saying that, Awesome saying that my brother Jeff, Kalenjins have always been very dangerous, even with the colonies. That does not make them weak.
Unajua shida ni
And also
internet
saying
ya
that
nje
Gibbs
sina.
Ekona is saying that
Sasa
Ruto
kupata
has
hiyo
made
map,
Gachagua.
hakuna vile nitafuata map. Hata nikifika hapo kutuma doa haitatumika.
Hey, can you
Na
meet?
unajua hii doa kutumia wifi ni shida.
Hey.
I think I've muted him. Someone is saying that Ruto has made Gachagua age badly because of stress. Gachagua, you have a bright future. Leave the politics and do business. You will leave a legacy for Kenyans and your family. There is I was someone also saying that Gachagua really looks like the dad. That is Gibbs Ekona, and that is the comparison whereby some of the people and Buru here is saying that Gachagua looks he resembles like the former late president, that is the late former president of the Republic of Kenya, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. And one of the best, I call her one of the best political analysts, Ashley. Whenever I listen to Ashley speaking, then I always take things keenly. Welcome to Africa 24, Ashley. For a long time, I have not heard you. And of course, you give us your submission on the impeachment motion. If you were one of the members of parliament in those constituencies representing people in the parliament today, would you have voted for Gachagua to go home? And if yes or no, and why?
Can you give me just a table?
Hold on just a second, okay?
Ashley, your audio is distorted.
We can't hear you, Ashley. Get a good network somewhere.
I think Ashley will be back. Ashley will be back. And of course, in the comment section there, people are so active. Gibbs Ekona, Awesome there, they are saying that Awesome is supporting Gachagua to go home. He's saying that Gachagua should try business and other things, and also he should leave politics. But one of the members of parliament today said that Makanga na dereva wanafaa waondoke. I want us to listen to what he had to say, and we weigh on it.
I said that this government is
Before Ashley comes back,
is
I
leaderless,
have
is
to
planless.
listen to her.
And Mr. Speaker is also merciless because within a very short time, the center can no longer hold. Mr. Speaker, former Senator, now Governor James Orengo, famously said in Senate that governments eat their own people. Former leader of majority of the National Assembly, Duale, was eaten by his government. Today is a CS. Former Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Kidhura Kindiki, was eaten by his government. Now he's also a CS. Former Chair of Budget of this National Assembly was eaten by his government. Today is the majority leader. I don't know. We are now eating Rigiji. Where will he end up? Mr. Speaker, I have an issue of concern, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, is a deputy leader of minority to assert that I was eaten by my own government, Honorable Speaker, whereas he knows I was never eaten by any government. I only stood firm against tyranny. I stood firm against the bullying that I experienced under that regime. The same bullying I have stood firm against a deputy president today who has been bullying members of parliament. And I have only put my chest forward to defend the rights of all these members, including the Honorable Robert Mbui, who was Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President visited Kathiani. He said to the Honorable Mbui that these Kambas are too few. They can never make a president. Kalonzo can never be anything. How can you defend a person who has disdain for Kalonzo Musyoka, a former vice president of this country? Mbui.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I love the passion and the humor in the majority leader. But Mr. Speaker, I'm also impressed by the energy that I've seen in this house, the vigor, the passion from morning. I mean, it is the first bill, or rather it's the first motion where this house has gone up to public participation in the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I only wish that the energy that we are expending here to send a question to all Kenyans about one individual was being used to fight the issues that are failing us in our education, in our health sector. People here, the cost of living has gone too high. People have no jobs. Mr. Speaker, those are the things that this House should passionately deal with. But Mr. Speaker, for a whole day, and from, I don't know, even the last week or 2 weeks, to deal with one matter, Mr. Speaker, I think that we are losing direction. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we deal with the things that are affecting our people. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the education sector, I talked about it here the other day. We don't even have classes for grade 9 going into JSS. Mr. Speaker, the funding model for university has failed. Mr. Speaker, the insurance sector, NHIF, is having a problem, Mr. Speaker. How then do we spend taxpayers' money and time to come and deal with a matter of one single individual, Mr. Speaker? Now we are told that this person, Mr. Speaker, is a tribalist. But Mr. Speaker, those comments that he made, yesterday he made it very clear. And I was shocked. I was very shocked, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, to realize that in fact Kenya Kwanza was actually a company that is limited by shares and that people negotiated shares for themselves. The mover of the motion is a member of MCCP. MCCP negotiated shares for Lower Eastern. Mr. Speaker, because we had 2 cabinet secretaries in this government. Now, Mr. Speaker, we only have 1. And I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words. The deputy president may have said that he is a shareholder and there are issues about his community, but if you look at the appointments that are being made in Kenya, then you will realize that the person of the president himself is the one who is the biggest tribalist, Mr. Speaker, because he's appointing people from his own community for every position. Mr. Speaker, if we have to find a situation where a school has failed, you do not fire the deputy principal. You get rid of the principal. Our problem is not the deputy. It is the head himself. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Farah.
Mr. Speaker, I was standing. Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Robert Mbui, you are normally more decent than that.
This is a house of... Mr. Speaker, protect me. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is this. This is a house of rules. This is a law-making body. This is the place where our constitution itself was passed. You cannot bring...
reason. For me, I didn't see any reason for.
Yes, that is Robert Bui, and he's saying that the worst person we have in this country is the president himself, and we cannot just take away the deputy and we leave the president there. Saying that the president should be the leading person whom we should be impeaching. Captain, what is your take about Robert Bui's statement?
Even now, when we are in this platform like now, the body language even of some of you speaks for itself that you fear to speak the truth. You fear to tell William Ruto that you are the problem in this country, not the other leaders, because the other leaders are emulating it from you as a president. Robert Mbui himself is a reader of things fall apart. And things have fallen apart in this government. The mere anarchy and the center can never hold it anymore. We cannot hold it anymore. We are so tired. And it's good because we have been given a leeway that deputy is going. Now, as I said before, that huyu paka hii inatumalizia panya, lazima tutafute njia ya kumfungia kengele. Kengele lazima. Hakuna njia nyingine, kengele lazima. I told you, Bonnie, don't strain your eyes on reading some other comments that are not necessary. There are some comments that you know that are very important to us. We know them. We know them. Even for me, I concentrate on those comments that I know that can take Kenya to another level. But ile comments za kukuja hapa na wifu kwa sababu umeambia mtu ukweli, don't concentrate on that. You see, he's giving Robert Mbui humor by telling ati aliandarate Kalonzo Musyoka, sijui akamwambia nini. That's humor. They are the same people who they say Kalonzo Musyoka haendi mahali. I'm answering to as far as the majority leader concerned. You see? So, Robert Mbui is right. The problem in Kenya, we know who is the problem. When Raila was campaigning, alikuwa ametuahidi 6,000. Now they are in government. Raila angeleta ile knowledge ya 6,000 wacombine na William Ruto, kama ametoa hasla Raila atupe yake hiyo 6,000, hata akate ikuwe 3,000, tuongeze na ya hasla tupate ka kitu kidogo. That is now when we can agree. Lakini ulikuja kudanganya watu wetu ati pesa mfukoni, sijui mara nini. Hiyo pesa iko wapi? I wish wange base na ile kitu ya public participation vile ilikuwa. Na hata nyumbani huko kwetu sisi penye mimi na William tunatoka, William Ruto that is. William ndiye angeenda na mnyama wake. Kama Rigijini mnyama wangeenda naye. Kwa sababu yeye ndiye atatuletea tumjui. Lakini sasa hatukuambiwa public participation, the results we don't know. Now they have gone to parliament, they have done their deep state thing. Now they are going to Senate to finalize. Tutatembea tu, hakuna shida. Lakini 2027, sijui from this platform, we will have learned something, ama tutavote the same way we voted the other time. We still have a long way to go. And we have to call ourselves a meeting and discuss it more than this. Bonnie, over to you.
Captain is saying that we have a long way to go and we have a lot of things so that we can discuss. How I really wish that Ashley will be back so that she can give us sentiments about the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. But we hope that she will be back. She's listening from the background. This is Mwengi Mutuse who was speaking, and he's the one who has been really supporting the impeachment of Gachagua. But whenever I've been following the conversation in the X account, then a lot of people have been criticizing Kikwezi West.
You said who was speaking?
At a cost of 250 million from the estate of his own brother. Mr. Speaker.
The MP was tabling the motion. The name is
Mwengi Mutuse.
Mwengi Mutuse. How many times MP? Because he looks like experienced.
He is now serving in second term.
Ile kitu alipewa mzee, aliweka mpaka Roiko. Aliongezewa mpaka Roiko.
At a cost of 250 million from the estate of his own brother. Mr. Speaker, you were told also that Vipingo Ridge Hotel is a property within the estate of the late brother to the Deputy President. But I have exhibited in my bundle of documents, CR12. CR12 is a document that shows the company directors, showing the children of the Deputy President as directors of Vipingo Hotels. The children of the Deputy President are not listed in the will as executors of his estate. So one would wonder, because they are not listed as executors of the estate of Rigathi Gachagua, then where do they come in terms of owning the Vipingo company? It can only be by way of purchase, it can only be by way of money laundering. Mr. Speaker, one other reason why I have provided the 20-something companies and the properties is also to demonstrate character. Some of these companies have not transacted. It is my prosecution theory that these are special purpose vehicles for purposes of money laundering and for purposes of preparation for money laundering. And therefore, one would wonder why the Deputy President would have so many companies that are not active, except for the reason of waiting for a prime day for them to launder resources from government. Mr. Speaker, I have also listed many companies and suspicious transactions where companies were being paid as much as 100 million from the office of the Deputy President. They are paid in the morning, and at noon, they are withdrawing the money in cash. You are aware that under our regulations, you cannot withdraw more than 1 million shillings from the bank. But I have listed in schedules where in a singular day, as many as 10 transactions, cash transactions, were being done from monies that had been paid from the office of the Deputy President. These are serious reasons to believe that the monies were being withdrawn for suspicious reasons. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have discharged my burden of proof, and this ground is proof.
Hey.
Yeah, well, Bonnie, listen to me. It is because of fear, nothing else that is happening in Kenya. It is because of fear. These things that are happening now, Rigathi, we don't know the owner of the lands or we know the owner of the lands in Kwale. Mtu anafuga ng'ombe pale. Galana Gulalo iliisha, haiku produce mahindi. Lakini baadaye ilikuwa inataka kupatiwana privately mtu apande mahindi yake. And of which I know there is something about Kulana Gulalo. And nobody else, we know who is the person. The price of maize now in Kenya is reducing to 2,500, which has already reduced because some of us in our places, the maize are now being harvested. It's the harvesting season right now. But there is maize coming from Congo. We know the owner of those maize is. You see. So it is only that because the other time we feared to impeach this guy when he was the deputy president of Uhuru, until even Mutua himself alijaribu kulilia salamu, lakini ni kama akakuja akaingia box fulani hivi, saa hii ni CS huko kwake. So sasa kwa sababu saa hizi maybe they know Rigathi, it's like he's just like a walk in a park. They don't fear him. All these things are happening. How many times they have been claimed, the people of Kenya are claiming Western Hotel? So many times. And the story is just people are murmuring like that. Dolphin Hotel in Mombasa. I don't know exactly what's happening on it. Under construction each and every day. And no, just none of our business. The business is we discuss what is there. So many hotels there in Mombasa being owned by one person. Almost half of Kenya now is almost to be owned by one person. Spilling the beans in 2027 is what only made Gachagua to be impeached. Because, 2027 might be joining with either Kalonzo Musyoka or Raila Odinga, and he will spill the beans. Na kila kitu itaharibika. Wamemwonyesha mlango mapema. Hizo zote inajulikana. Watu wanaelewa. Na hizo zote siasa zote zikipangwa penye wanapangia, hakuna watu kama ni 50, hauwezi niambia hawa watu wote 50 vichwa vyao ni mbaya, hakuna hata mmoja anaenda kuambia familia yake. Familia yake anaambia mwingine. And that is the source of information on how these things are happening. By 2027, things will take another shape. Things will take another shape. We have had some impeachments of presidents, like the other day, Moi walijaribu overthrow Moi. Hii ya Ruto juzi Gen Z ati wanakuja kutuambia ati sijui Gen Z walikuwa wanajaribu overthrow serikali ya Ruto wakitumia sijui Rigathi alikuwa na support sijui nini. Those are nonsense. Evidence gani inaonyesha alikuwa na support Gen Z? Kama tunakuja kuandikiwa tu comments hapa ati sijui alisupport Gen Z. Alisupport Gen Z, kuja utuambie hapa. If you have a video, provide to the panelists. They watch it. Wakati shamba ya Uhuru ilifamiwa pale Northlands, mpaka saa hizi we don't know who sponsored those people. Surely when we speak the truth, we don't know. We are just here as Kenyans, na hii kale ka ujuaji yetu tunasikia. Ati sijui ni Kimani Ichung'wah, sijui ni nani. We cannot agree on that. Bring the evidence. Sile allegations zote karibu sijui 10 na ngapi. Huyo Mutuse, umesema anaitwa Mutuse?
Mwengi Mutuse.
Alipeana pale bunge. Hakuna hata moja Rigiji alipatiwa time ajieleze na wakasikiza wakaona hapa yenyewe hii hapana, hii sawa, hii ndio, hii ama nini, hii tunaenda kuichunguza kabla ya impeachment, hii tunaenda kufanya, unaona. Maybe anyway it was not a court something, but angepatiwa hata time apatiwe. You have been accused, na katiba ya Kenya inasema vizuri sana, the accused person should be provided with his or her own allegations, ndio apate njia ya kujitetea, unaona, ama apatie the legal counsel yake, ambiane nimestakiwa kwa sababu ya hii na hii na hii na hii na hii. Lawyer wake atakuwa na hiyo knowledge, akupatiwa. Tunaona tu pale bunge, sijui akaambia nini kotini, sijui akaambia nini NIS, sijui hiyo mali yote within 2 years alitoa wapi? Na kwani Ruto amekuwa akikula mshahara peke yake? Mpaka ndege ilikuwa ndege ya milioni ngapi ile ya Qatar? Alienda naye mpaka Amerika ati alipatiwa na rafiki yake. Mbona wewe Kimanzi usiwezi nipatie yako? Sinipe hata wewe ndege yako wakati mimi nataka kukuja kwenda penye nataka kwenda. Hata si ndege, boda yako.
Mimi hata sina baiskeli bwana. Gibbs Icon ataninulia.
Hiyo boda yako patia mimi as a friend. I traveled with it mpaka Eldoret huko. I bring back to you. I'll tell my people was given by my friend. So sio mambo ya kukuja kutudanganya, misusing taxpayers money in the name of friends and all whatever. Unafanya urafiki na wao ndio upate deal ya kupatiwa vile utaleta mafuta na kukuja Mombasa. You know all those things. Na Rigiji akiitisha kitu yake kidogo hata yeye apate, mnasema he's so demanding, he's so what? Mara anataka 8 billion. Nani? Who doesn't want money? From even where I sit, some of us we are here where we are because of money. Jeff alikuwa penye alikuwa huko US, we are pesa, tunatafuta pesa sisi wote. Nini ingine tunangoja kwa hii dunia kama sio kukufa na kutafuta pesa? We need to be serious bana.
Captain, he says that we need to be serious, and of course this is after what we have heard from Robert Boy, that is MP for Gibwezi West, and he's saying that he has the right evidence for the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. And also we have also heard one of the members of parliament saying that the president is the biggest tribal person and he should be the leading to go home. So here I want just to get the views from Buru. Buru, do you really agree that we should allow Gachagua and Ruto to go, all of them, and that will lead us to by-elections?
I wish that can be possible. Unfortunately, the motion that we have is not for both of them. It is for impeaching the deputy president. So is a discussion that I cannot engage myself.
Sorry, Mburu, just a minute. Bonnie, I think now we have exhausted this motion, and you are allowed to change even the topic, maybe just by touching on it, because we've been in this topic since.
No, let me finish.
Yeah, it's okay, Mburu, you can continue.
Yes, what I wanted to say is that I wish it is possible to impeach both of them. But you know, if the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua goes on to conclusion and he is impeached by Parliament, impeached by Senate, and the judiciary seals the findings of both the houses, it means that he cannot vie in any public position. So it is going to put the deputy president in a very awkward position, just like Waitito and Sonko. And that is exactly what William Ruto is trying to do to Gachagua. If that impeachment goes through to the end and Gachagua is impeached, he cannot contest again as a deputy president. He cannot contest again as a president, which is very unfortunate. And this position of deputy president or vice president in Kenya is like a caste position, because Kenyatta had a problem with Jaramogi. Moi had a problem with Saitoti. He was firing him and hiring him anytime he wanted. Uhuru had the only person who had no problem or who was not feeling intimidated by the deputy was Kibaki, because he was very mature and very composed. He was not feeling threatened by the deputy. He worked very well with Wamarwa, he worked very well with Mudi Awori, and worked very well with Kalonzo Musyoka without feeling intimidated by the second in command. Uhuru failed the test, and he felt intimidated by Ruto, and he also mishandled his deputy. The person I was thinking is intelligent enough, because I never thought Ruto is suffering or can be suffering from what we call the feeling intimidated by the deputy. I thought Ruto is someone who believes in himself, someone who doesn't have the inferiority complex, and I thought he was going to win that battle of fighting with the deputy, but he has also failed, which is very unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. So what they are doing to Rigathi Gachagua, if it succeeds, Rigathi Gachagua will never vie in any political or public position. That is what is in the Constitution, unless it is overturned by the judiciary. So it's a very serious thing. However, I want to believe that Gachagua is going to survive. But even if it doesn't survive, I don't see how Ruto is or will succeed in 2027. Ruto is likely to become a one-term president, because I also don't see Raila Odinga supporting Ruto in 2027. So he might think he is very safe, and Marara advised him very well. The journey you have embarked in of thinking you are impeaching your deputy president might be a journey to impeach yourself. So I don't know who are the advisors of the president, but you have impeached your most royal person. And I don't think Kimani Ichung'wah can be royal more than Rigathi Gachagua. All those people who are fighting Rigathi Gachagua are people who are more ambitious. And they think by impeaching Gachagua, whose star seems to be shining, they think that they are likely to occupy his position. Those are the hyenas who wait for the head to fall so that they may feast on. So the only person who was honest to the president was Rigathi Gachagua. But now the president, through misguidance and misinformation, because I know even some of the things Gachagua was saying were distorted and reported to the president in a very negative way. But I know Gachagua as a very honest person. When he tells you this is, I think this is wrong, it must be wrong. This is someone who has worked with Moi in a very low position, with very great level of loyalty. So Gachagua is someone who can be subordinated. Gachagua is someone who can be humble to his boss. But the people who are advising the president might think that they are helping him. But the same people will be used to make him lose his position as the president of Kenya. So it's very unfortunate. For me, I say it's a very sad day because the members of parliament have persecuted a very, very innocent man. And nobody was able to give evidence beyond reasonable doubt that Gachagua has committed any offense that can be termed as gross misconduct. It's just some funny things they were throwing there, things that don't affect the common mwananchi in whichever way. And I don't think that's why we voted for them. They are wasting our money. They are wasting time for the country just to chase someone who has not committed any serious offense. That is my, I think, my final submission on this topic. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Buru. Kijana ya town, welcome. And give us your remarks about DP's impeachment.
Asante sana. I'm so happy to be here today and mumepotea sana. We need these forums tupige siasa.
Huyu ndio kijana ya town.
Sasa I'm very happy. Personally, I am so excited because what we prophesied with Uhuru is coming to pass. We said here there is a problem with this government, but people thought we were joking. As a people who can see far, as prophets, we knew this will happen at a particular time. So I am not. Let me tell you, I don't love Gachagua. I think he spoke too much. He broke so many bridges. But in politics, we say the enemy of your enemy is your friend. And therefore, we are so happy that he is helping us bring down this government. And for now, we are going to support him technically to make sure that he exposes the lot in this government, because this government is thinking to the heavens. I think everybody knows that it's a corrupt government. The 2 years has been years of kutenga, kupanga, kuweka mikakati na mambo zingine nyingi ambazo hazina maana. Kwa hivyo I support what MPs did today. I think it is important to exercise their constitutional right, but I don't think they are going to go far. I am very convinced that this impeachment will be stuck in the Senate, and if it succeeds in Senate, then it will be struck away by the judiciary, because judiciary normally, we know, they will take about 6 months to determine, and if they determine positively and agree with the parliament, then they are we are going to have an what we call an appeal, which will take another 6 months, and then after 6 months, we go to the Supreme, which now we get to 2027. So all in all, we people who are in Azimio are happy that the Tower of Babel is coming down. We knew these people are not good people. They are corrupt. They are thugs. And we are just waiting for them to destroy each other. I will not be surprised if they kill each other before December. So we are happy as a Azimio fraternity, and Azimio is helping them to destroy them. So hata wakati naona ODM supporting them, we know ni vile tu unaweza ona neighbor yako bibi yake na bwanake wapendani, lakini unatamani bibi yake ambayo sasa ni Kenya, una make sure that wanatengana kabisa ili ukaweza kufanikiwa kukuwa na hiyo bibi yake. So wacha wakarangane mpaka tuone pahali watafikishana, and for now let us support Gachagua technically, so that he exposes a lie and the fakeness of the head of a snake, which is William Samoei Ruto. So kwa hawa machache, acha nisikize maoni.
General Tony is saying that he 100% supports the impeachment motion of Gachagua. And also, he is saying that it is high time now we support the DP so that he can spill the bean, so that he can tell us the secret of who is William Samoei Ruto and what he has been doing for the last 2 years. He has been into the government. So we're waiting to see what Gachagua is going to tell us about the impeachment motion of Gachagua. The president has not responded. He is still quiet. Actually, you have joined us, and of course, if you are able to talk to us, then you can give us your submission about the DP's impeachment motion.
Thank you. I'm sorry I joined earlier, but my net was misbehaving. I hope it's better now. How are you doing?
We are good. We can hear you.
Welcome back, Mburu.
Thank you.
So, Gachagua was impeached, and I don't want to give a commentary because that is spilled water, milk, or water under the bridge. My question is, what way forward? We want to remove all bad leaders, but I think it is discriminatory to pick on who of the bad leaders who face the axe. You know, in America, we have this movement saying Black Lives Matter. The reason it says that is because it's more likely a Black criminal faces a harsher punishment than their white counterparts. When we say Black Lives Matter, it doesn't mean that we do not want the criminal to face prosecution. What we are asking is that all criminals be treated the same under the law, that they face the punishment not based on their skin color, but based on the crime they have committed. And that's what I have a problem with the conviction today. Because if we were to convict at this time, Ruto has a lot more crimes that he has committed. And I would want to ask the members of parliament what criteria they used in not bringing him a motion to impeach Ruto and brought one on Gachagua. They went to the ground, and the ground that chose Ruto, people say most of those no's were from Mount Kenya and a few from Rift Valley. But if you think about it, it is because of those people that they have the mandate to be in power. So those votes matter more. Of course, those people who didn't choose the government will say yes, that's a granted, and they have the right to do that. But the people who gave them the power is their base, the UDA base. And the UDA base is saying, Kufa Makanga, Kufa Dereva. So that is the message loud and clear. So by just prosecuting one, even when there is evidence that the other one is guilty or even more guilty, is discriminatory. And not only that, our MPs go not to represent themselves, but to represent our views in parliament. So yes, as a person, they may have a different opinion, but when they go to parliament, they need to represent the voice of the majority in their constituency. And when they fail to do that, they have failed to perform their job. So what do we do as citizens? Because now people are saying, let us start with Gachagua. Let me tell you, even though a motion was tabled today to impeach Ruto, Gachagua is not going to bring it up. No one is going to bring it up to be discussed. So we know they won't do it. So what do we do? Because it is wrong to prosecute one and not the other. And then with all these things that Ruto is doing, selling the airport today, he Murala just like that. He has not, the people who were the people who are in the ones who are running the public participation meeting have not been arrested because they are members of parliament. We have a disconnect. And yes, we can come here, lakini yani sisi tutakuwa watazamaji wapendwa. Our work is to commentate about what the government is doing. We are sitting back like we are visitors in Kenya. Kenya ni home, and home must be respected. And who demands that the home be respected? It is the people that live in it that need to demand respect. So if our elected leaders have failed us, we have another option. We need to be discussing how to bring it into fruition, how to bring this other option alive. We have our only hope right now is the judiciary. We need to go there directly as the sovereign and file a motion to impeach the president and dissolve parliament. We need to go back to the people for a fresh mandate. I think that is what we should be talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashley. And of course, saying that we only have hope for judiciary. John Mzalendo here, Mzalendo, and of course, before Mzalendo comes in, I was saying that actually, Gachagua has to go for all of us to be on the same table. Tribalism is a thing of the past, but I think she has highlighted on who is the biggest tribalistic person in this country. Mzalendo, welcome for our today's show, and of course, you give us your opening remarks. And what is your view about the DP's impeachment? Do you really support it? And if you were one of the members of parliament today, would you have voted for yes or no, and why?
Well, let me first say hi to Mburu, kijana ya town, Ashley, Captain, habari zenyu. Today is a historical moment in the country. We have witnessed for the first time the deputy president being voted out, being impeached in parliament. But he has a day in the Senate. Maybe the Senate can save him. But I think for Gachagua, his undoing was when he started being when he started fighting against the presidency. I don't know whether the DP position is a curse in the country, but it is something that we have witnessed before. There's just something about the DP position in Kenya that we all don't know. We might be talking out of speculation, but there is just something about that particular position that the incumbent feel that they're a big threat to their presidency. And maybe beyond what is in the constitution, there is some mandate that they have that is beyond us, or there is somebody who is just above the presidency in Kenya who calls the shots other than President William Ruto. So I have always said that before, that above Ruto there is above Ruto, there is somebody who normally calls the shots. He's the one who decides who becomes the president. He's the one who decides who is to go at this particular moment. And when your time has come, you will have to go. I remember last week with the Reverend Njoroge, we advised Gachagua that the best thing I would have done it in Parliament today is to resign. And resign, you have a day with the people. If you are a man of the people, then you will face the ballot in 2027 and prove your point. If Gachagua resigns today, I can tell you for free that the government of William Ruto will come down in 2027, because this is a man who has got a lot of secrets that are in government. But the reason why he still wants to hang on there is because immediately he loses the powers of being the vice president of the Republic of Kenya, he will be behind bars. He will be in the docks, because whatever he was analyzing and giving the Kenyan public about the will, about his earning, about his wealth, you can't really add the dots. Yes, there could be the truth. There's some truth in it, but you can't really add the dots. And was it like very, very necessary? He brought his case to the public, to the Kenyan people, to decide whether he's a truthful man or he's a liar. But now he had a date with Parliament. It is like kwa Kiswahili naweza sema ni kama Gachagua kondoo anahukumiwa na mafisi, ako katikati na yeye ndio kondoo na anahukumiwa na wale mafisi. Of course they are going to eat you up. They were going to eat him up, and he knew it. I don't know who is advising the deputy president, but he knows very well. He has tried to plead with the president to forgive him. The president has not heard him. He has tried to plead with the Kalenjin community to talk to the president. Nobody has given him a ear. They had decided that he has to go. And me personally, my problem with Gachagua is one: he did not represent that office according to the constitution. He represented the people of Mount Kenya rather than the people of Kenya. So indeed, he did carry that office with the respect that it deserved. The deputy president office is a representative of the president. So when the president is trying to unite the country, he was seen as somebody who is pulling towards tribalism. And remember, Ruto has been trying very, very hard. Although all these leaders have got their own problem, I don't say that Ruto is clean. But one thing now, you viewers at home, you have realized that even kukua kwa hii kanisa kama Kinamburu, they don't forgive each other. Yeah, they don't forgive each other. If people, both their wives are pastors, they preach the word of God. Both of them are people who go to church each and every day, but they don't know the word forgive. It is a lesson. It is a lesson that these people, whatever they preach, when you see them in church every Sunday, it's a big, big, big lie. They don't preach love. They have been preaching a lot of hatred. A lot of hatred. For Gachagua, I think by midnight tonight, he needs to resign. He needs to resign. Otherwise, he will go the same way as Sonko. He will go the same way as is called this the former governor for Kiambu, Waititu. That is the same way, and he will never ever hold any public office in Kenya. So if you wanted to remain in politics, well and good. But if he had decided that he's done with politics, then he can go all the way to the Senate and get impeached. Then he has another date with the courts, and definitely this case will go up to the Supreme Court. And when it goes to the Supreme Court, there are two things that will happen. Either the judiciary in Kenya will be independent, or it can be manipulated. Anything can happen. And tell me, you viewers at home, and those who are close to Gachagua, do you think that the judiciary in Kenya can be bribed? If the MPs, those MPs as we call them each and every day, cannot stand up one day and discuss free secondary education for you, free healthcare for you, they are busy discussing an office that is not so important to us. This is a big question that you need to ask yourself. In 2027, we need to get rid of each and everyone in that particular office, in that particular parliament, because they have failed to represent the people. They have failed to create policies that work for the people. Mention for me any MP after we have voted who has created any policy that works for you as Kenyans. Just one, and it is a very, very big shame, and a shame to the presidency, and a shame to the members of parliament, when a bill, a finance bill, each and every clause is deleted and thrown to the dustbin. Remember, the finance bill, it takes MPs to sit in those committees and discuss the budget of the country. So whatever they came up with was a bogus document, and they still sit in that office. They still sit in that office representing me and you. Representing me and you. I want you, jiwekeni mkutano kwa akili, muangalie ni kama hawa watu ni wafisadi ama ni watu wanatusaidia. If it is a matter of stealing, each and every one of them, I am for free, has stolen the CDF money. Every one of them. If you tell them that this thing is unconstitutional, we want to get it out of you, you see the way they are fighting, that we want to enshrine this thing in the constitution. The only day we will have sanity in parliament is the day we'll reduce the packs and packages that these MPs are getting to manipulate the voters. And the voters in Kenya, of course, me, the voters in Kenya, and including myself, who I vote in the country, some of us are easily manipulated. Are easily manipulated. We seem to be like a bunch of idiots. And today you look at your friend and say that, okay, Gachagua ameng'olewa, sasa tunafurahi, tunajipiga kifua. Unajipiga kifua nini? Gharama ya elimu iko juu, gharama ya matibabu iko juu, gharama ya maisha iko juu. Today, if you have 10,000 Kenyan shillings to go to a supermarket, unanunua vitu ngapi? Those are the issues that are so important to the Kenyan people. Not a deputy president, that has role yake tujui ni nini. If Gachagua decided to go to bed with the Mount Kenya people, wacha aende huko alale. In 2027, Ruto had got an opportunity to elect somebody else. But now he also has a chance to elect somebody of integrity, somebody that he thinks that they share the same vision, but they should not bring for us mediocrity. If that institution was interfering with his work, then we wouldn't have people like Inamorara pointing out at the projects that have stalled throughout the country. It begs the question, what is fundamentally important to Kenya? Is it corruption that is important to us that we need to tackle, or the DP's office who has stolen, I don't know how much? And if you had got all that evidence, the MP who had brought that motion, then I think DP would have had a date in court or with the police, would have seen him arrested because he is not above the law. So these things are very, very clear. So let us be people who are cautious with the decisions that we make. Let us be patriotic and know what the people of Kenya really want. Thank you.
Wonderful, Mzalendo. Mzalendo is saying that let's know what the people of Kenya want. And of course, he's saying that Gachagua should just focus with other things. And he did not represent the people of Kenya. Gibson in the comment section there is saying that the DP position is invisible. So you need to shoot out loud to be noticed or keep quiet, like what Raila did.
People are very insincere by saying that he doesn't represent, does Ruto represent the people? Someone in the comment section called also me saying, for all of us to be on the table, Gachagua has to go. But Gachagua is not the one who is giving out the goodies. It's Ruto. That's why I'm saying, in order for us to get a better Kenya, we need to be sincere. We come to the table, we come with sincerity and see how do we solve our problems. But as long as we come with insincerity, trying to protect wetu, uliona vile portfolio zao ziko juu. Na wewe hata even to go to the hospital, you have to come online to ask people for donations. And you're the first one coming to protect them. We need to be sincere. What I am saying, I am not defending Gachagua, for one. What I am saying, we cannot discriminate against him to bury him, like Zalendo said. Even all the rest have stolen, they have been corrupt. So we as the citizens, hakuna mtu atakuja kukusaidia. Wewe ni sisi tujiulize. I would use this discussion not to commentate, like spectators watching a football match, but tukae hapa tujiulize, what way forward? What do we do to change? Because these representatives who stand there have refused to defend us. So do we attempt to go to court? And we attempt to ask the judge to remove them for us so that we can put people there who are going to represent us. And that even when we put people there, now we have that going forward, we should have contracts that are signed, that this is what you have promised to do for the people. That if you do not do any of these, it will be a breach of contract. You will have to leave. Something signed on paper, not just spoken. And even with just spoken word, we can impeach Ruto. Where are the MPs? Why is there not a motion in parliament to impeach Ruto? Why? Because if we talk about distribution of the resources, he might not speak. He's not unwise. One of the charges we should have put on Gachagua is being unwise. You know, you can steal and tell people you're stealing. You can steal and keep quiet. Gachagua stole, or rather he was exposing what they were doing. Like when Raila was given 7 seats, he gave the remaining principals in Azimio 3. And I think that is where their disagreement came from. And he kept 4 for ODM. What was his reason for keeping 4 for ODM? He said ODM has the majority. That is shareholding. He said, no, we brought more people, so we need more seats. That is what we are talking about. What if about that person who didn't bring anyone, like Mother Karua? She wasn't going to be given anything. That is simply what the DP was telling us, what they are doing. He wasn't saying that he is doing, because, by the way, he has no power. We can argue if anything happened to Ruto, this is what he would do when he becomes president. But at this time, what he says is inconsequential because he does not have the authority, the appointing authority. He does not. So the person we need to remove is Ruto. And Ruto was told when he was choosing deputy, I hear that they wanted Kindiki. He insisted on getting Gachagua as his deputy. Did he do so knowing it would be easier to remove Gachagua because of his big mouth? So that means if there is a problem with him, if it was Donald Trump used to have a show where he would send people on a mission, and if that mission failed, one of the people who went was the leader of the group. So in this case, a conviction on Gachagua is a conviction on Ruto because he insisted on having DP Gachagua as his running mate, even when almost everybody in that team that he had asked to help him chose Kindiki. So he is the cause of this turmoil that we are currently having. So him and his deputy should go out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ashley is saying that he and his deputy, they should go out. Gives a corner in the comment section there saying that Mzalendo politics in Kenya is a business. That's the reality. And also,
Bonnie.
I remember Buru saying that this is not the Kenya that we used to know. This is another Kenya. And of course, I want to hear Buru. You have been so quiet. What do you have to say about Mzalendo and Ashley's submission?
I was just enjoying the line of thoughts from Mzalendo and Ashley, and I really appreciate. But I also want to make some rectification because Ashley said now Gachagua impeachment is water under the bridge. And I want to say Gachagua is yet to be impeached because we still have some other stages to be followed. After that, we have the Senate. Then after that, he has a chance to go to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has the power to reinstate him if they feel that there is no ground for impeachment. What happened in the parliament? There was no consideration of the allegations and the defense that he put. At least I have done a little bit of law, but I didn't see the consideration of what Gachagua put as his defense. I didn't see as if the members of parliament were considering that. They came with their mind already made that we are going to impeach this person. Maybe it's because of the high level of corruption in our leaders. They don't consider the merit and the merit of the case. Because though Mzalendo is saying the dots we are not adding, I didn't hear anyone dispute the defense of the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. But when it comes to the court of law, they will have to take time to consider each allegation and the defense and the evidence that will be put forward. But in parliament, it's a matter of just putting someone, it's like putting someone in the court of public opinion. So, but there Mzalendo gave our deputy president a very good advice that if you feel that there is a possibility your impeachment will go through in Senate and also in the judiciary, it is the high time for you to resign. Because if you don't do so, you are going to close your political door and you won't have any chance of contesting again. I don't know what you are putting for us there. Because you also I feel like you're interrupting me. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is what Ruto promised Kenya. You know, I believe, and I'm a strong believer of Christianity. I'm a Christian. And I feel so bad when I see an adult, someone in the caliber of the president, failing to keep a promise. You know, the Bible says it is better you don't promise than you promise and fail to keep that promise. The president, when he was the deputy president and campaigning to become the president of Kenya, stood on the podium, not once and not twice. Everywhere he went, he said he will never subject his deputy to what he went through under the regime of Uhuru Kenyatta. He said he will never allow anyone to harass his deputy or humiliate his deputy. That he was going to defend the position of his deputy in the way he can as the president. But what have he done today? It is totally contrary to what he promised. And that makes me think that what people were saying that Ruto is a liar, it's like kind of, I am starting to believe that I was wrong because I was believing what he said. Because I believed that Ruto, someone who is going to the altar and crying and being prayed for, and all those things, I believed he meant it. So when I saw that he is even doing worse, though Uhuru mistreated him, Uhuru never went to the extent of trying to impeach him. But what he promised is that he will never humiliate his deputy. He will never harass his deputy. And he will never allow anybody in his government to do so. But now he has done exactly and even worse than what the former president did to him. So I agree with those people who call him a liar. I agree with those people who say that Ruto is a dangerous person. He is cunning. I never saw him in that right. And therefore, I am tempted to say that Ruto is not a good person, because that is not what a good person does. I can have a disagreement with Mzalendo, but the best thing I can do is to remember that one thing that Mzalendo has ever done to me. Instead of throwing Mzalendo to the court of public opinion, I call him in the boardroom. We talk. That is what gentlemen are supposed to do. So what the president has done, it is humiliation to his deputy. And he has planned to finish him politically, completely, in such a way that Gachagua, if this impeachment goes through, will never contest again in any political position. So personally, I supported Ruto because I didn't like how Uhuru treated him. And I also didn't like some of the things that Uhuru was doing. I also supported him because of the agenda, the things he promised Kenyans. But now, he is not keen to fulfill what he told the public. Remember Ruto and his government. They wasted a lot of time fighting with the opposition, Raila Odinga and Uhuru, after they attained power. After that, there was a fight between now the government and the JDPs. I thought after the ground has calmed down, Ruto and his government was going to say, now we have a chance to do what we have not been able to do for the last 2 years. Can you believe that now, sometimes I look at Ruto and I think he's insane. Ni kama mwenda wazimu. Umepewa sasa nafasi watu wote wakinyamaza, opposition is quiet, Gen Z are quiet. The least we were expecting is for him to focus and deliver. Yeye mwenyewe amejianzishia, he has started another new fight with his deputy. And we don't know how long will this fight take. He will lose another 1 year or 2 years fighting with Rigathi Gachagua. Who is going to suffer? It is the economy. It is the common mwananchi. So there is a high possibility that 5 years of the regime of William Ruto will erupt, having done nothing. And it's very unfortunate. And he has started a battle for himself. It is only a mad person, an insane person, who can start such unnecessary war. How will the impeachment of Gachagua benefit Ruto or the public of Kenya? For me, I have tried to do the calculation. I don't see it. Muzarendo has said that we should celebrate because Parliament is seen to do its job, has executed its duty, that it has been mandated in the Constitution. But I am saying, for me, it is a sad day because it is not just performing its duty, it is sacrificing someone for no good reason. When I listen to the allegations about Gachagua being tribal, I started asking myself, how many times from the time Gachagua became the president, how many times has he talked about Mount Kenya? What people have been doing because they didn't want Gachagua to be seen as the kingpin of Mount Kenya. Every time he mentions Mount Kenya, it is amplified, and they mention it so many times. Gachagua talked about shares just once, and it was put out of proportion. It was distorted to mean what he never meant. And now the common people who don't want to think critically what he was saying, they believed the politician because they are those who felt threatened. They didn't want Gachagua to have stamina to become popular in Mount Kenya, of which he was not very popular. But he started trying to popularize himself to become the kingpin. How is that wrong? And we say that in politics is a tyranny of numbers. So Gachagua was just being a politician. And I don't think it's so any wrong. Gachagua has mentioned very few times about Mount Kenya. The people who keep repeating what he has said are the politicians who were jealous of him not to build himself politically. And most Kenyans and some Kenyans, they don't want to see it in the right perspective. They think, oh, this guy is so bad. And I don't think Gachagua is that bad. He supported Ruto. And he knew Ruto was not a Kikuyu. We had a Kikuyu candidate. He had a choice of going to Mwaure. I mean, it is good we speak the truth. Gachagua never meant anything tribal. The only thing he was trying to do is to solidify votes from his backyard. And we say charity begins at home. And the politics of Kenya, in most cases, they are basing on regions. So if you are weak from Nyeri, how can you convince other people to support you? So I don't see it. It doesn't make sense. And finally, I want to say that Gachagua is the one who is likely to bring the government of William Ruto down. William Ruto, you have underestimated Gachagua. And there are those people who are saying that the choice was Kidiki. Kidiki never had what it takes to become the deputy president. Yes, he is a professor. But you can be a professor, but you don't have the courage. Kidiki never had the courage to face the government of Uhuru Kenyatta and tell Uhuru Kenyatta, we are not going to follow you. We are going to follow William Ruto. Gachagua was the only person who could face the government and go through tribulation and go through harassment, but he could not change his mind. I don't think Kidiki is bold enough or was bold enough to do that. Number two, it is not only being a professor in academia, it was also how much are you going to contribute in as far as campaign is concerned. He never had money. This Gachagua had money. So Kidiki was qualifying on so many other things, but now what it takes to become deputy, to be influential, to bring people on the table. He never had those qualities. And that is why Ruto said, no, I think the person who can help me is the one who can give me money, is the one who can help me fight with the government of Uhuru Kenyatta. And that is how Gachagua was chosen. So he was not just appointed, he fought for it. So when I hear people dismissing Gachagua and saying, oh, Kindiki, who is Kindiki? He is a yes guy. That is the kind of a deputy that the people of Kenya want? No, we want someone who can say things the way they are. If you are wrong, even if you are my boss, I'll tell you no. I am not with you. Kindiki Gachagua has told us he is not with the president when it comes to the selling of the airport. Why? Because there is no transparency. We want to see how the tenders have been done and why do we have to do it? We hear this guy, Adani, has been given so many tenders without due process. And maybe, and that is my guess, the president is behind this guy. But even that airport might be belonging to Ruto without knowing. And that is why they feel so uncomfortable, because this deputy is obstructing them. He is likely to spill the beans. He is likely to tell Kenyans the truth. So okay, Kenyans, this impeachment might go through, but we are the ones who are going to lose. If anything, Gachagua is an elderly guy. Gachagua has his billions. So even if he is not deputy, the only thing he will not enjoy is those favors of having security, but he will continue with his life. But there is going to be a great level of opaqueness in such a way that we shall not be knowing what Ruto is doing. And I have come to realize this is not a good guy. If he can sacrifice, somebody who sacrificed so much for him, Gachagua suffered. He was jailed. He was beaten. He was humiliated. He used his money to campaign for him, and today he is being put in trash. I don't think Ruto is a good guy. That is not the kind of a person I can ever dare to trust or support at any given time. That is what I have to say. He cannot be trusted.
Buru has said that that is the downfall of William Samuel Ruto in 2027. Kijana ya town, what do you have to say about what Jeff Buru has said? Kijana town, are you there? Before Kijana town responds, then we have some of the comment section there. Awesome is saying, I think the other side of the mountain should get their first deputy president. Their cousins have taken advantage of them for so long, several presidents and vice presidents. That is awesome there in the comment section. And also Gipsa Icona there is saying that there is a saying which says that Kenyan cannot be helped political wise. We are still asleep and cannot be helped. That is Gipsa Icona there in the comment section there. They are saying that Kenya cannot be helped political wise. I think the mountain side should look for their deputy president. That is awesome there in the comment section. Captain Kip, what do you have to say about Jeff Buru sentiment about the impeachment of Gachagua? And of course, Jeff has said that this is the downfall of William Ruto for 2027 general election.
For me now, what I'm waiting for, I'm waiting to see what next. After we wake up tomorrow morning and we are told that we don't have a deputy president in Kenya, we only have the president. Which criteria are they going to use to have another deputy president? Or the president is going to run the country for the next remaining years without the deputy? And if the president has agreed for the impeachment of the deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, who will this person that will agree to work with him, knowing very well that maybe next he will also be impeached. Who is that person will agree? For me, I foresee a situation whereby president himself is now going to be the president alone. And this thing of sending deputy presidents to debates, presidential debates, and then you use that debate thing to later on that you told us during presidential debate that you owe this amount of you are rich of this capacity. Now you are 2 years and your wealth has doubled more than how many times. You use that thing to impeach other people. I think this debate should be abolished and should not be there. Because now it's like mtego, kumbe mnatuwekea mtego ambapo sasa mnasikiza maneno mnaweka kwa flash disk, baadaye mnarudi sasa kusikia si alikuwa amesema alikuwa na milioni 2, saa hii amefanya kazi miaka 2 ako na milioni 8, hii 6 hii imetoka na mshahara yake ni 200 na ni 100 ya Kenya. We lack some, I don't know, we lack some knowledge on how we can address issues, and we don't have even that knowledge of calling somebody and ask him what is the problem. Why don't we work like this? Why don't we go this way? We only have to say that we are impeaching you. Go home. So you know for Osam, he is happy of what is happening because he hails from the community where they have like 72 PSS, only one tribe, and telling us that by Rigathi Gachagua going, will all of us be on the table. Which table is that? If not discrimination and ukabila ile imejaa kwa akili ya William Ruto na hawa watu wake hawa. Hata ana aibu kutuandikia upuzi kama hizo. I like actually because he has tried to hit the same comment from this also here. In fact, I'm wasting my time reading the comments of this guy. You cannot come to an international platform like this and tell us that Gachagua must go so that we can have how? Gachagua amewanyima nini? Amewapatia nafasi zote za maps. Parastatal zote zinasawa kale. Kuna kitu mmenyimwa. Anyway, wacha nisiharibu Boni.
Captain Kipu is saying that he is really questioning what next after the impeachment of Gachagua. If we wake up tomorrow, then is the president going to work? Is the president going to run this country alone? That is the question that is I was asking here in our today's debate. Kijana Town, what do you have to say about what Captain has said and of course Jeff has said, if you're there? I think Kijana Town is still struggling with the network, but there is one of the members of parliament, Tiende Omolo, who really gave a very contradicting speech and just really raised a lot of debate in the online. People thought that he will be supporting the impeachment of both of them, but instead he said that he's supporting the impeachment of Gachagua only. But Ruto should stay.
Period. To take 90 minutes is in itself prima facie evidence that there's corruption. Mr. Speaker, on the KEMSA issue, other than their affidavit and their interference, the affidavit, the DP then admits interference. Whoever advised the DP to do that live interview could not have had his interest at heart, but has made our work much easier. Because now there are self-incriminations, confessions, and admissions that we can work with. Mr. Speaker, it is clear from yesterday's presentation that the deputy president can no longer deputize the president. The role of any deputy under the Constitution is to deputize. Mr. Speaker, I crave for just 2 more minutes. So that, Mr. Speaker, even the fact, Mr. Speaker, it is not a ground of the impeachment by Honorable Mwangi Mutuse, but it has become a clear ground from yesterday's interview that the DP is incapable of deputizing the president. And if we needed an independent ground, that is very clear. It is also clear that the DP can no longer be part of a cabinet. It is a basic rule in terms of labor law. If you cannot work with your boss, if you insubordinate your boss, if one person is to go, is the subordinate, not the boss. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to just close by addressing one issue, and it bears address. Some Kenyans, hello, Mr. Speaker, it is important to address this issue. Some Kenyans want us to divert attention from the impeachment that is before us. There's only one impeachment motion before us, and it's in respect of the deputy president. Now, some people have said, kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Now, let me explain to you. First of all, when you say kufa dereva, kufa makanga, you must remember that in that bus there are passengers. And those passengers can die if you are reckless. In this case, those passengers are Kenyans. We as parliament must navigate that issue so carefully that the passengers called Kenyans remain safe. Mr. Speaker, that is extremely important. Why? We are in a very unique position where we have a president and a deputy president, but we do not have an IBC. If anything happens right now, as we are going to, if we impeach the deputy president as we want to, as we need to, the position can be filled even without an IBC. But if there is no president and there is no deputy president, only the speaker can act for 60 days. Within those 60 days, there must be an election. We cannot currently have an election because we have no IBC. To have IBC commissioners, you need a president to nominate the board that will select them. Once the board is nominated and they propose a name, then the name must be forwarded again to us, and it's only the president who can nominate them. In other words, if you say kufa dereva, kufa makanga, you want absolute turmoil for all the Kenyans to die in that accident. That would be a very reckless act. Mr. Speaker.
That is Honorable Otiende Amolo, and of course he's saying that we cannot just say kufa dereva, kufa makanga. We have to care for the people of Kenya. And I want to hear the submission of Ashley. Ashley, you have listened to what Otiende Amolo said about kufa dereva, kufa makanga. What is your take about what the MP has said? Do you agree with what he has said?
I think, yes, I think what he's trying to say should worry Ruto, because it seems like he'll be the next one on the chopping block. With the ODM, you never know. I wish they put a DP who is from there. He goes and gives them that slot, because they will turn their daggers on him. So I wish he makes the mistake and take that seat and give it to the one of Raila's experts. They are going to dissect him next. They have enough fodder for that. They have enough evidence right now. And indirectly, if you read between the lines, Otiende was saying that we have to do one at a time. But I wish us guys here, instead of being spectators in our own country and sitting here and talking about these leaders, why don't we talk about ourselves? Ourselves, what benefits us without portfolios, so that we and our children can have the opportunity also to start building business portfolios. Why don't we limit how much time we talk what will happen to Gachagua, what will happen to Ruto, what will happen to Raila, and talk about how do we as Kenyan citizens also enjoy the milk and the honey in our country. I want us to take some time and come up with a way. How do we get these leaders out of the way before 2027? And when I hear people talking about 2027, I find them very ignorant. And the reason is this. This politics, as you have seen, is like a gold mine. These people are not going to get out of there in 2027, whatever it takes. If it takes arresting some people, if it takes assassinating some people, if it takes turning away some people at the polling stations, they are not going to get out. And once 2027 comes and goes, they will remove those terms. If even we get to 2027, we are 2 years down the road, there is no IEBC. We are still tolerating nonsense from the leaders. We are still entertaining Ruto. He killed people. We know that. Alisema mambo ni matatu. Kama watu, the last option was kwenda binguni. Na ana transport watu binguni like nobody's business. Even today, he arrested Morala for causing disturbance. Yet we see that Morala was attacked. Yet we see that the leaders, the MPs who are in charge of that function were cheering those people who are beating him. Nothing has been done to them. And we are here saying, yes, let Gachagua go. What we are doing is reinforcing him and showing him that he can continue to be bad. By the time it gets to your doorstep, it will be too late. That's all I have to say for now.
Oh, thank you so much, Ashley. Kijana town, are you there? Kijana town alipotea. Mzalendo, and of course, you tell us what is your view about Otienda Molo's speech that he has given there. Kufa dereva Kufa Makanga. He is only supporting Kufa Makanga. Dereva bado abaki.
You see, Kenyan parliament is one thing that you all know, that when an impeachment like that comes to the Kenyan parliament or to any assembly countrywide, it means money. If indeed the president sponsored the motion, then those guys are really laughing all the way to the bank. There's a lot of money that circulates in that. Nearly too, you just have to say, yeah, Mimi, I will vote for Gachagua. Then you get the money that you need. So they must have budgeted for this. So most of these MPs, and I told you, these are not people with integrity. I respected Otienda Molo years back, but when he appeared in a public gathering, very drunk and fighting people who are opposed to his views, then he lost credibility in my world of politics. So I don't really look at him as somebody I can look at his opinion or his point of view. Although he's knowledgeable, but as a leader, he's pathetic. These are the leaders who, when you go back in the village, they're building mud houses for widows and all that, not knowing that he has got the capacity to table a motion for his constituents to have cheap housing, especially the widows. So they would rather do it by themselves, and then the constituents will see them as heroes at the end of the day. So these MPs are pathetic. They are pathetic. I said, he said, Kufa dereva, Kufa Makanga. He's right. He's right by saying there's no IBC at the moment. But who is supposed to push for the constitution, for the reconstitution of IBC? Is the same legislator who is in parliament, who are supposed to push for these things. What is he telling us? He's telling you precisely that he has failed on his job. We don't have an IBC at the moment, and they can't push for it. And they know it is by design. They know what they will do. IPC will be reconstituted towards the election, and it be reconstituted favorable to the political tides at the moment, at that particular moment. We will be told these are the commissioners selected by the big political wigs. These are the people who are going to man the elections. These are the people who are going to be in charge of your fate. And they have been chosen by William Ruto's party, by Raila Odinga's party, and by extension, maybe the Wiper party. So we have a country that is running on remote. There is no kind of proper guidance for this country. Remember, we threw away the finance bill, and nobody that same parliament is not even talking about it. How is this country running without a finance bill? Have you ever asked yourself how the country is being run, and yet the finance bill for 2024 and the year 2024-2025 was thrown out? Have you asked yourself those fundamental questions? How this country is being run? We have the shift from NHIF to the now it's called what, SHIF. Those are the issues. Those are the issues. Why is it? Why is the rush? Why is it reinventation, reconstruction of institutions that were working? Why are they being dismantled and we start afresh? Yet we have Kenyans who can develop even softwares and programs that can be used by the new system. Why do you give a foreigner 1.4 billion to create for you an healthcare platform? Why? We need to ask the fundamental question. But I said, some of us supported William Ruto in the beginning. But when a politician loses direction and there's nobody to tell him, the Gen Zs came at the right time. They came and brought up the issues that people are talking about in a civilized manner, in a demonstration that showed these are our children and they are thinking much better than us. They use technology, they used a lot of information, what Morara is doing at the moment. But now, what happened to these kids? That same parliament cannot hold a session to discuss the missing young people who were killed during the demonstration. That same parliament cannot go an extra length to just stand up and say, we have got rogue officers who shot our children. Why aren't they in court? Why haven't they been arrested? It is that parliament. So they think that we rejoice with them. They can rejoice the money for now, but come 2027, it is not very far. Maybe it will not even reach 2027. This boil is boiling. Now, William Ruto, what he has done today, and the parliamentarians allied to him, he has created more war fronts. Now he has to fight another war in Mount Kenya. But I thought with all his wisdom that this was a political gimmick, but I lost it at some point. If William Ruto can save Gachagua in the Senate, that will be a political statement to the people of Kenya and to the people of Central Province. He comes back in Central Province as a hero of the people. So that is the card that if he plays it in the Senate, then I can assure you that William Ruto, the people of Central Province, including Mburu, who is right here condemning William Ruto, will come the next day praising him that he has done the right thing and forget about what he has done. So he has got that still one card, because politically losing the voting bloc of Central Province is not an easy task unless you've got a formula of where you are going to replace that voting block. So all the formations and formula and calculations I've done in my head, any sane politician cannot dare lose that voting block. And if that particular voting block unites with the Kamba community and the rest of Kenyans, then the elections are going to be very, very steep. And remember, we have got other presidential candidates, people like Namarara. They are coming out very, very steadily and fast. So you never know. Things might shift very, very fast because Kenyans are tired of the political discourse happening in the country. People need service delivery. People need somebody to solve the corruption issues that are affecting the country. People don't need rhetorics. The president is very, very fluent. Is a good talker, but what I've seen is not a good manager. He's a hands-on in almost everything. I can see his hands on Gachagua's impeachment. I can see him not allowing his ministers to be independent, the CSs. So he is a hands-on. He wants to know each and everything that is happening. Is it a good thing? No, it is not a good thing. It means that one, your people cannot work independently for the people you have trusted with those positions. And secondly, you only trust yourself to deliver for the people of Kenya. Kenya is a community. The people that we employ in those independent institutions, they have to work independently. The people you bring on board as your allies, they have to work for the people of Kenya. The police force, and this is for the police force in Kenya, you are a service. You are a service. Don't be used by the political class. What happened to Morara at Bomas is pathetic. That should not happen in a civil society where we have rule and law. This young gentleman is so unarmed. I don't even know whether he carries even a penknife. He's only armed with his mouth, and yet is such a big threat to this establishment because he's speaking the truth. So if you cannot handle the truth, creating propaganda about Morara. I saw somebody coming out with a car, a Subaru, showing guns that, this is the gun we are going to use to eliminate Morara. Now, my friend, this guy is still out there scot-free. The police have not done anything, and they don't care. They don't care, and this is the social media. And you want to tell me we don't have technology to know where that video came from? Yeah? Hata kama ni kujanganya wajinga. Yeah? Somebody comes out and says, incriminates himself and say, I'm going to kill this man, and this is the gun that I'm going to use, and this is the car. Kila kitu iko tayari, everything is ready. And he's out there free. The next minute, we are seeing Morara is being arrested. Thank God he has been released. But Morara was arrested, and he was being beaten, and TJ Kajwang is cheering, piga kabisa. George Aladwa, the MP for Makadara, a man who I respect so much, being my friend, says that, you are not invited. What do you mean? This is public participation at Bomas. What kind of invitations do you want in a public participation? The Ilachi, the MP wa huko sijui ni wapi Kangemi, anaambia watu piga yeye na anacheka kijana akipigwa. So huyo kijana angewawa, tuseme tu by bad luck angewawa hiyo siku ya Bomas. These guys would just be happy. Life ingekuwa tu same, watu wanaendelea tu na kazi. That is the country that we are in. This country needs sanity. I am telling you, we are in a bad place. Today in Buru, somebody will chop your neck, and that is it, and even walk with it in the streets of Nairobi. Anasema hii ndio kichwa ya Mburu, hii tumeshaua. Yeah, and nothing will happen to them. Kenya ni kama Haiti. Wacha nikwambie, Kenya ni kama Haiti na inaenda mbaya polepole. But wait, even as we speak right now, remember jeshi ilitolewa kwa barracks ikakuwa kwa street. Ni nani amekuleta mswada ya kurudisha tena hiyo jeshi back? They can still come back to the streets and deal with civilians. We are at war with each other. I am at war with Mburu. Why would I want to kill Mburu, for instance? Because of politics? We have not reached a junction where we want to develop our country. Bado hatujaweka kuweka hiyo mkutano why we want to build our country. We are still in these tribal gatherings and small groups trying to cheer your favorite politician or your favorite kingpin. Mambo ya kingpin iliisha. Sasa ni uzalendo ndio tunaangalia. Usimamia nchi yako. Say the truth, learn to say the truth, even if it is going to cost you. Today, some young people are still missing. Bado naona wabunge wamefurahi, and some of them come from their constituencies. They have never even asked a questions in parliament because their fuko is well oiled. They have gratuity. You give them free housing each and every time you elect them. They don't pay taxes. Maisha iko mzuri. They are the ones who get these contracts from Kinadani and all that. They fight for them. Mtu anapatiwa yake, they become millionaires, billionaires, and maisha iko mzuri. We were the other time, we were entertained with a bunch of, we are vetting CSS. There are some rich billionaires who are in charge of the country, of ministries in the name of CSS. We don't question where their money is coming from. They don't even table evidence whether they have been paying taxes or not. We don't even know their source of income. They don't even have industries where they have employed anybody or any Kenyan, yet they have got billions sitting in their account. Hizo mabilioni ya pesa kina Chirchir wako nayo, kina Mbadi wako nazo, kwa kina nini. Hata industry wao hawezi tengeneza. Yet we complain about unemployment.
You know, when you say that, I wondered, what time did this Ruto administrative come to learn about Gachagua and how he disinherited his brother? Did they just learn that, or did they know it? Because he didn't just die. So even when he was being nominated to be the deputy, the running mate, that information was available. So
you see, I'm sorry to interject a bit before I forget the point. You see, you remember when Gachagua was coming into to vie when Ruto had problems with Uhuru. Remember the 200 million? Do you remember a case about Gachagua? Gachagua's 200 million. Those are the cases that he has. He knows that he is not clean. He's not clean. They know where to get him. They know where to get him. So even if he resigns, the only thing that even if he resigns today, they'll still have a date with him in court.
That's why I'm saying, why did they use it as the reason that they want to impeach him? Because he has a despicable character. And the brother didn't just die in the last 2 years. He was dead even by the time they were electing him as a running mate. That is why I'm saying, on that basis alone, Ruto should also go.
Bonnie, can I make a bit of submission?
Yeah.
I want to touch on the submission of Otiende Omoro. Sometimes people confuse that everything that our learned counsel say, the lawyers, people think that is accurate. What people don't know, that lawyers, the attorneys, they speak basing on which side they lean on. My background is on human resource management. So when you talk of insubordination, I understand clearly what it's supposed to mean. And when he was saying that Gachagua cannot deputize the president because of insubordination, there are some questions which were lingering in my mind. And one of the questions is, does speaking the truth tantamount to insubordination? For instance, one of the insubordination is after the protest of the Gen Zs, where the deputy president came out and said, I don't support how our government has handled our children. Is that insubordination? Absolutely not. Evictions, when they were happening, or when they are happening, Gachagua says, no, this is not what we promised Kenya. Even if it has to happen, our citizens should be handled in humane way. Is that insubordination? When the deputy president tells Kenya, we promised that we shall not abduct our citizens whatsoever. Is that insubordination? Absolutely not. When the deputy president comes out and tells Kenyans that we said we shall not have extrajudicial killings in our government, is that insubordination? In human resource, it is not. It is not. Insubordination is defiance of authority. Insubordination is disobedience of, or when you disobey instructions from your boss. So if these MPs are telling us that there are duties that were allocated to the deputy president and he refused to attend to them, that is insubordination. But whatever else they're trying to tell us, those are just stories. Those are just allegations. If there is nowhere Ruto has sent Gachagua, and Gachagua has failed to go, if there is no duty which has been assigned to the deputy president, and he has refused to do those duties, then there is no insubordination. And I want to tell Kenyans this. Where we are heading is a situation where we shall have the greatest dictator of our time in the history of the leadership of Kenya. What I have come to realize is that from the time when the opposition joined the government, Ruto has now started planning on how he is going to become a very serious dictator. He feels he is above the law. He is above everything. He feels that he can curtail our freedom of expression. If you can tell me, what has this Marara said that warrants him to be arrested? That he interfered with the public participation. And all Kenyans know that guy just entered that place and they started hammering him. Who was supposed to be arrested? Is it not those members of parliament? Is it not those people who were throwing chairs to him? Does it mean the government was behind that battery of that young man? So this is what I want to tell Kenyans. We should not keep quiet. Because if we keep quiet, we are layering a monster. We are telling the president, you can do anything. You can silence leaders when they want to say anything good because you don't want to be told. But if every Kenyan at any corner that they are in, they can talk and speak against this evil. The other day they arrested Waitito. I had listened to the speech of Waitito. There was no incitement. He was just saying, no, Ruto, you said you are not going to do this to the deputy. Why are you doing it? The following day he was under the behind bars. So what is happening, and what I see is that this man is likely to become a more serious dictator than Daniel Arap Moi. But what are we supposed to? Is to refuse be silenced. And we say the power belongs to the people. So when he arrests one of the people, one of the citizens, everybody should tell him no, because he is not above the law. Kenya, we have been progressing from dictatorship to where people focus on good governance, to where people are focusing on result, performance. But what has been happening? Our president has wasted a lot of time up and down, fighting, instead of, like now, this is a fight he has created for himself, just for us not to ask him the things he promised, where are they? I feel ashamed because, and I know Ashley, when I'm talking, Ashley is like, you, what are you saying? You are in the front line supporting this guy. I feel ashamed because I've been having hope that maybe when our president is given time, he will start to deliver. But when I'm waiting for him to settle in office and start executing duties and start now checking how the cabinet secretaries are working, when I was waiting that, then I hear he has started another fight. It feels very bad. So he is planning to silence the leader. Anybody who tries to tell him no, like now Gachagua was telling him no, I am not together with you with Adani, I don't know, Adani deals, because they are not transparent. Now they are impeaching him on some of those allegations. He can try to silence the leaders, but Kenyans should tell him no. Sovereignty and the power belongs to the people. And I have been supporting Ruto 100%, but I feel like now he is overdoing it. I feel like even there is someone who was telling Bonnie, I saw it there. Someone was telling Bonnie to play the clip where the president was saying that he has problems with the people of Mount Kenya. I saw that clip trying to crop up many times during campaign, and I was telling people, no, we don't have to remain on the same spot. We don't have to remain the same. Ruto changed. We know we had crashes in Kenya. We know the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins used to fight. But I was the one telling people, please don't put these clips. We are ahead of time. That is the past. I was telling people a bad person can change. But it seems when I try to, because I'm a critical thinker, I had people saying, oh, this guy is not very good. And I was hoping, oh, this guy changed. And for him, he was saying, oh, some things I was doing is because I was young. Now I'm an elder. But let me tell you, Bonnie, when I see what he's trying to do right now is to bring division among the Kikuyu community. The Kikuyu is the Gema community, which is the Kikuyu, the Ameru, the Ebu, that group. By trying to divide them, it is called divide and rule, which is very, very, to me, it's very unfortunate. When we are saying, can we forget about these tribal things, let people work together? And what he don't know is that we are yet to be where we want to be. And to be where we want to be, it has to be a gradual process. But we are making progress, 10 steps, only to realize, oh, the president is taking us another 20 steps behind. Jana unakuta jamaa tena amerudi reverse, sijui steps gapi. So I feel so bad because Ruto don't know, and he is not reflecting the history of where we have come from and what Uhuru was trying to do together with him to add the animosity. Now I see him reviving the animosity, trying to revive the animosity that has been there, by even allowing some of his people, his team, to abuse someone of the caliber of the deputy president. He doesn't know what that means to the community where Gachagua comes from. But now the unfortunate bit is, unfortunate for him, is that he thinks by fighting Gachagua, the Meru community, the Ebu community, the Daraka community, the Kirinyaga, they are going to support him. What he has forgotten is this Gachagua is also a Meru. So he will also divide. He will also have a support from that side. I mean, whoever is advising the president has misadvised him. Mzalendo has said that the president still has a chance of doing something because he cannot afford to lose the bloc that supported him. Mzalendo, maybe you are saying that because you don't understand how the people of Central Kenya operate when it comes to politics. The people of Central Kenya take politics very serious. They don't joke around with it. They don't play games with it. You mess a little bit, they will not forgive you. And next time, I don't know what Ruto can do to redeem himself. He has already messed, totally messed. Because the guy he is working with, though he was not popular, the moment he became the deputy president, the people of Central Kenya know that they don't entertain to have two leaders at the same time. Everybody recognized Gachagua as the leader that even traditionally we call them Mudhamaki. That is why we see this is now the person who is in leadership. So whoever tries to defy him or not to follow him, he is likely to lose the political ground. You won't be surprised to see someone like Kimani Ichung'wah never rising again in political leadership. And I want to be quoted. I want you to keep this script, and I'll tell you after 2027 that there is a high possibility that the star of Kimani Ichung'wah, by criticizing, by condemning, by sacrificing the deputy president, there is a high possibility that he has covered his political star forever. And I don't know what he will do to redeem himself. Those people who voted from Central Kenya against Rigathi Gachagua for no good reason. If there was a good reason, maybe they would have survived. Remember, in Central Kenya, we had very popular leaders like Mother Wangari. Wangari Maathai, sorry. Wangari Maathai was very popular. She was loved by people. Her people used to vote for her, even without much campaign. But the moment she defied Kibaki, her political star came to an end. We had Mother Karua. She was loved by the Kirinyaga, the Shogo people. They used to vote for her. They used to be behind her. Even she was not campaigning much. But the moment she defied Kibaki, that was it politically. Up to date, she has been trying. She has never gotten a chance again. So some of these leaders you see fighting Gachagua, they have already committed political suicide. Okay, people might say, oh, I don't know what I'm saying, but I want you to mark those people right now. 2027, we come here and we revisit this. That is what I think. Ruto has been misadvised, that the ground is behind him, that the ground is intact, but he has already lost his political ground in Central Kenya. Yet I don't know what he can do to revive himself, because majority of the people are not with him. Thank you.
Wow, wonderful from Buru saying that Ruto has been misled by a lot of people, and this is his downfall. 2027 is going to be a tough for him. And of course, there is a clip here where the deputy president had spoken, and during the speech, that is where he said that he is following the steps of his own boss, who has been criticizing that is the former Inspector General and also the DCI boss, but no one took that move to take him to the parliament for the impeachment. So why him? So I want us to listen to what he had said. I think Hashidi and Umzalendo, they had not seen this one. So before we weigh on it, then I want them to take a look on it. I'm looking for the clip for the Hashili when Ruto said that he will not allow his deputy to go whatever he went through during his reign together with former President Uhuru Kenyatta.
I have had an argument that we should not call out those in the security sector. I would like you to play next video
where have the most incompetent Inspector General of Police, I think, in the world. The most incompetent in the whole world. His incompetence may not necessarily play out when things are working, but when things get to a head and you need some decisions to be made, I can tell you for sure, the gentleman we have as an IG cannot make any decision.
Nataka tumwambie ule mtu wa sinema mingi anaitwa nani ule mtu? Ule sijui anaitwa DCI, ule anaitwa nini? Ule mtu anaitwa Kinoti. Awache ujinga. Huyo bwana Kiboti awache ujinga. Sio kama tunaelewana. Huyo Kinoti hakuna kitu amefanya kwa hii Kenya ya kisiasa. Yeye ni mtu ya sinema. Anaendesha makesi kwa magazeti. Anatuandikia barua, sijui barua ya kilomita ngapi. Mr. Kinoti, please save your time. Stop writing to us long letters. Leave matters of elections to IEBC. You have no business in IEBC. You have failed as DCI. We don't want you to fail our elections. Tunaelewana? Huyo bwana Kinoti awache hiyo ujinga yake anaendesha pale, kwa sababu anatukasirisha. Huyo bwana Kinoti tunataka tumwambie awachane na watu wa IEBC wafanye hii uchaguzi. Alipatiwa kazi ya kufanya criminal investigation. He has never done anything. Ile kesi yote anafanya kesi kwa magazeti. Akiambiwa apeleke evidence kule kotini ameshindwa. So bwana Kinoti, wacha sinema. You have failed and wait for August so that you can.
Honorable members, that was President William Ruto as Deputy President, criticizing IG Mutiabai, DCI Kinoti. Rigathi Gachagua has learned his job from his boss, that public officers must be called to order when they fell short of expectation. And I never saw anybody bring William Ruto here for impeachment for criticizing the IG or the DCI. This is a very unfair allegation. Mr. Speaker, it is also reported by media that the IMF has already warned about impending unrest during the people's dissatisfaction with the 2023 and 24 finance bill. Many of you will recall, Mr. Speaker, after the September 11th terrorist attack in the US intelligence agencies were massively criticized, and an inquiry was even opened to investigate why their intelligence agency was not able to detect and thwart the attack. All we are saying is that our National Intelligence Service is accountable to the people of Kenya for its performance. Mr. Speaker, conniving with cartels in the tea sector to block KTDA from implementing guaranteed minimum return, Mr. Speaker, I am here to see a shred of evidence to that effect, and I have nothing to say. I have seen an allegation that we have not been able to do coffee reforms. Mr. Speaker, out of my work, coordinating coffee reforms, the Cooperative Bill 2023 and the Coffee Bill 2023 is before this House. I request this House, after these impeachment proceedings, to embark on those two bills so that the coffee farmers can realize the full benefit of the coffee reforms that we have initiated. There is another allegation that I have taken control of a local cooperative society in Madeira constituency, I don't know the name of that constituency, of that cooperative. It is false. I am here to see any evidence. I have nothing to say because there is nothing to be said. On the issue of shareholding, which I think members are interested in listening to, I listened to you this morning, and it was quite emotive. By virtue of provisions of the third schedule of the Political Parties Act, the constituent parties of the Kenya Kwanza coalition entered into various agreements, which were deposited with the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate for purposes of Article 108 of the Constitution of Kenya. The following were members: UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, PA, Farmers Party, Chama cha Kazi.
You are muted.
You are mute, boss. You are mute.
I'm saying that is DP saying that he got that from the boss. The boss is the one who was saying that we have very incompetent IG Inspector General and also the DCI boss Kinoti. But no one took that move to even bring the president to the parliament for the impeachment. Jimmy Okangi, welcome to Afrique 24. And of course, you give us your opening remarks here. And what is your view about the DP's impeachment? If you are one of the members of parliament, would you vote for yes or no? And if yes or no, why? Jimmy, are you able to hear us?
Hey, my brothers, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
loud
you.
and clear.
Oh, thank you. Mmenipata off guard hapa kidogo. But nimeingia nikapata mnaongea impeachment and the evidence that the deputy president gave, especially regarding Kinoti. Um, that he learned that from his boss. I don't know who was his legal advisor on matters of law and the reference that he used. That was actually not the best, I guess, reference he could use to justify his things that he has been doing. But just to say that if I were to vote, I would definitely would have voted a yes impeachment based on very many things that I consider dear for good governance. For example, things to do with something that he referred as the things that are better silent than not said, especially the thing to do with the national cake, that this is a company that you have shares, and he so proudly actually even mentioned that that he was okay to even say that. There are many things that the deputy president has done and is doing, and he continues to actually accept it as a truthful man. Obviously, he has proved that he's very truthful of even saying those things that are working against him when he has an impeachment on his table. So the guy is honest. Um, he is a tribalist. That's number one. And the era and the country where it's going, it's against what he has always been. Most politicians have been doing. We are going to a tribalist country, and we're trying to unite the country together, especially after having two divided elections on tribal lines. I will suggest that even the Senate impeach this guy. The question is, now we are going to have a puppet DP that is going to be singing to Ruto's tune. That's my fear. That now Ruto is going to handpick his loyalist, take him to the parliament, and that parliament is going to pass that person. And so when you actually think, you get confused that even as Rigathi Gachagua will go, we are going to get a worse vice president. That's my fear. I don't know. We will see where this goes, but that's my view, and that's what I think we are headed. We are taking ourselves to. I am a strong believer of, you know, hiyo song mnasema sijui kufa dereva kufa kufa makanga. I think that's the best thing we should do. They should actually go. If you ask me, we need a complete overhaul, and we need to inject both the VP and the president. We need to kind of
Jimmy, let me just interject. When you say inject, what do you mean? What do you really mean by inject?
Yeah. Basically, what I'm actually basically saying is that when I mean inject, ile shindano tunapiga Gachagua is the same shindano we need to dunga Ruto. I basically just mean let them go both. That's what I mean. We in our side, we believe in leaders that not only fearless, but they have integrity. Folks that and in fact, going forward, we should actually fund these politicians. You saw what Ruto did with his money, confused all hustlers, and he knew the hustlers are many, confused them with money, confused the bishops and the church with money, confused everything, even the members of parliament. They are drunk with money. And that's the biggest problem we have. How about finding, you know, we all live in villages. There are people who really don't have money, don't have the capacity to pull an election, but you know what? They have integrity and they have leadership in them. How about supporting such kind of people? Get them to power, because we got them to power without them using money. Maybe, maybe, maybe they will be obligated to actually do what we call servant leadership. That's the side that I lean on, and that's why I support this young man called Morara Kebaso. I think he stands a very good chance liberating that country, as young as he may be. But the GNCs are actually the ones who have given us a chance to even actually breathe, to even actually mobilize something in that country. And so if we believe that, then we need to be supporting folks like Kebaso, Morara. I think that's where the country is going. And I think that's the right thing to do. Let's elect people not because of the size of their pockets, but the size of their integrity and the vision that they have. I thank you for the chance. Nitaendelea kusikiza. We'll contribute again, but I thank you. A good show here. It's my first time to be here, so I'm glad that I found myself here through Nick. Asante for the invite.
Yeah. You see, we are trying to inject and make sure that the whole Republic of Kenya is singing Morara, because we don't have any alternative at this particular moment. And I invited you specifically because I know you're a man of integrity, and the person we are supporting at this monument is also a person of integrity. In fact, today we needed to condemn the arrest of Morara by the government. We need to condemn such action. This police service should serve the people of Kenya and not politicians. The people who should be arrested at this particular moment is TJ Kajwang, Ilachi, and Aladwa. For them to claim that Morara was not invited at Bomas, yet it is public participation according to the Constitution of Kenya, is annoying and pathetic. The young people of this nation, you need to rally around Morara. Those speculations and the issues being raised on the media platform that Morara is a fraud. Listen, look at the MPs. Look at what they did in Parliament. I can tell you for free, Gachagua is not an angel. He did a mistake. He's not a unifying factor for this country. But you have got a chance to prove it in 2027 that the young people of this nation, plus other generations, can change, can make a change. The people in the diaspora I'm also talking to you. You have a cautious. You live in systems that are working. Please let us not talk to ourselves. Your voice is needed on the ground. On the ground, that is where we need to change the mentality of our people. The biggest elephant in the room is corruption. And we have seen a young man who is able to identify the corruptions in the country. Let us empower him, let us rally behind him so that we clean the swamp. In America here, we call it cleaning the swamp. We clean all that garbage, all that nonsense, all those MPs that are eating our CDF and lining up men and women to pay for them school fees as if that is their work, instead of coming up with a bill for free education. Those are the people that we need to kick out. Yeah.
That is Mzalendo saying that that is the people we need to kick out. And here I have a clip of William Ruto speaking, and he was saying that he will not allow his deputy to go those humiliations.
Now, supposing that you get elected in August, and somewhere down the road, 2 years, 3 years, you have a problem with your deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, for whatever reason, and you disagree completely, almost in the same manner that has happened right now, whichever direction it comes from, what are you going to do?
I want to tell you, Joe, that what you have said will never happen. It will not happen.
It doesn't just depend on yourself.
I want to tell you that I will not allow, for example, my running mate or my deputy president to be humiliated by junior staff. I would not want a situation where clear responsibility. In fact, I have said it as much, and I have said I have committed myself in writing that there are responsibilities my deputy will carry. Even when we had a vice president always chaired cabinet committees, always did certain things. And I want to promise you that my deputy president will be a very busy person.
But Bwana DP, many Kenyans will remember the relationship you had with President Kenyatta at the start. You wore the same sort of shirts. You interviewed CSS together. You did many things together.
I think you will not get very far, Joe, with this unless you go and ask Uhuru Kenyatta.
No. I'm asking the deputy president.
Because I have told you.
You are seeking to be president of Kenya.
Yes. I have told you what I will do with my deputy president. I have put it in writing that the first assignment
if he goes rogue, what would you do? Because you can't control what he will do.
The first assignment, if my deputy president goes rogue, there is the law. If he, for example, abuses his office, there is the law. The law will take its course. If he runs, if he does things that are unconstitutional, there is a way a deputy president is dealt with by the law. But I want to promise you that I will do everything possible to make sure the deputy president's office, which is a constitutional office, is a functional office that serves the people of Kenya.
That is the president when he was being interviewed by the ministry media houses in Kenya, and he was saying that he will not allow his running mate to go through whatever he went through during the Uhuru's era, whereby he was humiliated by the former president, and of course, this is after they had a lot of differences. This is something that I want to hear from Ashley. Ashley, you got to give your submission about whatever we have witnessed today, whereby since this impeachment motion was tabled, William Ruto has been silent. He has never talked about this. And even he has been silent. This is in contrary to what he had said during the interview, that he will not allow his running mate to go all through what he went through.
If you don't mind, can you play that other one? Because my submission is with those two together.
And there is a lady who is trying to get in. It's called Catherine Kamwithi. Catherine, please, when you get into StreamYard, make sure that your camera and your mic is on. Your mic is on. The reason why you can't get in is because your camera and the mics are off. So you can't really get in. Please just come out and then come back.
Can I say something as you are looking?
Without reason, they can listen to.
Mburu.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to touch something that Jimmy talked about, that the reason why he feels that Gachagua should be impeached, one of the greatest reason he gave was because of the statement he made about the company, where he said the government is like a company where some people have shares and others have few shares. And I want to tell Jimmy that I would like you to revisit that statement from Gachagua, and you listen to the whole of it, and don't rely so much on what politicians have been saying about what the deputy president said. One thing you will realize if you watch that clip was that that was something that was said on a right note, not something that he meant to hurt other people. The other thing is that that statement was directed to a specific group of people. It was not meant for the entire nation. And he was talking to a small group of people where he was thanking them for voting the government of William Ruto. And what he meant to tell them was that you made a good decision. And because of the decision you made, you are expecting, for instance, to get the government appointments, especially the cabinet secretaries. So it was something that was said to a specific group of people. It was not something that was meant to be blown out of proportion for the entire nation. And sometimes there is what we call the slip of the tongue. But what happened? The political enemies took that statement. In most cases, they even just cut that clip where he is saying the government is like a company. And sometimes they even remove the word like to say the government is a company, where some people have shares and others don't. To me, I would like you to revisit that clip and you realize that it was the information and what he meant to say was distorted. He was not saying that other people should be marginalized or should not be considered. He was just thanking people, telling them thank you for supporting our government. And because of that, in this government, you have a share. You will have appointments. And that is exactly what happens world over. Even right now, if Trump becomes the president, those people who are supporting him, those people who are campaigning for him, they are the ones who will be given those cabinet secretaries positions. And those who have been there, they will be removed, even including ambassadors. So it's only that the way it was put and the way it was blown out of proportion, it looks very bad, but I believe that is not it was what was supposed to mean. The other final thing I wanted to touch on is on the clip that Bonnie has played about the criticism to the national intelligence, whereby the deputy president said that the intelligence failed to advise the president on what was on the ground. And I want to tell Kenyans that nobody should feel so special not even an institution, including the judiciary, even the presidency. All of us should be free to be criticized. And we should never take offense. And we should never feel so big that nobody should talk anything against me. Why? So everybody should be free to be criticized, constructively. And I think that is what the deputy president did. He just said the national intelligence has failed us. They would have given the president the advice that on the ground, people don't want the finance bill. What was wrong with that? And I feel the same thread where I hear people saying that the deputy president is becoming, cannot be insubordinated because of speaking his mind. That is what now we call dictatorship. Dictatorship is where you even curtail the freedom of expression. So I am expecting that we are not going to entertain a country whereby some institution, you cannot touch them, because when you touch them, you're going to be jailed. When you touch them, you're going to be impeached. That is dictatorship. So I want to say that there is any mistake by the president, the deputy president, saying that the national intelligence failed the government. And there is another point which I was forgetting, whereby somebody said that the advisors of the deputy president did not advise him very well. When he talked about, there is a point there which was said. And I think that point cannot stand the test of time, even in the judiciary. If this case is to go to the judiciary, the allegations that have been put against Gachagua, if the judges will be fair, I can tell you for sure he'll be acquitted, because there is nothing Gachagua said that was something that can put him in a position where he can be impeached, or he can make the case to be kind of very strong against him. He was very careful, and on everything he said, and all the things he said were on point, and he gave a very strong defense to himself, and I commend him for that. And I want to believe even Senate, the way I know our Senate, the Senate is likely to acquit Gachagua. If not Senate, the judiciary might save our deputy president, because I don't see any serious case there. I don't see.
Guru is saying that the judiciary might save the deputy president. He doesn't see any case here. He doesn't see any case. That
Mimi nauliza
is
nyinyi,
Guru.
Kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo. Lakini kama wewe unakwama mahali moja, unasema huyu simpendi na huyo hatoki Kenya, atakuwa hapo. Siku ya kupiga kura atapiga kura hata na yeye. Sasa wewe utafanya namna gani?
Supposing that you get elected in August, and somewhere down the road, 2 years, 3 years, you have a problem with your deputy, Bwana Rigathi Gachagua, for whatever reason, and you disagree completely, almost in the same manner that has happened right now, whichever direction it comes from, what are you going to do?
I want to tell you, Joe, that what you have said will never happen. It will not happen.
It doesn't just depend on you, sir.
I want to tell you that I will not allow, for example, my running mate or my deputy president to be humiliated by junior staff. I would not want a situation where clear responsibility. In fact, I have said it as much, and I have committed myself in writing that there are responsibilities my deputy will carry. Even when we had a vice president always chaired cabinet committees, always did certain things. And I want to promise you that my deputy president will be a very busy person.
But Bwana DP, many Kenyans will remember the relationship you had with President Kenyatta at the start. You wore the same sort of shirts. You interviewed CSS together. You did many things together.
I think you will not get very far, Joe, with this unless you go and ask Uhuru Kenyatta.
No. I'm asking the deputy president.
Because I have told you.
You are seeking to be president of Kenya.
Yes, I have told you what I will do with my deputy president. I have put it in writing that the first assignment.
If he goes rogue, what would you do? Because you can't control what he will do.
The first assignment, if my deputy president goes rogue, there is the law. If he, for example, abuses his office, there is the law. The law will take its course. If he runs, if he does things that are unconstitutional, there is a way a deputy president is dealt with by the law. But I want to promise you that I will do everything possible to make sure the deputy president's office, which is a constitutional office, is a functional office that serves the people of Kenya.
Yes. Actually, I think you
Thank
have
you so
heard the clips that you requested.
I've had them. There's also another one where Ruto was asked when during the Uhuru time, he was being asked to resign. Can you please play that one? Because he gave the same answer that Gachagua is playing, that he was chosen by 8 million people and he cannot resign.
Okay,
Anyway, let
I'll
me
be looking for that.
it's in on those four, one of them. So anyway, if you look at those clips, we can, if this issue was taken to court, I think that one would be made that it could be determined in court that Ruto, from the beginning, when he insisted on choosing Gachagua instead of Kindiki, he already knew these things that they are bringing about, the claims that they are doing on Gachagua. He knew that it would be easy to impeach him, and he had the intention to impeach him based on that clip that you just played last. So we could plead misrepresentation, fraudulent misrepresentation. So he wanted to disenfranchise the people who voted for him. He wanted to get power. He knew that the only way to get power was to choose someone from Mount Kenya. And even though there were more viable running mate potential candidates, he chose Gachagua, knowing that it was easy to impeach Gachagua. All the things that they have, they know how Gachagua talks. He just didn't start talking that way now. So they know how he talks. He said he was a personal friend. So the way Gachagua talks should have been known to him. Those properties that they are saying he took from his brother has not just become knowledge now. Ruto was DP, so he had intelligence. That is information that was available to him even at the time of him choosing him as his running mate, because he should have vetted him. So I am sure he vetted him. So everything they are saying today, they knew then. So why did he choose Gachagua? Would it have been that alitaka kuchukua serikali kwanza and then deal with them? And sasa ana deal now. So isn't that misrepresentation? And if that is misrepresentation, doesn't that void this contract, this mandate? That is number one. Number two, the crime that Gachagua has committed is the one of tact. I know Mburu said he's a HR, and you know, and even in HR, you have to have tact when dealing with people. And what is tact? Tact is the ability to avoid upsetting or offending people by being careful not to say or do things that would be hurtful. What Gachagua said is what exactly Ruto is doing in action. Verifiable facts are available that he's issuing positions and things according to that shareholding or shareholder quotas. Even Raila, when he was given the 7 slots and told that was for the opposition or for the minority parties, he took 4 for ODM. Why did he take 4? Why not 1? Why not call all the, if it's not about shareholding, those ones, especially in ODM, who want to say that Gachagua is discriminative. How is he discriminative when he doesn't even have power to do anything? He only does what his president tells him because he's an assistant to the president. So he has no authority to appoint anybody. He has no authority to discriminate because he cannot do anything. Now, what we can say is he has the potential, if anything was to happen to Ruto, that we would not want him to be president. But currently, the person in that seat of the president is doing everything. The only thing he has is tact. Remember, he told us it's going to be a hustler nation. Has it been a hustler nation? So are we saying that we want to be lied to? We don't want to be told the truth. Yes, Gachagua should have tact. So he should steal from us without telling us that he's stealing from us. And he's not doing it because he doesn't have the power. But we can say we don't want him to get to that seat because he has told us he can do it. But right now, even Raila himself, let us ask him, these 4 seats, these 7 seats he was given, why did he say that he will keep 4 for ODM and 3 he gave to Kalonzo and the other partners to divide? And then they say, even people, Kenyans say, Karua brought nothing. Isn't still this thing about shareholding that we know, but we don't want anybody to verbalize it. So does removing Gachagua stop shareholding? No, it doesn't. So why don't we attack the habit instead of the whistleblower who articulated and verbalized what is happening? The last thing I want to say, now that Gachagua is out, this Ruto Gachagua ticket, and somebody was trying to say, oh, Gachagua is nominated. Yes, he was nominated by Ruto, or appointed. Ruto chose him to be his running mate on that presidency ticket, on one ticket. How are we able to determine if, even without Gachagua and Ruto with another running mate, the votes would have still ended up with them at the top? We have no way to determine that Ruto Kindiki would have won the presidency. We can speculate all we want, but we cannot come to we cannot determine for a fact that Ruto Kindiki would have won that presidency. We cannot determine for a fact that Ruto and whoever else or Wanga would have won that seat. We cannot determine that Ruto with Raila would have won that seat. We can only speculate. We do know that Ruto Gachagua won the mandate for the next 5 years to be in the presidency. So when we remove Gachagua from that ticket, then how do we remove his votes, which are undetermined? We don't know whether it was 1 vote, 2 votes. We have no way of determining what value Gachagua brought to this ticket. And for that reason, if the impeachment is sustained in Senate, it will be equivalent to a marriage ending up in divorce. For this husband to marry another wife he has to go back to the ground. He has to go back to court and sign a new marriage certificate. And that is how it should be. Someone else explained to me how you still retain the marriage on the same marriage certificate and bring someone else and erase the name of your wife and put another partner, even in politics. How do you do that? When those people who gave you the votes, when those people who put you on that top, on that ticket, and gave you enough votes to be president are saying no, don't remove him. And if you want to remove him, you remove yourself too. You go, you both go, you come back to the ground with whoever you want to choose, and we give you the mandate afresh. If those people who gave you the presidency, and people are saying it's only people from Mount Kenya who don't want Gachagua to go. Yes. And if we remove the votes from Mount Kenya, Ruto is not president. He doesn't have enough votes. So it does matter that the people from Mount Kenya gave a resounding no. They gave them two answers. You either don't impeach him and stay with him to the end and learn how you're going to live together if you want to go for counseling, or you both go. That was the resounding answer coming from Mount Kenya. Why it matters is not because they are special. It's because that ticket was propelled to the highest seat by their vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. And Jimmy, what do you have to say about what Ashley has said?
Yes, it's like you read my mind. She has very valid points. But where we go wrong is one, we are trying to drift away from politics of tribe. Now, what I agree with her, it's what went on in public participation in Bomas. What you saw in Bomas was not Kikuyus who were saying that dereva kufa sijui or dereva kufe na makanga kufe. It was a resounding Kenyans who are saying no to this impeachment. They want both to go. So yes, Gachagua came with a number of votes that anybody that Ruto could have gone with, be it Kindiki, be it anyone from Kikuyu or from the central, the mountain, the moods were that they will win that election. Now, that's why I agree with Ashley that yes, Gachagua came with votes, and those votes came from central. They were on a combined ticket with the vice president. With the president. Now, the clip that you played, and this is why I want to agree more with Ashley, is that this is a well calculated plan. If you guys remember very well, at the time that Ruto was choosing his VP, there was a very big problem that Kenyans didn't see. The media tried to expose it, but it was covered in a way that a common man would not understand what was going on. Ruto did not actually want Gachagua to be his VP. He wanted Kindiki. But Gachagua forced his way in because of the money and that shareholder that I keep on saying. There was a lot of money that Gachagua had contributed more than Kindiki, and he felt like he needed to be his VP. Ruto knew very well that he hates Kikuyus from the very beginning. Yes, as you can tell from the clip. And he says very clearly there that, you will put the enemy that you don't want aside. First of all, get the presidency and then deal with the problem. So Ruto is actually doing the thing that he said. He's dealing with Gachagua, the problem, because he never wanted Gachagua to be his VP. So yes, this was a calculated move. It is within the law. And that's why I said I have a problem of who now Mr. Ruto is going to be choosing as a VP. I can tell you for sure that he is not going to be anywhere in Central. That's for sure. Ruto is looking on a different angle. He's not choosing the Kikuyu because he knows he has lost the Kikuyus. So he's looking on the other side as the VP. And that person that is going to be a VP is going to be worse. And something to add on what Jeff said. Mr. Gachagua actually is a truthful man, even to his evidence that he gave to Parliament today, even from the statement, the press statement that he did yesterday. I wish he didn't do all those too, because that actually killed him, his talking point more than anything. And remember, the speaker gave him a chance. Does he want to represent himself or his council? And he refused, said that he will represent himself. There's a reason why people have councilmen to advise them. And I say this, there are things that are better to be silent than to be spoken. What I meant is that Gachagua, these things that he has been speaking, some of those things we know they happen. We know it's share government, they share positions. We know that. But as a leader, it should not come out from you. That's what's killing him. If when you saw those members of parliament, when they stand to speak, it was about that. It was about that. From one to another is about that. So the 280 something, 81 that voted yes against the 44 that voted no, that's a big chunk. And that tells you that there is a problem on the truthful man. It is personal. Some of those things that those members of parliament were saying, they were personal. These are things that they have heard not from a third party, but from the deputy president himself. In my view, Gachagua dug his own grave. And if it's true, from all those accusations, then he deserves a yes vote to go home. But I personally, I believe that they both need to go home. That's still my stand. Thank you.
He's saying that he believes that both needs to go home. And the question that we're asking now, who's next for the DP? Who qualifies
Let me
to be the...
Before you even ask who is next, what I am asking, this is not, you cannot disenfranchise the voters who voted for Ruto because of Gachagua. This is a coup. The question should be, should we allow the coup? Because if he said, we first get the government, and they are voters, he said, and they are voters. So if you show them hate now, how will you get the government? So now what he did is deceive them, misrepresent himself, get the government using them, and now you want to remove them and bring somebody else. That is a coup. Like, there should be no discussion who Ruto chooses, because now he loses the mandate by taking Gachagua out, because we can say that they could have won with the Kindiki or with anybody else. That is not, that's an opinion. And the courts, they don't deal with opinions. They deal with facts. There can be nothing factual. The only fact we know is that he won with the Gachagua. They removed Gachagua. Now, if the people who elected him would agree that it is okay, there would be no problem. And also agree who replaces Gachagua, like Biden stepped down and agreed that Kamala Harris replaced him. There was no resistance. That's why it went seamlessly. But when Ruto was chosen and his choosing bloc, his base, the UDA base that propelled him to the top, has a problem with what he's doing now. The only way that can be remedied is going back to the ground, because on his own, anayumba and he doesn't have enough votes to keep that office. You can't remove the person you were together with and then you stand on yourself and now choose somebody else after the fact. That is fraudulent, and it should not be allowed to continue. He should not be allowed to continue. I don't know what the Senate will say, but when this case goes to court, they should tell them, if you insist that Gachagua must go, then that what you're actually saying is you want to go back to the election. Yes, we do not have IEBC. Then we give this government to the military and go back to the election. We have to. If Gachagua goes, we have to go back to the election. I am not defending him, but I am saying if Ruto feels completely he cannot deal, it is a marriage. If he feels that he cannot completely deal with Gachagua, he can't give him back his votes because he has, unless people be told, if you voted for Ruto because of Gachagua, come, let us subtract and see whether he still remains with enough to still show that he won, then he can bring someone else. He does not have the mandate with himself only as Ruto to choose a running mate after the fact. He doesn't. He loses the mandate once the impeachment goes through.
Wow.
Lakini mnajua si hao
Bonnie,
watu
can I say
mnaona vile
something?
wamenipangia na mimi pia nimejipanga. Nimejipanga mbaya sana. mimi nimejipanga mbaya sana. Wao wamejipanga na makundi na makabila, mimi nimejipanga na mahasla na Mungu. Wao wako na Godfather na sisi tuko na God the Father.
Bonnie,
Guru, you can continue.
yes, I am feeling annoyed every time I hear the voice of Ruto. I never thought at any given time I will ever feel bad when Ruto is talking. I want to commend Ashley for her previous submission, though Jimmy also commended her, but he seemed to somehow feel that she based her argument on ethnicity or tribe. And I want to say this. Sometimes we remain on what we call denial in psychology. Denial is when we don't want to believe the facts or where we are. We want to believe that things have changed even when they have not changed. And I want to say that in Kenya, it will be a denial when we say that tribe and region does not play a role in our politics. Actually, that is the greatest factor that Kenyans consider when going to the voting. So it's like, and this is the true position. When you touch Gachagua right now, you are touching Mount Kenya. And that is exactly what Ruto has done. Ruto has touched Mount Kenya directly. And maybe in the future, ethnicity will stop being a contributing factor to our politics. But right now, it is the major contributing factor to how or to the pattern in which people vote. So, because Ruto has...
I'm sorry to interject. One thing I am not, and even anybody who knows me personally will tell you, I am not to the bone a tribalist. In 2017, I supported Raila and played a very big part, and I will not say which. And even this government, I did not support it. I only supported it because Uhuru was really critical of the president. There is what I am saying now. I am not doing it as a Kikuyu. What I am saying, it is a legal argument, has nothing completely to do with tribe, but people are saying something and I am making an argument. Remove tribe out of it. let us try to be legal. And I'm sorry to I don't mean to speak so much, but I really want to be understood. I cannot come, you can say I'm tribal, I'm not. But if you want to think that because you can't believe someone cannot be tribal, you can think that. I have not been helped by tribe, and I can see beyond tribe, and I don't want people to talk so much about Kikuyu, because the more we talk, the more we make people hate Kikuyu. And I tell you, there are so many Kikuyu people, even when you see them in Saudi Arabia being raped, being returned in boxes, so they benefit nothing from their people being in power. Some of them even have relatives, and they have never even helped them. Sometimes when your relatives go to those powers, they treat you like you're a stranger. They don't even know you. And maybe they are your uncle, your brother's, your father's brother. It's just, so I have tried. For me personally, I remove. Now, in the issue of Gachagua, I am making a legal argument. And the legal argument is this. And please, when you reply to this one, for my argument, don't use tribe. It is purely legal argument. And people are saying the people who are objecting to Gachagua being returned were mostly from Central. They were from other tribes. And that's why I didn't reply when this person attacked me, because I didn't mean that, so I ignored that. But mostly of them, the huge percentage was from the mountain. But also, that huge percentage that was resisting is the huge percentage that pushed them to where they were the winner. If we believe that the elections were free and fair, they propelled them to the presidency. So without that vote, they would not have been propelled. That is my argument. Nothing to do with tribe. So when you remove Gachagua, like if we go back in retrospect, if these people who chose Gachagua knew that Ruto was going to come and do this today, would they still vote for him? That is the question. If they would still vote for him, then he can go ahead and appoint a deputy after the fact, after he has gone to office and done what he has done to Gachagua. Then still has their mandate. But in retrospect, knowing what they know now, if they would not vote for him, then he lacks any authority to appoint a deputy. Because once Gachagua comes out of that equation, that mandate is broken, and he, in a country with a working judiciary, should send him back to the people and seek a new mandate with his new running mate. That is what I mean. Nothing to do with tribe.
Yeah, and okay, let me proceed. And Jimmy was not actually attacking; he just made it a slight comment, saying his point was, I wish Kenya would not be considering tribe as a contributing factor on how we vote. That's how I understood him. And this is what I was saying. It's unfortunate that that's where we are, that tribe is a great factor that decides how people vote in Kenya. That is why you see today Rigathi Gachagua impeachment has annoyed so many people from Mount Kenya, because they feel that is their leader who has been targeted. And by targeting him, you have targeted that region. If today you target or you mention Raila Odinga here, that's why sometimes I don't even mention the people who come fighting me, because most of the time I find myself in the wrong side, in the wrong corner. The people who come fighting me so much are people from this region. If I talk about Kalonzo Musyoka here in a negative way, or I make a negative comment, the people who come fighting me are people from, maybe I think it is Eastern, the Ukaban area. And that is how, unfortunately, we base our politics. What we will change that is the generations to come, the Gen Zs like that, intermarriages and all that. But I know it's going to take some time before we can reach a position where by the ethnicity and the regions, don't determine who becomes our future, and we start basing our politics on agenda, the vision, and the visions that the leaders are having and the ability to perform. And I want to say that the other point from Jimmy, a very good and a very strong point he made about Gachagua representing himself, that it was better if he was being represented by a lawyer. But basing the way things were, there was no way Gachagua was going to redeem himself, even if, leave alone the lawyer, even if he was represented by a judge. His fate was already sealed. The members of parliament from day one, they had decided and they had already shown the sign that there is nothing that would make them to change their mind. They were prepared to impeach Gachagua. And Mr. Jimmy, you said that Gachagua impeachment, the members of parliament made it personal. But for me, I think it is not personal, it was corruptional, if there is such a word. Corruption today determines how the members of parliament vote to a greater extent. It's only those people who have not been in Kenya or don't follow the politics of Kenya don't know that our leaders are so corrupt that if you give them money and good money, and then you are on the right side of politics, then they will vote without reasoning. That is why they were just throwing allegations, throwing words, baseless arguments that cannot stand any legal ground. But they were just speaking because of Wanjiko, because Wanjiko sometimes does not go in depth to find the facts and even to think about the evidence that was given. There was no evidence that was tabled in parliament that was strong enough to show that Gachagua had committed or had violated the constitution. Most of the allegations were personal allegations and nothing to do with the public, and that was the unfortunate bit about it. So Gachagua fate had already been sealed. So even representing himself portrayed him as a strong person who is courageous and not a coward. So before the public, his image has really improved. And finally, I want to say this. Sometimes we are built through challenges and in the wilderness. I want Kenyans to know, maybe we might see what Gachagua is going through as a bad thing. But this tribulation, the challenges he's having today, might build him and give him even a chance of becoming a president of Kenya, even though before he was not having the face of becoming the president. What Ruto has done today, and he will continue to do, is to build Gachagua. And I want Ruto to pray so much and to try very hard to ensure that he impeaches Gachagua, because if he fails, Gachagua will never be the same again. So this process that Gachagua is going through might build him, might politically, and he is likely to become a very strong politician. And that is my prayer for him, because I haven't found any allegation that is strong enough to warrant his impeachment. And finally, I want to touch on Morara, something like that. This young man, I listened to the interview where he was asked which position he is likely to buy. He said he don't want the position of a governor, don't want to be MP, MCA. The position he wants is the position of the president. And I have been listening to him. One, he is very brilliant, full of wisdom, articulate, and he has what it takes to become a good leader. But I was thinking of, what about experience? Because any position, even the smallest position, it needs that you have experience. And I was asking myself, if today Morara is to be taken to the office of the president, to State House, and he's told, this is your office, now you are our president, where would he start? You know, if you have ever been given an office, even direct from the university, and you are told now you are our manager, like it happened to me some time back. I graduated, and immediately after graduation, I was employed as a manager in one of the company, and I was told, this is your office, start working. My friend, I struggled before I could know where to start, before I could put down the structures, before people could start accepting me. So Morara is a very brilliant leader, but I still feel he need to think on where to start, because you can't just come from nowhere and acquire such a big office where you have never been in any position of politics and you think you can govern. And I want to take you back to the Bible. When God wanted David to become the king of Israel, though God did not approve Saul, he had rejected Saul, he made sure that David stayed in the house of Saul. Why? It is because he wanted him to gain some experience. So as much as the leaders have failed us, they still have something that Morara need to learn from them, so that when he becomes the president, he will not be frustrated, so that he'll be in a position to govern the country. So I would advise him to think on where to start, and he keeps the momentum, so that if by the grace of God he becomes the president, he will know how to form the government, he will know how to relate with other governments, the international community. Government is very wide. William Ruto has been the president, has been in the government from the age of 20-something. That is why when he became the president, it was not very hard for him to know what to do and where to start and how to relate with other international governments. So my good friend, very intelligent young man, I would advise him, like sometime we spoke with Peter Kenneth, and we told Peter Kenneth, after MP, why don't you become a governor of Murang'a, and people love you so much. They are going to vote for you. Then you work for them like you work for the people of Gatanga. Then from governor, Kenyans will see what you have done. Then you have qualified to become the president. He said, no, I know what I'm doing. Nyinyi niacheni up to date. Na hiyo time ndivyo alikuwa anaacha kukua MP. He is a good man. Peter Kenneth, he is a performer. But he could not listen to anybody. If I am to give my advice to that young man, that I believe he has what it takes to become a good leader, let him start somewhere, whether MP or a governor, so that from there, people can see what he can do. Then they can entrust him with that high position of presidency. That is what I have to say, and that's what I think. Thank you. Bonnie, you are muted.
Oh, thank you so much, Buru, for that wonderful submission. Sorry for that. We're joined by David Dixon Omono, or Mino, here in Africa 24. David, welcome to Africa 24, and you give us your submission about the DPC impeachment. What do you think about it? Would you have voted for yes or no? And why?
Okay. Wow. I mean, first of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for being here this evening and finding it worthy to converse on the matters of governance also back that that pertains back at home. And fast forward to the DP's impeachment. I hold contrary opinion to the majority of the members of parliament, because I believe that he might have said what he have said, but I mean, the same constitution that provides for the provisions for impeachment also provides for other personal and individuals' rights, and it is hard to differentiate more so for a state officer. At what point does the right of expression supersedes now the conduct of a state officer? And there's no big difference between DP and any other politicians, more so even the MPs who are discussing the impeachment motion. Because, I mean, all of us, we come from somewhere, and we know back at home, everything is tribal. Not only tribal, it boils down to the family, individual families, geographical location. So, I mean, it's just brave enough to say the things that people cannot say. And, I mean, it was a dear time when the government was looking for sacrificial lamb. So, I mean, it's something I've been following for a while. And I read the impeachment. I read the grounds. None of the 10 grounds moved me. And I listened to whatever was presented in parliament today. And I think it is the most pathetic impeachment we have ever had in our country. Not even an MCA can be impeached that way. Because it was more of a, for lack of better words, let me use the word pathos. Pathos basically is just like an emotional driven conversation. Because if you see the issues they were claiming on and related to, and whatever was brought in the charges is way different. And if you look at article, should be article 171, section 80 and 60, that is the Evidence Act. Like, if you have 10 grounds of impeachment, you have to bring an individual independent evidence to each of the grounds. But that was not the case for today. Like, the mover, Mutesi, was like, you can refer to my evidence in ground 3 or what. And that is not how it works. I understand that parliament is just there to initiate. The real trial goes to the Senate, and that's where we're going to keep our eye on. But I mean, it is a very sad evening for our country, for me as a person, because I have a country I envision, and the circus is not the circus I saw today is not what we envision. We envision the efficiency of the parliament, but when it comes to the issues that matters, and it begs the question, was really DP's impeachment like the critical thing we are facing this evening? No. There are a lot of issues. There's the Andani, there's the NHIF, there's just a lot of issues. There's the university funding models. There's just more than enough that, they can discuss and resolve. But they chose what they chose. And we just have a look and see way forward. But I pray for him that all goes well. He's a great man, and he put his best foot forward, and I love his presentation. Ever much like after all that, he gave his best shot, and he's eloquent than people thought, and he's a strong man. He shall overcome. Yeah. And then I think that is it. And then fast forward to our candidate. I believe in him so much, I would say that. But of late, I'll just be honest, I think I've started having the Thomas moments. Because, I've been in the space for a while. I've been in the game for a while, and great leaders are always made underground. Whatever my previous presenter who made, the lady made I never got her name, but he made a very good submission. And you have to be built from somewhere. And I don't know, but I would just tell you guys my honest opinion. Morala has the energy, he has the zeal, he has the ambition, but there's just something fundamentally wrong. And I will tell you guys tonight, there's just something fundamentally wrong with that, with the whole team. And if he envisioned that he wanna be the president, it is very possible. It is not. I mean, he has a little track record, but again, if you look at the next generation of voters, which is the Generation X and Gen Zs, those are his peers and his friends, and those are the people he relate to more. So, I mean, experience wouldn't matter so much, but again, right now is the moment, like, to build the public trust. But every day when I wake up, when I look at his tweet, I'm like, oh, this guy he has texted again. Oh, he just tweeted again. Like, this is what we are talking about. Oh, he just messed again. So I think right now he needs to do a lot of things. And what I'm worried is I'm not so sure if he listens, And that is the biggest problem we have ever had, not only in Kenya, but in Africa. People don't listen. Like, somebody can be good, but if you don't listen to the counsels of those who are ahead of you, then you cannot move. So, I mean, you still have a lot of work to do as a person, but I mean, there's just a lot of things. Like, the foundation is not strong enough to hold even a one mortar of brick. So, I mean, if we're gonna mold him, then there's a lot of work to be done on the foundational level. Is when now we can converse on which is the right position for him. Because you see, whatever he's doing is good because it is more of a public advocacy. But now, when it comes to leadership, there's a very big difference, and there must be a transition. And I mean, there must be a transition from being an activist to leader, and because on both sides you have followers, but there are different levels of followers and expectations. So, I mean, I've noticed that there's just a lot of, soon he's going to lose the trust of people if he continue doing what he's doing, and all of us know what it is. And I think that is the urgent thing that he should address right now. Like, his appetite for finance, he should just take it down for a while and just work out like something to build himself. Because, I mean, people are stressed, people are tired, and people are looking for hope. And if they believe in you, you must show them that you are the hope. I mean, you are their hope, and you can't be the hope when you are the beggar that those who they expect to beg from you, but they are the person who is begging from them. You should inspire them. I mean, you should encourage them as a leader. If you perceive to be their leader, then you have to encourage them. You must give them hope that despite everything is possible. But it cannot be like every day in the morning, like you just have this thing. Every day you have a new cash, for lack of better word, I would use like a cash cow for money. People will contribute, but they'll get tired at some point. I mean, they'll get tired at some point, and people are fast. People know how to move on very fast. And yeah, so I think I love him, but I believe there's still much to be done. And as a diaspora, if we really want someone, then it is time we rethink again, and then we look for other options, other alternatives of leadership. And that's my evening submission. Unless there's somebody who wants something, I clarify. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, just a question, good Fred. How can you advise Morara to raise his funds? And I agree with you. People might be tired, but maybe you have an experience or you have an advice on what he is supposed to do as an alternative.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the question. I've worked in I would consider Morara's case of a non-profit organization. I've been a marketing director for United Ways in the Southwest region for 2.5 years before I transitioned to law, which I practice right now. And I mean, when it comes to non-profit management, where I mean, I told people the other day in the meeting that when it comes to non-profit management, which is the same case for our Inject movement, I mean, people sacrifice their funds for you, and everybody give fund for a reason. And there's a principle in fundraising or in donation that if you're not going to use somebody's funds for the intended purpose, then you better not take the funds. If you say these funds are going to build classroom, even if your car vehicle, even if your car tire got broken along the way, you must find alternative. That is the principle of finance management in the nonprofit. And being that people entrust you with their funds, what they need from you is accountability. I mean, and Morala, I mean, he has a good team. What he needs is just to have it structured, because he's not dealing with, he's dealing with people who are bright, people who manage companies, people who are directors. I'll give today and tomorrow, but if I don't see value, because if I don't see value for whatever I'm giving, if I give today, I give tomorrow, the communication is still the same. Suckers I'm seeing, everything, the organization is still the same, the communication is still that poor, then it made no sense for me to give. So I believe the most important thing, before even thinks of fundraising, he needs to think of building structures, governing policies and structures that is going to lead our inject movement. I mean, having the right team, having the right systems and policies. And when that is in place, funds will come, because when you have the right structure, when you have the right system, even if you receive $10 right now, you know that $3 is going to security, $4 is going for rent and all that. But if it is that today you are appealing for security, what if tomorrow the office got burned down? You'd be like, oh, I'm appealing for our office just got burned down. People will be like, and what happens to the insurance? And then tomorrow you are sick. And I was like, I'm in the hostel. I need some hostel funds. I'm like, oh, but people nowadays people have health insurance. What happens to it? So I mean, when you have the policies and structures and system that governs how you operate, it is easy to account for whatever people give you. And whenever there's accountability cultivates trust. And once you have people's trust, you can get anything you want from them.
Wow,
Yes,
that was a very strong submission, Dave, and I'm glad you are very, very honest. And I believe Morara needs that kind of advice, whether it is negative, but I think that is a positive advice, especially in the politics that we are in. The politics of Kenya is very, 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 very intense and very, very corrupt. And already there are people out there who have already started exactly what you're saying on the ground. People who not necessarily support Morara, but they've already started saying some of those things that you mentioned. But I'm glad they're coming out early enough so that those issues can be dealt with. And Jimmy, I believe Jimmy is here. He will pass on the message so that we can have, some sanity in the movement. But back to our topic of the day is that somebody had said here that in fact there were no grounds for impeachment of Gachagua. I don't think that is very, very true. There were so many grounds. One that I saw and has glared very much in the public is that Mr. Gachagua does not represent the office of the DP. He represents Central Province. When you are elected, when you are appointed the DP, and again, let us not forget one thing. We did not vote for DP Gachagua. We didn't vote for him. He was appointed by William Ruto as his running mate. And the same William Ruto can decide otherwise through any other means which we saw in parliament. But there is something else that people are forgetting amidst everything that has happened. There's a sense of motion that is coming in parliament. And that one is being brought by Daniel Maanzo to Parliament just immediately after the impeachment. This is against William Ruto. This, again, is just to inform the general public that the people of Kenya are not confident with William Samoei Ruto, and that needs a simple majority. Although it is not going to go anywhere, but the general perception of the public and the image of the presidency will be dented by this. Back again to the Kenyan politics, what do we really want as a nation? Because anything that we are presented with, there is always something that is, something comes up. Something comes up. People have been talking. Ashley has been an advocate of Okie Mutata as the best presidential candidate that we can ever have, and many others. When we had on the ballot the last general elections, we had this blind guy. I've forgotten his name. With the guy with the disability. I forgot his name. This is somebody who was so articulate. He knew what he wanted to do with the government. But again, our choices are different. We still go back to our tribal cocoons. Now, people are saying Morara is young. I can give you a list of presidents who have been appointed, but at a very young age. The president of France, at a very young age. People are talking about experience. We have George Weah, has never been a leader anywhere, but was just playing football and became the president of Liberia. We have this very recently, the youngest president in Africa. He was working at KRA, an equivalent of KRA in his country. He was just as a tax collector, and he became the president. But where I agree absolutely with Dave is that Morara needs a lot of mentorship, and it needs a lot of guidance when it comes to the politics. He needs to understand, like whatever happened in Bomas, if he was hanging out with the local politician, he would have known very well that, my life is in danger. But back to the story. Right now, Morara has become a national figure in the diaspora, is a household name. What next for him? His life is not in danger anymore. He can only be harmed, but he cannot be killed by the government. That is where he has reached. When you reach that status, you've reached the status of people like this activist, Mwangi, is called who? I forgot not this name. Oh, this activist, Boniface Mwangi, Miguna. You can only be frustrated so much, but the government will not harm you, because definitely they'll be the ones that will be responsible for your death. So you need some organization in terms of what you want to do. And there are people with brains. There are people who have managed companies. There are people who have managed human beings in human resource. There are people who have been in politics who can, hey, hapa unaenda mbaya. But the issues of finance, as Nika said it, that is the biggest undoing, because it is coming fast before any kind of structure that the team wants to move on. There should be structure, then finance should follow later on. Yes, thank you.
Can I say something, Bonnie? Yeah, on the submission of Zarendo, there is something I find there somehow misreading. When he says that Gachagua was not voted by the people. I don't know what Zarendo you are trying to say. Because what we have today is a deputy president, not a vice president. And the deputy president is to say what we have is a system whereby we have a joint ticket. A joint ticket means he is not appointed. He is not an appointee of the president. They are voted together. That is why you see the deputy president brings his support and the president brings his support together. And because he is not an appointee of the president, that is why the president has no authority to fire him. He is voted by the people of Kenya. That is according to the constitution. If he is an appointee, then the president would be having the power to fire him like we used to have, the system we used to have before. So it is wrong and misleading to say that he is appointed by the president. That is not how our constitution is working currently. I just wanted to rectify that part.
I mean, you are right. The president of the Republic of Kenya is not appointed by the people, but is selected by the president. The deputy president is not voted. Is there a ballot box where you go and vote for the deputy? There's no ballot box that you go and vote for.
And there's no ballot box for the president. It is for the presidency.
Wait, I know the presidency in the constitution. Now that Gachagua is being impeached, is there anywhere in the constitution of Kenya that tells you that since they were voted together, they should be impeached together? The answer is no. The constitution
no, but that is why I argue that when he is voted out, the people who voted for that presidency ticket because of him will be disenfranchised, and the only way to cure that is to go back to the ballot box. I do want to ask.
Yes, you are right. Yeah,
let me ask you.
Yes, okay.
Let me, I'm not asking. I'm just asking. There's a guy who said he's an attorney here. I wanted to ask him about misrepresentation. In this case of Ruto, with the clips that we've watched, can that argument stand?
That's meant for Dave, yeah?
Okay, can I have the question again? Sorry, I had a problem with my audio. If she or he can pardon them,
I don't know whether you are here when I was talking about how Gachagua has been impeached. Supposing that Senate goes ahead on trial and finds him guilty and he stays impeached, I said that would disenfranchise those people who voted for the presidency ticket because of him. And then we watched two clips where we saw Ruto saying that he has a problem with the voting bloc that represents mostly Gachagua. And we also saw where he said he would not let his deputy be mistreated. Going by those two clips, I argued that he misrepresented fraudulently himself when he was running for president, that he chose Gachagua knowing in his head that he was going to choose him so that as to get that Mount Kenya block, knowing that he would use his weakness once he got the block to impeach him, then he can choose the right person. So what I'm asking is, do you think that misrepresentation by fraud would stand in this case? And also, don't you think that the people who voted for the ticket of the President Ruto and Gachagua ticket, because Ruto wasn't there alone, it was Ruto Gachagua ticket. So some people went to the voting and voted for that ticket because Gachagua was in it. Now, when he's taken out, does Ruto still have the mandate, or should he go back to the ground for a fresh mandate as an attorney? What's your view?
Okay, what happens is you're right to some extent, because since the promulgation of the new constitution, like previously, like the president would select a deputy vice president. It was known as vice president, but right now, with the constitutional requirement, it is the presidency. That's why even if you look at the impeachment motion for Gachagua, for Gachagua, you realize that, I mean, if you look at the article 151(1), 1, A, B, and I think C. And then if you read it together with Article 144, you realize that the process of impeachment for deputy president, they use the one for the president. So I mean, it's a joint ticket, and deputy cannot. In terms of election, the presidency is comprises of the president and the deputy president. That's why it is a constitutional requirement that both of them be on the ballot. So, I mean, the same constitution, I mean, we have never been in that state, and there's a big laguna, and I believe the courts are going to define it further, because I told people that it is the first time even the courts are going to define what is really public participation when it comes to legislation. Because if you look at the functions of the parliament, it is oversight and legislation. And you know, and you remember, if you look at the Act on Public Participation, it is big on legislation but not oversight. But again, it depends how people would argue the case. So it depends on how the council argue. Because I mean, the impeachment is more of an oversight than a legislation function of the parliament. If you bring it from that angle, then you realize that there's a big problem. Because
we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was hearing.
You are clear. Yeah, we could hear you,
Yeah.
Dave.
Oh, I
What
thought
do
my
you,
audio is fine.
misrepresentation? Do you think that would factor in this case?
It can't be a ground for the impeachment of the president, being that, I mean, because by the virtue that you guys, it depends on how people argue. You see, it's all about presenting your case and prosecuting your case, and it depends on the facts and how you argue your case. So yes, it may or it may not, depending on how well or how bad whoever presents such a motion, such a ground of impeachment motion against the president present his case. Because if you just say because you and this one has been impeached, which means you're incompetent, then you must, I mean, you must find the supporting grounds and other correlating legislation in terms of acts that relate to the same. So, I mean, yeah, you are right. It depends on how somebody presents their case. And then moving forward, you see, it is not it is not a trial. It is just the motion movement, because the parliament doesn't have a mandate to the parliament cannot be a chamber. It's only the Senate upper house that is a chamber, and a chamber for this that can act as a chamber for trial. So actually, the impeachment now is when it is going for trial. That is where now the Gachagua's attorneys and lawyers and the movers, lawyers and attorney will meet, and everybody will argue their case and evidence. That's why, if I believe all of us watch that impeachment, you realize that based on the 10 grounds that were presented, whatever was presented in the floor in terms of what the MPs were talking about were way far divergent from whatever we read on the 54-page document. That's why I said initially that, I mean, the grounds were there, and I expected like the mover like to convince me, but I was not convinced. Why? For now, he argued his case, and for now, I mean, the parliament, they debated on whatever they debated on. You realize that the main thing that they dwell on so much was not there in the ground, where the female was saying the D people, one of them, I don't know, I don't want to say that word. Yeah. So I mean, but that fell through because a parliament is not a trial chamber. So the trial chamber is the Senate, where now the Evidence Act 177, Cap 80, and Cap 60 apply. That is the burden of proof, where, I mean, once you present a motion and you present a grounds and you present evidence, you cannot admit any other new grounds or evidence, but you must maintain to the script of what you submitted earlier. So yeah, we can just have a look. I don't know if I answered you. I missed something you asked.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dave. I understood you to say that, yes, it will depend on how they are going to argue their case, because this is the first time that we are having such a case under the new constitution. The court will have to interpret some of those things, because Ashley was actually very right that, yes, these people were voted together. William Ruto is there also basing or due to the contribution of his deputy, and therefore the court will tell us what that means. So thank you so much, Ashley, for also that thoughtful question, which is opening our eyes. So right now, I'm going to be your moderator because Bonnie wants to take a nap. And this is what we're going to do. I'll be giving each person 4 minutes. So when someone is talking, let him or her make the submission. After that, the next person like that. And we will be starting with Jimmy on the same topic. Jimmy, you have been quiet for some time. It is your turn. Tell us what you
Thank you.
have.
Thank you, Jeff, for that recognition. I know my name has been mentioned, but I've been very quiet because I wanted to give her the chance to speak. First of all, I just want to apologize to Ashley. I think you did not understand when I talked about tribalism. The person that I accuse of tribalism was the deputy president, Mr. Honorable Gachagua. That is what I mentioned. I did not mention you being a tribalist. I do not know you. I respect your views. In fact, we are actually on the same line that I personally believe that Gachagua and Ruto must go together as a ticket because they came back as a ticket. And so I want to echo your words and support what you're actually alleging here, that they both must go. You quit them as a marriage. And that is what I believe, that yes, in fact, this was set with the new constitution because we were having roadside appointments and firing of vice presidents then. That's why the new constitution came, that these people must be on the ticket. So yes, we voted for Gachagua and Ruto. And if Gachagua has to go, Ruto has to go. That is my stand. And that's why in this motion, I said that I am in that school of thought that if the deputy president has to go, the president has to go with it. The second point I wanted to speak is to the Jeff. You did say your reservations about the person, and I'm sorry this is gonna sway away. Maybe I should actually talk about Dave. Wakili, you have raised very good points. And the points that I had mentioned earlier, I don't know if you were here, that I actually thought that the members of parliament, through their personal testimonies against the person of Gachagua, that it was personal. You use the word emotional. That's exactly how I saw it. They were too personal. I know, Jeff, you disagreed with me on that, but I think they really had no grounds of impeaching Gachagua. All they were saying is personal stuff. Oh, tulikuwa kwa barrio ya the ex military guy, keep on forgetting his name, Odhiambo. The Gachagua said this. Oh, we were at a function in somewhere. It was so personal. It has nothing to do with law and the impeachment grounds that they were having. So that's why I mentioned the word that those members of parliament, the 281, I listened to a majority of them, they were all citing personal issues with Gachagua, nothing to do with the law and why Gachagua should be impeached and not Ruto, or not both of them. So yeah, that's why I said they were so personal in their submissions in Parliament today. I just want to drive away from the topic of today, with your permission, to talk about the things you guys have talked about
Morara, the young guy, we all can agree that he's smart and he has an agenda and a vision. I want to bring to attention that Morara's fame has gradually grown so fast that even him does not understand what is actually happening to himself. And when such a things happen, you get yourself cornered. You have no, you are moving from activist or activism to a presidential candidate that you had no thoughts about. People are now embracing him. Some would say that even here in the diaspora, he's a household name, let alone Kenya. And what the Ruto administration is doing is nothing other than just making him more famous. And so, yes, he needs mentorship, he needs structure and policies, and he needs all those things that we can say a presidential candidate needs. Now, the question is, does he has those things? No. The people that are surrounding him, neither of them have those ideas or policies that they can implement. So what he is doing right now is actually going back to the drawing board. Oh, wait. If some of you guys have attended his Zoom meeting or his personal contact, yes. Now, I thought I was an activist, but now I look like I'm a presidential candidate. Look, I have to go back to the drawing board. I have to look at my security. I have to make sure that I, don't say hi or greet people. I have to make sure that I don't eat anywhere how little I want. I gotta make sure that I am secure. I gotta make sure my family is secure. So these things are happening so quick. And that's why some of us that are supporting him, we have gone back to the drawing board. As their team in the diaspora, we have set up different committees that are going to mentor this guy. And I welcome Dave. You gave a very good submission on the last Zoom meeting we were. I want you to come and join one of those groups so that we can bring this idea to this guy, because he is the only savior at the moment. Someone brought Omatata. Yes, that those are the leaders that we want. What did Omatata was? He was an activist like Morara. For a very long time before he even ran for the Senate. So yes, some people, nyota ya mtu huwezi zuia mahali. Some people may be young. For example, let me ask, okay, I think Mzalendo gave so many examples of presidential candidates who have not been into politics, but they just sell in. I want to add to to Mzalendo's list, the president of Ukraine. I think it was something to do with a journalist or something like that. He ascended to power. He's the president of Ukraine. That's one more person that you can add to that list. So this young guy needs mentorship, needs all of you guys that have experience, and also he needs to really be with people like Omatata. In fact, Omatata is the one who represented him in his last case. So Martha Karua were, present him in court. So yes, he's headed toward the right direction. He needs us to help him on that. And anyway, as a diaspora, what can we really do for people who are the likes of Morara? It's actually money. People will be drained, yes. We are not putting money first. We listen to the people. I think right now what we are doing is putting policies and structures in place, and that's exactly what you're seeing on his groups. And actually, on his end, he has actually fired the whole advising team that he has that are that he thinks are most. So he's headed towards the right direction. I welcome you guys. He needs some of those things that you recommended, Dave. They have worked, and they are actually working right now. So we welcome you guys to come and help this young girl to liberate our country. If there's anybody else who come, in fact, somebody mentioned, and I don't know where this guy went. PK. PK was one of his supporters from the diaspora. We welcomed him. He came to Texas. I was one of the organizers for that guy. Those are the guys that we want in Kenya. I don't know why you guys were killing his energy. Someone said here, and actually I've heard this from so many people, by the way. People were telling him not to ask for presidency, maybe to go for, governor or something like that. I don't believe it. I don't belong in that kind of school of thought. I believe that Kenya needs actually somebody who has not been in politics. This notion that you have to be to be an MC, to be I'll give you one example. Mtu kama unajua Ruto is a smart politician because he has never lost an election. That's only politician that I know has never lost an election. The other person was Sonko, but he lost. Ruto has never lost an election, even in this impeachment that he's doing. That's why I support Ashley in the presentation that she gave us. Ruto knew that he doesn't like Kikuyus. Ruto never liked Gachagua. He never liked. And anyway, no politician, even when you see these deputy governors, you always choose a weak candidate so that he does not outsmart you. He knew Gachagua has the money, has the backing of his tribe. And so, yes, it will be a big problem. That's why he was advocating for a weaker candidate, in my view, a weaker candidate of Kindiki. Some say that Kindiki may have not actually brought the Kikuyu votes to Ruto. That's a debate of another day. That's why I said anybody that could have been chosen, be it PK, be it somebody, Martha Karua, be it something, you could have brought those votes to Ruto, because Ruto was actually the main guy in the two candidates or three, I mean, in Azmio and Kenya Kwanza. So yes, any candidate from Kikuyu or the mountain would have brought some substantial number of votes that would have enabled Ruto to move on to the presidency. It's an opinion, like some of you guys have said. It's also an opinion because who knew about Rigathi Gachagua? Never knew about Rigathi Gachagua. We knew him when he was introduced to be the DP. That's when some of us knew Gachagua. Oh, this is Gachagua. Yeah, so my point I'm trying to say is that anybody from the mountain who could have been proposed or selected, appointed by Ruto, could have brought the same amount of votes that Gachagua brought in. That is my submission, that this guy, in the name of Ruto,
sorry, a phone came, so I don't know if I was cut,
Thank
but
you.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you
finish
so
this way. Both Gachagua and Ruto must go. Is there a provision in the constitution that allows that? No. So that's why this call is gonna be to the people. What do we want to do with our country? Because
Thank you so much.
what Ruto
Thank
is
you so much.
doing to Gachagua is actually taking us back to the Moi days. Are we going to
Thank you
agree
so
with
much.
that? No. As a country, we must make sure that Gachagua is protected, and any upcoming deputy president is also protected. Because if we allow Ruto to do this, what he's doing to Gachagua, it is wrong. Gachagua is a truthful man. Every
Jimmy,
Kenyan, I think, even in the
I'll
villages,
be
know
coming back
Gachagua is
to
a
you,
truthful
Jimmy.
man because, like he was saying in his submissions, is truth, nothing but the truth. That truth
Thank you so
is
much.
what has
Thank you
actually
so much,
killed
Jimmy. I'll be
his
coming back to you. Hold there.
Paul.
Hold
I
there.
don't know if you guys can hear me.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, I'll be coming back to you, Jimmy. Let us hear what Emily has to say. Thank you so much, Emily, for joining us. You can make your submission. You have 4 minutes. Are you there, Emily?
I'm sorry, I just joined in. I'm listening in.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll be giving you after Penny Nyagaka whatever you have to say about the today's impeachment. You can prepare that. We are also combining together with the popularity of Morara, any kind of advice you'd like to give to him, because he's very potential and we see him as the savior in Kenya. Whatever you think can help him, that's also what we are doing. So Penny Nyagaka, Thank you so much for joining us. You have your 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, Jeffrey and everybody. Good afternoon. And the gentleman who just spoke, I wanted to know where he is in Texas. But to the point is that what has just happened in Kenya is simply we cannot even explain it in every single word. But it's the most stupid thing that you could ever think of. Because, and some of us agree with the vice president, the deputy president, fully that he should not resign, should not, NOT, with capital letters, not resign. Because if the rule is meant and the rule is stupid, you should not follow it just because it is there. It is a rule. Because if Waititu and the Sonko did something wrong and they never resigned and they would never run for any election, so be it. But Deputy President Gachagua has not done anything wrong. Has not he has pointed out the corruption, maybe whatever it is that some of us don't understand what it is, but he is being hounded out of office just simply because he has disagreed with his post. Kuba driver, Kuba Makanga, that we agree with 100%. But the idea that they want to hound him out of office just blindly, and if he doesn't leave office, he will be impeached and he will never run for any government office. So be it, because any rule that has to change for the better, has to go through certain processes so that we can see what is really happening. And let the court decide, let the Senate decide what's going on. So yetu ni kusema kwamba mtu yetu ni kama huyu George au huyu kijana ya mjukuu wa George Morara. Let him and he has captured the hearts of a lot of Kenyans. Let us continue like that, because yeah, vile unajua huyu nani Ruto alitudanganya. He lied to us. Some of us followed him very, very blindly. We'll come to these forums and defend him to the last man, to the core. But this government should not last to 2027. The sooner it leaves, the better for the country. Because this guy would never mean anything positive to the people of Kenya. Nothing positive to the people of Kenya. All he has is lining up his pockets of his friends, and that's it. And we have seen it. And we have to point it out as such. Kwa hivyo yangu ni kusema kwamba deputy president, just hang in there, be strong, and be advised that don't resign, because it's a stupid law. If it is the law that says if you do something wrong, he has not done anything wrong. If it is anything, vile wengi wamesema, and I hate to repeat, all these people, even the people that was impeaching him today, have stolen from us. Wamandege, Wananini, you know, what is so different of what he has done and what they have done? Nothing. So wacha nimalizia hapo ni kusema kwamba you guys we're gonna listen to you all day. You are very smart. Na huyu mheshimiwa ambaye amezungumza, the last person, atuambie yuko wapi, kama ni Texas alisema ako wapi.
Thank
Jeff,
you so much.
Okay,
Thank you
Jeff.
so much, Penny Nyagaka. Thank you for your good contribution, our viewers and our panelists. This is Africa 24, where we feel free to say whatever we have in mind. Feel free to give your advice. Feel free to criticize any political leader. And here we don't side with any political party. So everybody is free to express him or herself. Emily, do you have something to say? After 4 minutes of Emily, we're gonna go back to Ashley. So Ashley, prepare in that order, then Dave, then we're gonna go back to Jimmy. Thank you so much, Emily. You are most welcome.
Hello, Mburu, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Now, before Emily comes in, I really wanted Penny Nyagaka. You know, Penny has been our elder for a very long time here on this platform, and Penny Penny knows the grandfather of Morara. Penny, that story you need to be telling it each and every time you jump in for people to know where this gentleman is coming from, his history. Penny, I like when you narrate that story of George Morara.
Is it possible he can do that during his submission?
Yeah, he can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Emily, go ahead.
I've just been listening, and I really don't know what to say about Gashagua's impeachment because Gachagua and Ruto are the same. So my own opinion is to support Morara with his civic education, and we need change in our current Kenya government. So my support is for Morara, and all I need is for Morara to be safe. And if Morara, you're listening tonight, your security is paramount. And I would highly recommend that you retreat and then strategize because your life is at stake at the moment. So for the big picture, Gachagua and Ruto, they've been working together. They know each other's motives. So for them, I really can't speak much on them, on the impeachment and all that, because there is no way you will take the underwear without taking the trouser. So the trouser has to come out, then you take out the underwear. So the two of them, they need to go. And then Morara has to act immediately. That is my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily, for also keeping time and being very articulate and direct the point. We appreciate. And there are people here who are very close to Morara, and I know the message will be home that he should be very careful. He should retreat and strategize so that he can be safe. Thank you so much. We appreciate for that. I just want to read some few comments here. Osam is saying, Morara lied to his supporters that he is a lawyer, but the truth, he did not finish studying law. He dropped off. Okay, that's a comment from Osam in the comment section. And I don't know. Kenya Revolutionary is saying, I am done. Let me go to bed. Okay. Yeah, those are some of the comments that are coming in. Our viewers, feel free to put down your comment, and I'm going to read your comments. Crispy's Corner, I can see you there. You are saying, I have not said anything. I'm just listening quietly. Yeah, we also want you in the show. If you can come, we also give you a chance. So Africa 24 is for all of us to give our views and to express ourselves. So feel free to say whatever you have in mind, so long as you remain respectful. We are going to Ashley, then Muzarendo, like that. Are you there, Ashley?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for giving me yet another opportunity. I think I'm running out of my points I've already presented. I do want to stress on the Bill of Rights in the Constitution of Kenya that protects the rights of all people in the country, including the state. And it's one of the rights is equality, which says we are all equal before the law and have right of equal protection. So the country or the state cannot discriminate against people based on race, which I would put tribe, sex, age, disability, religion, or other grounds. In impeaching Gachagua, I feel that the state will be infringing on the rights of a certain community or tribe or the voting bloc that elected the Ruto Gachagua ticket because Gachagua was in that ticket. I am going to ask, how are the rights of those people going to be protected? If this ticket is going to be dismantled, then the remaining candidate who should be impeached but hasn't been and wants to select a new deputy should go back to the ground with his new deputy and seek a fresh mandate, because the mandate he has is for him and Gachagua. Taking out Gachagua takes out the support that he received from Gachagua. I know someone here has said that Ruto selecting any other person like Mother Karua, Kindiki would have got the same votes. That is an opinion. It's not a statement of fact and cannot stand in court. So as we impeach Gachagua, let us think of the consequences. Every action has a reaction. The Bill of Rights should protect each and every citizen. The fact that Gachagua misbehaved should not inconvenience or infringe on the rights of those people who chose that ticket because of him. Just like Ruto, Uhuru did not have, was able to work with Ruto. I think Ruto should look for a way to work with Gachagua. But if they are both patriots, they need to do the country a favor and step down, because we cannot stay in this state. We already did that since 2018. And if you think, who are the common denominators in that equation? There is something wrong. There are some common denominators, and I put an S intentionally in that equation. We need to put our country first. Ruto doesn't have to be president. For if there is so much turmoil, and there was so much turmoil during Uhuru's time, there was so much back and forth that there was no development, and we again at it. At what point do we say, for the sake of the country, for the sake of cohesion, we are going to step down so we can have new leaders? Because even the country is showing in so many ways, by the protests, by the public participation, that they don't want this government. Be it the president, be it the vice president, be it the members of parliament, be it the senators, be it the governors. People are saying, you're not serving us. So if you love the country so much, why are you insisting on staying on those seats? Why don't we call for a fresh election, a fresh election, and get new people to represent us so that we can bring peace and growth to our country? I want us to ask ourselves that. Finally, I just want to retaliate that the Bill of Rights, we should all have equality, access to services, freedom of expression, freedom of press, and freedom of association. The one we're going to talk about is equality. All our votes should count. Not only on that day, but they should count always. So if we elect, if we woke up early, we went, we chose somebody and they won. In order to stop bad behavior going forward, there's a reason the presidency was put to where it attached the president with his vice president. Otherwise, this behavior is going back to the vice president we used to have. Now it's a deputy president. Meaning that had Gachagua done something so wrong that even the people who elected him gave Ruto the permission to do away with him and take someone else, I don't think we would be asking that he goes back to the people. The reason we are asking him to go back to the people is because the people who elected Gachagua are saying you either work out of your differences and both stay, or you both leave. If Gachagua goes, he goes with his votes. If he goes with his votes, then the president cannot continue to have the mandate of the people, and that's why he needs to go back to the ground to seek a fresh mandate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you for your brilliance and your articulation. Mzalendo, you have heard what Ashley has just said, that by impeaching Gachagua, Ruto is being unfair to those people who voted for him because he was together jointly with Gachagua. What do you have to say on that as you proceed to give us your submission? You have your 4 minutes, Mr. Mzalendo.
Yes, thank you very much once again, Mburu. And in regards to your question and what Ashley has just said, that's why I tell people in Kenya, even the educated, need a lot of civic education when it comes to matters of election. When you are casting your vote, you are not casting for Gachagua. That is the misconception. You are casting your vote to elect a president who is going to represent you and represent you effectively as a Kenyan. And the president is not only representing the people of central Kenya, he is representing the country. He is supposed to ensure that you have good security, you have good education, you have good infrastructure, and again, provide job opportunities for each and every citizen. Where does Gachagua come in? He has got very, very little roles. If you read your constitution, Gachagua is actually given roles by the president. That is why his impeachment and what they were considering is an impediment to the presidency is like belittling the president who they were elected together. So for Gachagua, his goose has been cooked. He is not equal to the presidency. The way people are trying to purport that Gachagua is equal to the president, and therefore their fate is the same. Their fate is not. It's a wishful thinking. It is a wishful thinking, but it is not within the constitution. So the best we can do is to wait or impeach the president using the right articles of impeachment, because each and every one of them is guided by different articles of impeachment in the constitution, but they are the same, but they cannot also run concurrently. That one you have to know. They cannot run at the same time. So what, with the wisdom of those who are pro-Gachagua did, is now they are bringing a censure motion into parliament, sponsored by Daniel Maanzo. It should be arriving anytime next week, about the conduct of President William Ruto. That is the farthest they can go. Remember this, laws are created in parliament. And maybe the only way to address this particular issue is to go to the public court, and that is the people of Kenya. But will you be talking about the people of Kenya, or you'll be talking about the Kikuyu community, the people of Central Province? That is exactly what you are saying. If you are going to the people, because Gachagua has not represented himself as the Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, but as a representative of the people of Mount Kenya region. Now, is Mount Kenya region feeling disenfranchised by Gachagua's absence? The answer is neither here or there, because we have not done statistics to inform our decision, the numbers that are disgruntled by this. But what I saw in parliament, there were some Kikuyus who were supporting the impeachment of Gachagua, informed by their own decision, whether it was bribery or whether it was a cautious decision. The fact will remain that Mount Kenya will be divided moving forward. They can no longer move as a unit. In this particular forum, I would be having an Ashley who is supporting, a different person who is supporting the impeachment of Gachagua from Central Kenya, and Ashley who is not supporting the impeachment of Gachagua, with our own reason. And your reasons are very, very valid, very, very valid. But the problem with the Kenyan community and the people I interact with and you interact with is they don't know why they vote. First, that vote is informed by tribalism. People who voted for in central Kenya voted for Gachagua because he is a Kikuyu. What else, what credentials did he have so that to qualify him as being the best in Central? First, remember, if it is not the money that he had in his account, he was only a one-term MP. Has he been tested in issues of governance and all that? The answer is he's been in an administration officer, a DO and blah, blah. Administratively, he is very much okay. And that is why he was very much okay to represent himself, because he's used to those kind of things. But did he have the experience that we are asking today? He didn't have the experience, and that is why the office of the president and the deputy president requires some kind of experience and conduct and morality. You cannot come out, not once, not twice, and say, you know, hii serikali mimi niko na shares, tuko na shares, na shares zetu kwa hii serikali ni hivi na hivi. Sisi kama Murima. If we voted for William Ruto in Nyanza, you are never talking about Ruto in Nyanza. The people of Masai voted for William Ruto, not because Gachagua was on the ticket, but because they wanted William Ruto to represent them as the president of the Republic of Kenya. So our views kind of are lost somewhere. And until we understand the constitution very well, then we will be thinking that mtu wetu ameonewa. Let us be patriotic and think of the things which are important to us. The things which are important to us is a good education for the Kikuyu child who is in Central, in Madeira, and my cousin who is somewhere in Mbiwa, Homa Bay. Those are the most important things.
Thank you so much, Mzalendo. Mzalendo, hold there. I'll be coming back to you.
Okay,
thank you for your submission. Let's have Jimmy. It's your turn. Then we're gonna have Dave. Like that.
Thank you.
You have your 4 minutes. Jimmy.
Ashley wanted to reply something there. I've seen her on the comment. Ashley.
Yes. I just want to stress, someone asked, is it something about let me read that comment in the comment section. He said that something about Kikuyu. I think either the person or whoever is trying to make it about tribe is not understanding, or they want disconnect what I'm saying, to turn around what I'm saying, even though they understand. What I'm saying is this: the voting bloc that propelled Ruto and Gachagua to the win. Part of that, and that is why when someone goes to choose a running mate, they choose a running mate who will bring them votes, because the running mate also brings votes. So when they are, let's not even put any tribe, when they are elected on that ticket, and then now you have to impeach the running mate. Then you leave the president by himself to make a decision on who else to get. And in this case, we have seen Ruto saying he has a problem with Kikuyus. And it could be that is why he was not able to get along with Uhuru. And that is why he's not able to get along with Gachagua, because of that intense hatred in his heart for them. Because he was using them, at some point, that hatred was too much. He was unable to get along with them. You can conclude that because he didn't get along with Uhuru and he's not getting along with his deputy. My argument is he chose Gachagua because he wanted, you see, you choose the person who you think would add value to your ticket. Whatever value that Gachagua added to that ticket, when you take him out and you remain with his value, that value that you remain with, how does, and maybe that value doesn't want to be with you now because you have taken his added value, whatever value he came with. How is the right of that value, those people, how are their rights protected in this impeachment? They did no wrong.
Thank you, Ashley. I'll still be coming back to you. And thank you because you have already explained that point very well. You are not in any way trying to be tribal, and maybe the person who made that comment had not followed your submission. In this platform, we don't try to amplify our tribes. We try to forge unity, and that is what we are still doing here. So we are going to have Jimmy, and after Jimmy, Dave, prepare yourself. You have your 4 minutes, Mr. Jimmy. What do you have to say?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I've put my point very clear that a majority actually of the speakers that have spoken before me are for the idea that Gachagua should not be impeached by himself. Both of them should be impeached. When you choose a deputy president, you choose somebody who has integrity, somebody who can be the next president should anything happen to you. Mr. Ruto chose Gachagua as his person to go. If anything happens, then Mr. Gachagua should step in. When did Mr. Gachagua become somebody that Mr. Ruto does not believe there can be a president? That is why we are saying the same thing Mzalendo just said. I think we vote for something that we don't know. We voted for the presidency. The presidency is with Gachagua and Ruto. Both of them, if there is a vote of no confidence on the deputy president, then the board ticket should actually go and ask for a mandate. Does the constitution provides to such? No, it does not. There is things to the constitution is very clear. I'm not a lawyer, but the constitution is very clear. What happens if the deputy president or the president does not align with the accepted norms to that office? Unfortunately, the rules to impeach a president are the same rules that are there to impeach the deputy president. Now we are saying this. Why were they the same rules on how to impeach any of them? If there is this, if it's true, which it is, that is the same rules to impeach a president and to impeach a deputy president, they're the same rules. So now that we are faced with the impeaching of the deputy president, some of us believe that, you know what, both of them should go based on the circumstances are there for today. I agree with Ashley's point of view that yes, they may be representation issue may come in. What I don't agree with, actually, is a simple fact that it's an opinion that if Martha Karua was the deputy to the deputy president Ruto, then if it was a ticket for Ruto and say Martha Karua, that they would have not won the presidency. My view is they would have won the presidency. She
Is
simply
that a fact?
agreed.
No.
It's my
Opinion.
time. It's my time,
I'm
please.
just
Speaker, protect me, please. I ask that I be protected. I finish my opinion. That is an
Thank you.
opinion. That is an opinion.
Proceed.
That's not a fact. That is
Okay,
not a
proceed.
fact. Yes,
Proceed.
thank you. Yes, thank you. This is an opinion. It's an opinion. It's not a fact. It's an opinion. Now that both of them were elected, they should both of them go. That is where I stand. The law does not allow that. What do we do? Ruto is a smart guy. He has looked at the law. He has smart lawyers and smart advisors. He has found a loophole within the constitution to impeach his deputy president. And the fact is, when this thing goes to Senate, he's going to be impeached through the Senate, in my view. What happens? It will go to court. Somebody said here
Back to you.
earlier.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. You didn't hear me?
Yeah, you can repeat what you said.
Yes, what I was saying is that if this impeachment motion goes to the Senate, there is a very good likelihood that yes, it will pass in the Senate. Where do we go next? It's to the courts. Somebody said here, is it Meru governor who went through the assembly, got impeached, came to the Senate, got impeached?
Okay, check your audio. Check your.
Okay.
I think it's clear. Mburu, maybe it's your audio. It's very, very clear. I can hear him, Jimmy.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm finishing my submission. What I'm saying is that if this thing, where we are going to, we are going to the courts. So the courts will be neither there or not there. The Meru, is it Meru? The Meru governor she's still the governor. She's still earning salary even after impeachments. So that country is rotten. The only way is the People's Court. That is the only thing that can help Kenya at the moment. The People's Court, you saw them in Bomas. The People Courts, they are saying, dereva akwende na makanga akwende. That is where I stand, and that's what I think is the right thing for Kenya. I finish my submission.
Thank you so much. Dave, you can go ahead. Nixon.
Thank you. I would pick it up from where Jimmy left it. I think when you talk about like dereva, is it dereva na makanga? Kufa dereva kufa makanga. And you know, being that since the promulgation of our new constitution, and it is just 14 years old, and it has not extensively been exalted, and there are still loopholes. And when you talk about the vote of no confidence to the presidency, a vote of no confidence can only be given to the president, not the deputy president. Yes, it is a joint ticket. If you look at Article, it should be 138(1) of the Constitution that provides that a president should nominate a deputy president so that all of them should run on a joint ticket. And then I think it is fundamental for us to understand why did the drafters of the Constitution give that provision that it is compulsory for them to run on a joint ticket.
Speak up.
And oh, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, but you are not audible enough. You can try to increase your voice.
Okay. So I was saying that if you look at Article 138(1), that is what provides for the election of the presidency, that is the president and the deputy president. And if you, it is just my understanding, my interpretation of the law in terms of rationale for the joint ticket. And I think the most important rationale is the unity of purpose, the basic one that defines which ticket is going for the presidency. And when you talk about the unity of purpose, it's all about fostering a working relationship between the president and the deputy president. And it is all about sharing common vision in terms of political agenda. And then the other thing is stability in leadership. We know that in case anything happens to the president, then the deputy is there to take over the leadership. So, so they run on a shared platform to cultivate cohesion, executive leadership. So that in case of anything, there's no loophole in the leadership. And then there's political accountability, where now the problem is with the with the impeachment motion, where you realize that in terms of, because all of us come from somewhere. I know it is not these are not a tribal conversation or a regional conversation. But again, for us to move somewhere, we have to have an honest conversation with ourselves and talk about the truth. And the truth is that we know how we behave when it comes to election, and we know what our election and whatever we choose represent. And more often, it's usually like it is more of who represent us, and us in most instances is not usually what I believed in, is not usually what you believed in, but is usually where do I come from, or what language do I speak. So when you talk about political accountability, you realize that this was put there so that the deputy president elected alone share accountability. He said he's going to do for us this. Our person is there to confirm that. If he doesn't do it, then there's somebody to push it. That's why even if you look at the election for county, if you narrow down to our election in the county level, you realize that if a senator is coming from this constituency, women rep will come from another constituency, and the deputy governor will come from a different constituency, and the speaker of the assembly will come from a different constituency. And that is usually just for the balance, so that there's somebody to represent some specified group. There are good things we talk about in terms of, having one country without tribal lines and all that. But to be honest, as a people, we are still far away from crossing that bridge. So it is honest that we stay within the spheres of our strides. And then the other thing is, the last one is, of course, promotion of political partnership. And that is all about the alliances and whatever DP was talking about, the power sharing deals and all that. And then that begs the question now, what is the integral law of a joint ticket? Of course, that's where now there's the joint election. It is a requirement of the Constitution that all of them be elected together. And it is intertwined, and they share common mandate from the electorate. Like we give them the mandate as a team, not as an individual. We give them the mandate as a team. That is why it is the presidency. Most of us confuse it with the president. It is usually the presidency. And then now, the second thing now is succession. That is usually like in case of anything happens to our president and all that. And then now duties and responsibility, you realize now that is for the president to assign, and then cabinet membership. Yeah.
Yeah, I think your 4 minutes have elapsed.
Okay. So, okay. If you can give me 30 seconds, I think I can wrap it up.
Okay, proceed. 1 minute. 1 minute,
okay.
Please.
I appreciate. So, so you realize that deputy president is a fundamental part of the presidency in Kenya. and both constitute constitutionally and in practice. And all of them had to cooperate within the executive branch and making them a partner in government. And then, so whenever there's a problem, the problem is not the deputy president, is not the president, but the problem is with the presidency. And that is what I'm glad that most of us, that is what we are questioning. And then I think I'm done on that. And there's something I forgot when I was making my first submission in regards to the impeachment motion. I don't know if the floor is still open for discussion on that. I just want to submit something in less than 30 seconds.
Is it possible you hold just a little bit, because we are not many? Very soon I'll be back to you.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes.
I'm obliged.
I think we were going to Jimmy, but before you give the submission, I have a question here. What is the possibility that the motion which is coming against the president can see or can go through? Already we have seen what has happened to the deputy president. Do you think there is a possibility in parliament and in Senate that the members of parliament can impeach the president? I want us also to think about that. It is your turn, Jimmy. You can decide to answer that question. You can also decide to skip it. Then you can answer when we come back to you. But you can give your submission, Jimmy.
Yes, I actually do want to speak about that motion because it's actually the motion that I actually believe in. At this point in time, I think the parliament is pro Ruto. The only problem, and I actually do believe that Ruto actually spent little money to impeach Gachagua in parliament today. I don't think those MPs were given anything to do with millions or billions to vote yes. Some of those MPs, I felt like they were personal. So Ruto did not have to spend a lot of money to convince these guys to get rid of Gachagua. So your question is, should if a motion comes to impeach the president, let me tell you something. That if he comes today, I am telling you this, the members of parliament that voted yes will be more than those ones who voted yes for Gachagua. So I believe that those guys that are hiding behind the scenes with with the president, if that motion comes, the president has a lot of enemies at the moment. So I think that motion will sail through. If the motion that I actually prefer to impeach both of them so that we can actually go back and select a paired presidency is the best at the moment. We need to impeach both of them so that we can actually have a new election even before the 2027. Now, there is, don't forget, I think on the 27th, there is a motion on extending the term limits of the members of parliament and the presidency. Why do you think that motion was for also the members of parliament? Because Mr. Ruto wants to get because the MPs also want to have long-term, the 7 years, just like he does want that, because it's not easy to be a member of parliament. So that motion included the members of parliament. What I could have proposed is the same thing that
his mic or the internet. And actually, you have heard the submission of Jimmy, and he has repeated several times that according to him, the voting in parliament today was more personal than anything else. Do you think that the deputy president is such a bad person that he has wronged all these people to the extent that they all had personal difference with him? What do you have to say about that, Ashley? If that one you can answer now, or you can be thinking about that. Or you can tell us whether you agree with Jimmy that they voted basing on personal differences that they have with the deputy president. Go ahead, Ashley.
What I can say is that when Ruto was vice or deputy also, he was exactly like Gachagua. Remember, even when he was trying to run his campaign, he was laughed at that he didn't have any coalitions working with him. The other side had all these coalitions, all these partnerships, and he had no one until Mudavadi and Wetangula came along. Kenya is a materialistic society, like hyenas, and gravitate to where there is something to eat. So it's nothing to do with him being a bad person. It's been them kissing us to whoever can give them something. Because when did Ruto become suddenly a favorite? He wasn't before August 2022. So how comes today he is?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can?
Yes, yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, actually, I was not hearing you. So you also check your internet.
Guys, were you hearing?
I think
Yeah,
we are
now I
hearing
can
you.
hear you. You can go ahead.
I think Jeff is your internet.
You can.
Yeah, because I don't want to repeat what I said.
No, we could hear you. I could hear everything you are saying, Ashley. I think it's Jeff
Go on,
internet.
we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I
I was
wanted to
like,
find out whether it was my internet. Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
okay, I don't even have much, but Jeff, you're the one who asked this question. So I'll just plainly say that before 2022 August, Ruto was in the same spot that Gachagua is. So it has nothing to do with them. I hope they know that. It's just that our people are very materialistic, very egocentric, and they like to gravitate to where there is something to eat. And that can give a false hope, or like for Ruto to feel like he's all that. But it is the position that is making people gravitate towards him, nothing to do with him. The reason people are going and making Gachagua look bad is because he has nothing to offer them. And they feel like because the president doesn't like him, if they also act like they don't like him, that will befriend them or make them look good in the eyes of the person they want to give them something. And that is the kind of country we've become. We need to have a fresh election. We need to go back to the ground. We need to seek a new mandate, because these people in parliament, and I know Mzalendo said something about that the people from this community of Gachagua were there voting yes. But those people, that's why I said let's have sincerity. Sometimes I don't like to debate with someone when they are not sincere, because we are wasting time. We all know our leaders are not representing us in that Senate, in that parliament. So what they are saying is not what their people on the ground want. So let's not say that they say yes, so that means they represent. They are going against the majority on the ground. And that is why we are asking that they be changed. We want a working Kenya. We want all tribes to get along. I don't want the tribe I come from to be favored, because I don't want, like we need to be together. We have to have union. So it is not fair when one tribe or one community or one class of people is favored more than the other. It is good to have equality and not be discriminated against for whatever reason. And then, even when we are selecting leaders, I hear people say, no, I'm supporting Mrala. What does Molala stand for? Who had him today saying that the president should appoint his own, that we should go back to vice president? So that because the vice president is not supposed to say anything against the president. Can you please put that clip? Because even those people who are interviewing him say, like they were surprised at what he thinks. We need to talk to these people more and know where they stand. And because if we had talked to Ruto more, we would not have selected him. The fact that someone is coming here telling us what someone didn't do, even I am talking about what they haven't done, doesn't mean I would make a good leader. It takes more than talking about what someone is not done to be a good leader. We have to investigate more. And I know someone here said, you can be someone's friend of the opposite sex, but not be, you might be, I may be a good friend of Jeff, but when he asked me to be his girlfriend, I have to look at him in another light, because he might eat with his mouth open, which is okay if he's my friend, but I wouldn't want my spouse to eat with his mouth open. He might put on certain kind of clothing, which I don't mind as my friend, but if he's my spouse, then clothing might become an issue to me. He might not bath every day, but when he's my spouse, I am expecting someone who is clean. So you see, it's different when he's an activist and when he's a presidential candidate. The requirements change, and they should change. And we can't keep making the same mistake over and over again. When we say we want to remove, and we are looking at Morala, what is it that he has shown you, apart from saying that Ruto is not doing things that make you think that he qualifies to be president? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. I just like your submission and your honesty. And I'll be coming back to you, because there is this question. I want everybody to hear what everybody is having in mind. We have heard that there is another impeachment which is on the way, and this motion will be in Parliament very soon, and it will be about the impeachment of the president. The question I'm asking, do you think such impeachment would go through in our Parliament? And I think our next panelist is Penny Nyagaka to make 4 minutes contribution. Then we're gonna go back to Dave, then back to Jimmy. And Penny, I also want you to answer that question, if it's possible, if Ruto can be impeached in Parliament, because that motion is on the way.
Okay, Jeff. To the negative, I don't think that they can impeach Ruto, because all the people, all the sycophants that impeached Gachagua today were Ruto's sycophants. The people to propose that to get through the Parliament are all the sycophants that the Ruto put there. So personally, I think that it is completely impossible to do that. Lakini, to Ashley's point, and every one of you, Jeff, Zarendo, Jimmy, I hope that's Jimmy Okangi. But what I was going to say is that the 2010 Constitution was meant for the big tribes to rule Kenya forever. But actually, what this gentleman has done, Morara, today, when he was pointing out that the vice president should be appointed by the president, is a corporate structure. It's completely a corporate structure that he was thinking about. But this is a debate. It is always going to be a very healthy debate to be told that you cannot have a corporate structure in a political argument, so that this will be a political argument, not a corporate structure. A corporate structure is where whoever is below you follows exactly what you want them to do. Now, the gentleman comes from a corporate structure. That's what he's proposing. Lakini Jeff Yagu Yakwamba, there is no way you can. The impeachment of Ruto in that parliament is a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. But to be very clear, all this before 2022, everybody had to have a base where he come from. Gachagua came from the mountain, and most of the people, even if they voted for Ruto, they voted Ruto through Gachagua. In the rural Nyanza, where he didn't have no following, he never was. In Western Kenya, we had those two guys, but the other guy from ODM had a more following. He never had the vote from there. So that fast forward today as we speak and the future is a completely different political structure. What we have done before, where you have to have a base to begin with, then you can fall from there. It's not going to happen. Actually, Vile wanasema Morara, he come from nowhere. We come from a very small tribe in Kisi, and nobody points that out. But everywhere, from the Maasai to the northeastern to anywhere, they agree with these ideas of what he's saying, what he's talking about. Let's leave Morara alone. Let's go to anybody that will follow from this point on, will not be of the people that wrote this constitution, that were like 5 tribes can rule Kenya forever. You had to come from a large tribe and put all these votes in one basket, and the other tribe and the other tribe. But now we are moving towards the Tanzanian style, which is a very good structure, where all the people from small tribes have ruled forever. So that we pray to God that nothing negative happens to this gentleman, Morara. Now, to Muzarendo's point, yes, some of us were young when his granddaddy was a member of parliament, George Morara. And there were 2 guys that were very, very senior to him. And he penetrated through them, namely Lawrence George Sagini and James Nyamweya, when he was Minister of State and when he was Foreign Minister. Lakini George Morara came in between, and it was like all over Gusii, to the point that everywhere in Gusii today, the people that were born from 70 to 70 something, were all boys are called Morara. They come from North Mogrango. I come from Nyaribani. But it is all over Gusii that this guy are named Morara. So that it is this example right now, Jeff, Nikama Burkina Faso, where they killed Thomas Sankara in I think 89, but he had won the election, maybe 89 or something. But he had won. He had overthrown the government in 86 and fed his people. But Tuare now, who came in 2023, is much radical, much more clearer than Thomas Sankara was. And this gentleman, Morara Kebaso, is more clearer than even his grandfather. And to the point that it is very clear to some of us today that he would not be a sellout like Samuel Nini. This guy is exemplifying everything that his granddaddy did.
Yeah, that is Penny Nyagaka. Thank you very much, our viewers. Remember to subscribe to Africa 24, and we will appreciate. Dave, I was going to you. Penny Nyagaka, sorry, your time has also elapsed, but you dropped from the show. But I had forgotten that we have Muzarendo. Muzarendo, you have 4 minutes, and I want us to keep time. So each person should be checking his time, 4 minutes, so that we don't have people taking much time. That way the debate becomes more enjoyable. 4 minutes, Zarendo, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to agree with my good friend Penny. There are people in Kenya today who have values. But again, I want also to agree with other speakers who have said that Morara is still a very, very gray in the areas of the presidency, and he needs a lot of mentorship. For example, Ashley has said she had what Morara said today. I didn't follow that. I've not seen the clip. Maybe I'll upload it at some point and watch what he says. But the communication team, I think when all that is said, we'll have to polish him on what to say and what not to say. Like the other day, he said something very, very controversial. He said, I will jail William Ruto. That is a very controversial statement. As a presidential candidate, the judiciary is independent, is an independent institution, meaning that if you get the presidency, you will deal with people using the other arm, which is the judiciary. So those are statements that, just as Jimmy had said, sometimes it is just the excitement at 28 years old, being 28 years old, and all this fame and popularity is coming in, and you don't even know what to do with it. Then you see some random fellow coming in and saying, is what the press director or somebody like that I saw coming in issuing a statement on behalf of Morano. They need to, there's a lot of polishing that needs to be done in that particular area so that you package the candidate, that commodity called Morara, to the people so that they can buy it, they can know about it, they can enjoy his vibes to an extent that it becomes now a household name in Kenyan politics. But Kenyan politics, again, you have heard from this panel, we have been in politics. Me, Ashley, Mburu, we have been in this game for how long now? Just talking about the politics of our country for many years on very, very many different platforms. Sometimes we differ because of your stand. We were there at that time was Azimio, UDA. Now Ruto has done what people didn't expect of him. Again, there is now a bigger shift to there's another community that is coming in Kenyan politics called the Gen Z. We don't know how they are going to react, but I want to assure you that the government does not sleep. The government knows about all these forums that we speak politics. Here in Africa, many times, whatever policies that we talk about here, they implement them the next day. But they don't sleep. They can never sleep. Mugo, are you? Just hold on. Yeah. So those are the things. Those are the things that we need to polish on the candidates so that it becomes sellable to the public out there. A lot has to be done. A lot of civic education has to be done. Changing the mentality of the Kenyan people is one of the most difficult things. If you've been in politics, you go in the village there, you find somebody drinking from the river, they tell you, you tell them, okay, me, I'm bringing for you tap water, what you can enjoy electricity and all that. They'll tell you, hao wamezoea hiyo maji ya kisima ama hiyo maji ya lake, they are used to it. So whatever you're bringing for them, they don't really understand what you are trying to bring. When you go to the roads, they tell you, sisi tumezoea hii mara mi lami hata tuhitaji. When roads were being constructed by Uhuru, you heard what the Kenyan community was saying. Ati hii barabara tutaikula kweli, sisi tunataka chakula. They will always be up to something. They will always be up to something. So we have a lot of civic education to do for our people. That's why we spend a lot of time on social media so that we get the right information out there for the people to know why they vote and to exercise that responsibility in the best way possible. And we have got time, although it's not running out very, very fast. We have time to select among ourselves the best political candidate that we can present for the people of Kenya, because you have seen the anger that people are up to, and they are looking for a leader who can be representative, not a Luo, not a Kikuyu, not a Kisi, but a leader who represents all the regions in Kenya and unite each and every community, not by tribe, but on the issues that affect our people. And that issue is somebody who is going to fight corruption, somebody who is going to fight tribalism and nepotism that is affecting each and every sector, and the independence of the institutions in government. So those institutions, they need to be independent. So a president who comes in needs to safeguard those institutions. For to Morara's team, the best advice right now is that even after identifying the projects that are corrupt, have been affected by corruption, the next move is to go to EACC, tell them, okay, fine, we with this team of lawyers, we have got all these cases of misappropriation of funds in the county government of William Ruto, and the monies they borrowed and put on a particular bridge which was never constructed. We need you to act upon these files. And we, the people of Kenya, are giving you up to 6 months to act on these files, come up with a finding to the people of Kenya and report to the people of Kenya what you found out. Where is this money? At the end of the day, somebody in Kenya has to pay the price of corruption. And that is why the legal scholars in Kenya today are telling us that the constitution of Kenya needs to be changed. There are some things that need to be changed such that corruption becomes a capital offense in our country. All right, so that somebody can pay the price of corruption, just like in China and other places. We are told about Singapore many times, and the story is not told to the full. The story of Singapore is simple. They looked among the political class, they were so corrupt. They looked at every other possible politician who can come up and lead the country. They didn't find any. Do you know what they did? They put up an advert. They put up an advert and they got somebody from Harvard School, Harvard Business School here in the US. That is the guy who revived the economy of Singapore. He was not political. He came right from graduation and he revived Singapore to what it is right now. So that is the only direction that we can look at. If each and every day you look at your side of a shoulder and you look at your political tribe and your kingsman,
Thank you so much.
that's
Thank
the
you
end
so
of
much, Zarendo. Your 4 minutes are over. I even gave you some discount. That's a beautiful, beautiful submission. Our viewers, this is Afrique 24. I am requesting that you don't forget to subscribe, and we will appreciate that. That's the most or the best way you can support Afrique 24. And for the panelists, remember to put your contact on the private chat there. It's very, very important for us so that we can be giving you the priority when we are sending the link, and so that we can be studying the topic ahead of time. We really appreciate your support and your contribution. Then in Afrique 24, we do so many things apart from politics, and you'll be seeing different shows coming up. And we also be getting jobs for people, connecting you with employers. When the employers want to get the employees, we shall be doing it here. And for those who are listening to me right now, I have some positions that we are giving to our viewers, those who are qualified. We have 2 positions for the clinical officers. So if you are a clinical officer and you are qualified and you have the certificate, we need to connect with you. If you are a pharmacist, we have 1 position. And if you are a lab technician, we also have a position for you. And the interviews will be taking place soon. So if you are qualified, you can send your contact to jefmburu@gmail.com, and I'll connect you to the employer so that you can be part of the interview. For those people who want to travel outside the country, I know how expensive it has become with so many agents who take advantage to people. We are also connecting people, especially those who are going to Canada. If you want to go to Canada, also you can use the same email, and I'll connect you without charging you a lot of money, because people have been taken advantage of, paying up to 2 million and 1 million just to go to Canada, which I believe it is very, very unfair. If you have an opportunity, you want to give a job to someone, reach to Africa 24 and we shall be connecting you with the right candidate for your job. That is the best way that we can promote each other. So for those who want to travel to Canada, use my email, jefmburu@gmail.com, and I'll be in a position to help you. Remember, I have told you we have a position, 2 positions for clinical officers. Use the same email, 1 position for the lab technician, and 1 position for a pharmacist. And I'll be in a position to connect you to the employer. Thank you so much. We are proceeding with our debate, and I believe we are going to Dave Nixon. I have a question for you. Do you believe that Morara is the medicine for our tribal politics that we have been suffering from for a long time? And also, what do you think about the impeachment which is coming to Parliament, about the impeachment of President William Ruto? Do you think the parliamentarians can vote against William Ruto? Dave, it is your turn.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, let me start with your last question. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Essential motion is not really an impeachment motion, but it is just an application notice that puts like the president in the limelight, that his conduct is not as per the expectation or is not doing things as.
Can you try to be more clear, to be more audible? Go
Okay,
closer to the mic.
Okay, what I'm saying is that since essential motion is not really an impeachment and it doesn't have a direct political consequence on the president, what happens for the essential motion is just like the conduct of president is being questioned, and when it goes to the Senate, is there for it to be debated, which means it has to be approved by a third of the senators. And then I think once debated, then if it is voted by 2/3 of the senators, then the motion be active, it will be adopted, but it doesn't have direct consequences to the president, but it lays ground now for something like a vote of no confidence. But censure motion, as it is, it is not an impeachment because, it cannot get the president off the throne, but it is just going to expose him in terms of his conduct and putting him into the limelight, and of course, public perception and all that, and trust and all that. So it's not an impeachment motion. Censure motion is way different than whatever we saw today in the parliament. And then, what was the first question? I forgot to write it down.
The first question was about Morara and solving the tribal equation, because he comes from a very small community, and we can see his support is cutting across all tribes.
It doesn't matter where it comes from right now, because if you look at the next voting block, over the past, the voting have been perceived as a regional block, but going forward, I feel there's going to be a paradigm shift in the voting system of our country, where it is going to move from the traditional regions and counties and tribes, and now it is going to be intergenerational. What do I mean by that? It will be Gen Zs and the X and the Alpha against Gen Boomers and Baby Boomers. That is what is going to happen. And I believe it just came right on time. And he has opportunity to capitalize on the next big thing, which is what is the big thing? That is the next big voting block, that is the Gen Zs. And for him to capitalize on that, you realize that, for you to capitalize on something, then you must align your agenda to that thing. So I think right now we just need to panel beat his policies and his thoughts and whatever he does to align with the personalities and the characteristics of Gen Z. But he has a good potential, being that the the largest voting bloc that we are going to have is the younger generation, that is his peers. So yeah, he's somebody to watch if he builds his system right and have everything in place, then of course he has the possibility, he has the highest possibility of throwing Ruto off the race 2027 than anybody else.
Thank you so much, Nixon. I just love your contribution. I wish you are audible enough. We are struggling to hear your voice. You sound like you are far away, but we are still getting your points. So before we come back to you, I request you you check your mic and make sure that we'll be in a position to hear your contribution very well. Thank you so much. We will go to Jimmy, then we will go to Ashley. And the question we are asking from the background we have been given by Penny Jagaka is that Morana comes from a very a small tribe or community, but Kenyans don't care about that anymore. Do you think he is the medicine that we have been waiting for to cure tribalism in Kenya? And then the question I'm asking, and I think you had answered this, maybe you can continue to any other contribution you may be having. Do you think the members of parliament will impeach or the deputy, the president? I don't know the motion which is coming. I heard Dave trying to explain, but I also want to hear more what motion is coming against the president of the Republic of Kenya. Jimmy, if you're there, it is your turn. Then we go back to Ashley like that, then Penny Nyagaka, then Muzarendo. You are most welcome, Jimmy. Jimmy, I think Jimmy is sleeping. We can't hear you if you are talking. Can we go to Ashley? If you are there, our viewers, remember to subscribe to Africa 24. And anyone who want to join, the link is there on the comment side. We still have time to listen to your views. And in Africa 24, we welcome all people from all political divide. Thank you so much. Ashley, I think she has dropped. Jimmy, are you there? Let's go to Penny Nyagaka, then to Muzarendo. Penny?
Yes, yangu ni kusema kwamba vile everybody has said, we are coming to a very paradoxical change in Kenyan politics. What we have depended on since the Independence Day is you have to have a base from where you come from, and you have to have a larger tribe. Na vile nilisema, whoever wrote the Constitution of 2010, they meant for the bigger tribes to be ruling Kenya forever. Na sasa some of us now have a chance for the smaller tribes, but that has to be realized first. But the impeachment of Ruto, some of us don't see anything to it that it will happen, because all the people that impeached Gachagua today were Ruto sycophants. His people that he pays for, he has stolen the airport through Adani. Everything that he had sold from us is sharing it with these criminals who are in the parliament. And this is the first time, you know, if we go to the elections of 2027, I think probably 90% of those guys in parliament have to go, because they are not doing anything for us. They are doing everything for themselves and their paymaster, who is Ruto. And that's not what we thought about when we thought of ruling ourselves, and we have fought for independence. Those Mao, those people who voted the government of the day, Kina Pinto Gama Pinto, Jeff Kariuki, Tomboya, Shikuku, Anyona, they did not fight for this country to go back to dictatorship that Ruto is doing. And some of us supported this guy, and he's more naive than Moi, who never went to school, anybody's school, because he doesn't listen to the ground. He doesn't listen to anybody but himself, and we cannot rule out as a people, as a community. by listening to one person and one person alone. And we have really demagogued our country to the point that we are today. So we have to keep hope alive. We have to look at the future with an open heart and an open mind. But this is not the way to do it. And today, that has happened in Parliament was a disaster. Was one of the worst. Everything that they are accusing this guy, not necessarily supporting Gachagua, but everything they are accusing Gachagua of, these people have done 300 times worse. And he is the one who put Gachagua in the mountain to raise the people coffee, tea, and all this. How can you blame the person you gave a job to do, the alcoholism and all this? He's the one who directed him to do that. And how can you blame him that he's being tribal when you said go help these people and those people happen to be his tribe, happen to be where he grew up? So the demagoguery that we are going through in our society is just demagoguery. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I like your contribution because it's forthright and always speak your mind. Jimmy, I wanted to give you. Oh, thank you so much, Jimmy. I skipped you because you could not hear me when I was calling you. It's your turn.
I could hear you, but I had muted myself and I was doing some text messages. I couldn't get back to the show to unmute myself. So I apologize. Penny, it is Jimmy. It is Jimmy Onkangi. I live in Texas and I'm in a small city.
It's my young Benny. Buru. This is my young ambassador. This guy, I just call him my young ambassador. He dresses very well.
Thank you, Benny. I live in Anna, and I'm very passionate about Morara, David Kebaso, because he has achieved so much than most of us. And when I say most of us, I mean those of us that are political. This guy has achieved so much in so little time, and the government does not have anything other than to frustrate him, just like they are doing it to Rigathi Gachagua. I want to commend you for one, that these people do not have anything against Gachagua, the truthful man. Gachagua, if there is anything that he has proven to date, is that he's a truthful man. He has always said or call it like it is. And that is the only problem with this guy. I want to go a little bit further. That the problem, I think, that is getting into Gachagua's impeachment is basically a personal problem, a difference between him and his boss. Having seen what Gachagua presented today, and I'm going to answer your question, which I did earlier on, Mburu, is that these guys, they are fighting about the corruption that both of them have done to this country. The problem is about shares. The president and the deputy president, they call themselves their brother, well, the brother thing. They are the impeachment is about how they have disagreed in dividing what they have corrupted this country. And so if an impeachment, and I want to disagree with my senior brother here, Penny, that if there is an impeachment that will come to that parliament, you'll be surprised. Let me remind you that there are those that believe in Gachagua just the same way they believe in Ruto. What Ruto has done to Gachagua, he has given the cake to the members of parliament, the 281 that voted against Gachagua, the one that voted yes. But if the tables were turned, and is now, I don't believe that these guys that voted yes for Gachagua to be impeached, that were actually given really a lot of money. I believe they were given something just to make sure that they are voting yes, but I don't believe they were given that much money because it was emotional, it was personal. If this impeachment today is turned, or there's an impeachment that comes in a week or two or a month about impeaching Ruto, you'll be surprised that a lot of those members of parliament who actually vote yes to impeach Ruto. The problem we have with that parliament right now, the ODM fraction of that parliament has been corrupted and is in bed with Ruto. But what people are not seeing is that Ruto has not seen the value or whatever he paid Bwana Raila to be in his government, that is worth it at this moment. That's why I strongly believe that if a motion comes to that parliament of impeaching Ruto, it will actually pass. It may be with a small margin, but I think it will pass. Why? Because those guys remember, let me tell you this. Remember, I want to remind you this. These guys that were appointed by Raila to the cabinet, some of them have attested that they were not even given a chance to say yes or no. Their names were presented, and they were actually appointed at the CS. A good example, a case that I could say is the CS Oparanya has gone to record that if Raila had called me to ask me to serve in Ruto's cabinet, I would have said no. But he chose me when he was in some country and the guy didn't even know. You could see Badi struggling to answer Sifuna's question. Sifuna and Mbati, they're in the ODM. So what am I saying? Is that if this impeachment goes to that parliament to impeach William Samoei Ruto, I am telling you this, that I strongly believe that it will go through, because Ruto has more enemies than even that Gachagua. Gachagua is a truthful man and is helping this country in sharing the cake. But unfortunately, the guy that is trying to share the cake with him wants the whole cake. And Gachagua is asking, what happened with my 50%? That is the problem. And that's what we are going through in this parliament today. Let us support this young guy by the name of Kebaso, not because that he would win the election, but because he stands for something. He stands for something. That is what is the most important. Whether he will win or lose, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for right now, the Kenya needs the Omatata, the Kenya needs the Morara, the Kenya needs somebody with integrity. It's what we need, not experience, because experience has not proven anything. We have had people with experience, but they have not produced the results. So I want to yield my time for others to speak, but I thank you for moderating the show, and I thank you for giving us a chance to actually air these views. Those in the diaspora, please join Morara Kebaso's platforms here in the US. Let's support the guy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Thank you for your contribution. And
Jeff, I wanted Okangi to put me on the Morara's team. Okangi, Jimmy, I know the kids are grown now. If you knew who is speaking, there is the one who used to call you a young ambassador. Thank you.
So, Jimmy, you have seen you have so many supporters from Africa 24. Make Africa 24 your home. Welcome other Inject team because we can help propel the name of Morara, especially in diaspora. And I know that young man is very, very talented. He has great potential to become whatever he wants to become in the Republic of Kenya. Thank you so much, Jimmy. I love your contribution and the way you are studying with that young man. I am requesting that we are going to have a commercial break, then we're going to come back. Our viewers, remember to subscribe to Africa 24, where your views are respected. Thank you so much. Let's have a commercial break. Beautiful, beautiful. The Swahili people say, kilicho na mwanzo kina mwisho. So I'll be giving 3 minutes to each and every panelist to give their final submission, and then we're gonna end the show. But remember, today, the same time, we will have another show. I welcome somebody, and remember to subscribe. To the panelist, please put down your contact on the private chat. The viewers, as I have told you, we are so much concerned about jobs in our republic, and we, as a station, have decided to also be trying to get jobs for our people, whether in Kenya and outside Kenya. Africa 24 is our TV, all of us, and we can grow together. You support us by subscribing to Africa 24, and we shall also be trying to help and support you where we can. Thank you so much. Mzarendo, you have your 3 minutes. Go ahead for your final remarks.
Thank you, Mburu, and I know you never disappoint, although you didn't introduce yourself to the panelists where you are from, but maybe you'll have that chance, Matt, when you're winding up. I want to thank the Vice Counsel of Penny Yagaka, who was just left. I think he's listening on the background. And Dave, we met in Morara Inject team, and I liked his idea and the way he looks at things. So I want to thank Jimmy. Jimmy, yeah, never disappoints. When I invited him here, I think he came almost immediately. That's what we want. We at the moment we don't have any particular candidate that we are looking up to, apart from Morara, but we want to shape Morara to the kind of commodity that will sell in any market. We have been in this game for a while to popularize the candidates that we want, and most of them have won elections. From William Ruto to popularizing Raila, and even in the previous campaigns for candidates who are running for gubernatorial elections, giving them proposals. I think Mburu will tell you we are working on something, and maybe iko bado kwa jikoni, but somehow it will work at some point. But I want to emphasize on governance and accountability and transparency, because that is where our country lacks accountability and transparency. Jimmy, that is what people are crying for. If you see Morara is standing for corruption in his team, he has to have transparency and he has to have accountability as number one in anything that he's doing. So those are very simple words to say, but very difficult to practice. Transparency and accountability, especially in Kenya, where we are from. Not all of us want to live in the diaspora. Most of us want to go back home, but we want to go back home to a country where we have security, where we have some hope that we are in a better place. If you are in Europe or you are in America, the first thing that you are asked is, where are you from? I find always that question very, very racist. I don't know how you feel when you're asked, where are you from in a foreign country? But when you are from home, it sounds, unatoka hapi, area gani unatoka. You feel like this person really wants to know which region I come from. And that is, if you ask that question at home, you feel it's comfortable. But when you ask in a foreign land, it feels very, very racist. That is why we ban the midnight oil to talk about our country and to talk about the kind of governance structures that we want in our country, Kenya. And thank you, Afrik, for giving us the platform to vent and to give ideas and hope to the people of Kenya, because without hope, we will be hopeless. So we are running out of time. We need to find a suitable candidate. The Gen Zs, as you have seen, they're kind of scattered everywhere. And the government machinery, you can imagine what they did to those young people. Some of them, you'll never see them again. Walipotelea hivyo kabisa, wengine walitupwa kwa mamto, wengine waliwawa, wengine walizikwa. So the government can go to that extreme to finish you if you are trying to bring an alternative voice, and more so in a capitalistic environment like Kenya, where very few rich people almost own all of us. A few rich people in Kenya can run the government, and it will be very, very difficult to wrestle it out of them. This is the political establishment that Morara is fighting against. So it needs a lot of strategy. But more importantly, Jimmy, it needs a lot of reaching out to veteran politicians, a lot of coalitions. For politics in Kenya to work, you need coalitions and combination. So you have to look at the best combination. I have seen, just as you have mentioned, ODM is kind of scattered, but don't be cheated. These guys in ODM, they follow Raila Odinga like his law. Whatever he says, they will follow. Right now, we have the AUC seat that is there, and the government of William Ruto is really pushing hard for Raila to go there. Any MP in Luo Nyanza, apart from Babu Owino, who we advised in this particular forum, that he needs to now look for his own political path, because he has got the youth behind him. Those are the kind of leaders that I want to see embracing Morara to the fullest, so that they have a very strong team moving forward. I see Sifuna coming, jumping out of that ship. I hardly see him in media station giving pressers. I don't see him anymore. There are voices who are not happy with the old generation and the politics the way it is going. These are innocent people. They mean good for the country called Kenya. They are like you and me. We have to reach out to them and make sure that we are in one basket and with one message, and the message is hope to the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mzalendo. That is Mzalendo, a royal supporter of Africa 24. Thank you so much, and God bless you for your beautiful contribution. Mr. Jimmy, we can have your final remarks, and I'm also requesting that you can plan together with us when we can have Morara to come and talk to his supporters, tell the supporters what he stands for. And as you can see, all of us want to join that team because we would like to build that man until he becomes what he wants to become. Jimmy, give us your final remarks, then we go to Dave.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff. First of all, let me just thank the work you guys are doing in journalism. Journalism is a big part of civic education. And so some of us, we join these platforms because we come to get information, we come to network. I am happy that I joined this group, and the only reason why I knew about Afrique 24 is because of Morara. Morara brought a good friend of mine called Nick, and Nick actually introduced me to this show. So I'm very grateful to be a part of this team, and I will continue to be a part of this team because there is great minds here. I see my good friend here, Dave. Dave, I value you. I know you have great minds, and you spoke very highly about Morara. I want to tell our people that are listening here and those who will be listening for the recorded messages that we all mean well for Kenya. And it may be, maybe, Morara is the one that is bringing us together. In the diaspora right now, I can attest to you that Morara, David Kebaso, is slowly becoming a household name in the diaspora. And he is only becoming a household name in the diaspora because of his values, the integrity, the person in him. He's a very good listener. He listens before he speaks. He's a young guy, and young guy does not mean that he does not have experience. What he may be lacking is wisdom. He does have experience. For him to do what he has done as an activist, it means he has an experience. But what probably will help him is wisdom. And this wisdom, sometimes it comes with the age. Personally, I don't view life like I was viewing life 20 years ago. I have changed in the way I view, in the way I resonate with people, in the way I act myself, and that's wisdom. That is what Morara needs. And that wisdom, he's not going to get it from within. That wisdom is going to get it from people like Dave, from people like Mzalendo, from people like Ashley, from people like Jared. All of us, if we see something that can be able to help that country to be what we actually see in wherever we are, if you are in the US, if you are in Canada, if you are in UK, you've seen system work. And that's why Morara is saying that, you know what, if I will need to change this country, then the only position that can be able to allow me to change this country is the presidency. Yes, he should start from MCA, Senate, member of parliament, governor. Yes, but that is only going to make him change the counties. If he need to change the country, then he need to run for presidency. Yes, I agree with Mzalendo that yes, we need collusions. We need like-minded people like Martha Karua, Peter Kenneth, people that have integrity, people that have changed. So those people be able to change or be able to mentor this young guy. And we're not saying that Morala should just aim for presidency. Morala can form a coalition, and that coalition may be able to say, you know what, this young man, maybe this is not Morala's position. Maybe this young guy can join, maybe PK can join this, or PK can join this guy, whatever that. When we get there, we'll get there. But for right now, let's build the brand, a guy that we have believed in. If there is anything that you can do here in the diaspora, be it volunteering your time, expertise, your money, your networks, that is what we are asking. No one has a monopoly of any idea. So us that are supporting Mora in the diaspora, we may be exhausting you. I do not think we have really exploited you in terms of money. People that are funding Morala are voluntarily. We are making now, we are taking the next step, which is commitment. We cannot be on the streets. We cannot go through what Mora is going through. But what we can is to give $10 when we can, as you skip a lunch. It's some $10. You skip, whatever thing that you need to skip. That is all we're asking for the people in the diaspora. That should not tire us, because $10 for 1,000 people is $1 million shillings. That's all we're asking. And thank you for you guys that are giving us this platform. I know you could be doing something different, or you could be doing something that can add, more revenue or money for your families, but you are here giving us this platform to actually promote good governance in Kenya. I thank you for being a part of that team, and I welcome you all. Penny, I have put my number there on chat. It is 972 836 3600. Please text me. I need to add you to the group, and I need you to bring your network. Dave, I want you in Morala's team. Please come. Choose any of those committees, put the structures together. Let us do the best we can as brothers and sisters in helping that country. That is the only thing that we can do to leave Kenya a better country than we found it. Let's make Kenya another United States in Kenya. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Thank you for good job. Thank you for marketing the young man, a brilliant young man, a good leader, a good upcoming leader who has the ability of becoming the president of Kenya. And I know if we come together, we can be in a position to change our country, because change starts with you and me. And that's exactly what you are doing with the Morara team. Remember, we have requested that you organize and you tell us when it is possible to host him. And that time, you just need to inform us ahead of time so that we can tell our viewers, we can make posters and distribute them out there and let people know when he will come to have one-on-one with
Jeff,
African for viewers.
Jeff,
And
I forgot to, Jeff,
yes,
I forgot to mention about that. Nick, a member of this show, is a member in communications committee in Morara's group.
yes.
So Nick is in it. we will bring Morara in this show through
Thank
Nick and myself. I appreciate that.
We appreciate too. Thank you so much. I request your members to also support us by subscribing to Africa 24. And we are going to support your team in whichever way that we can. Our viewers, that is Jimmy, who is in the team of Morara. And I believe you are going to support that young man. And we are also going to support him in whichever way that we can. Remember, we said in Africa 24, we are not only doing politics, we are also doing so many other things that you'll be seeing coming up. We will be ensuring that our people are able to access jobs. We shall be connecting you to your potential employer. And right now, we have some positions we have been given by a hospital called the Shining Star at Kahawa Wendani. And they require 2 clinical officers. If you have a clinical officer certificate, it is you we need, and you also need to have 2 years experience. If you are a pharmacist, they also need you to make an application, and you are likely to get that job. If you are a lab technician, they also need 1. Apart from that, you start be sending people outside to go and work. Right now, I have some few slots I've been given, and those people who make the application, they are just paying very little to go to Canada. So if you have been desiring to go outside, please reach out to me. You know, we don't always do this. So these are special slots that I have. I can connect you, and you are not going to be exploited by anyone. And my email is jeffmburu@gmail.com. Jeff Buru, single F, JEFMBURU@gmail.com. You can send your number there. I'll reach out to you, or you can send your CV, and then I'll reach out to you. Don't hesitate, because I just desire to support you and to help you fulfill your desire. Thank you so much. Dave, can we have your final submission?
Well, thank you so much. And I would live by the counsel of my senior Jimmy, who has just left. And I serve with Nick in the Morales communication and strategic team, and that's where we met. And when he extended the invitation to join the forum, I wouldn't hesitate but to join, and it has been insightful, and I love it. So I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dave Nixon. I'm currently based in Southwest Michigan, and that's where I work. So to my submission, I would say that I think right now we have pressing issues as a country that are very urgent and needs our immediate attention. That Morara is our only hope, because I mean the urgency of the need for something to be done in that country cannot wait for him to gain any experience at any other level of leadership. So mine is just to invite you all that let's join hands and support Morara. He's my peer. I'm also 28 years like him. Yeah, so I mean, and then we can work something out for the country. And I'm looking for more invites from Nick. Otherwise, it's late in the night, and I request to sign off. You guys have a good morning and a good night.
Thank you so much, Dave, for your contribution, and we really appreciate. All of us, remember to give us your contact on the private chat there, so that we can continue engaging our viewers. That marks the end of our show tonight.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. I tried to put in my contact in the chat, but I don't know what.
Just hang on a minute. Don't leave when Buru winds up. Don't leave the program.
Yes.
I'll
When I
just
wind up, when I wind up, we'll be in a position to talk to you and get the contact. Our
Okay.
viewers, that marks the end of our show. My name is Jeff Boro. I live in St. Louis, Missouri, but currently I am in Kenya. So if you would like to connect with me, I am here. Just try to connect with me on Facebook, inbox me. I am very flexible and I'll be in a position to talk to you. Thank you so much, our viewers. God bless you. We value you and we appreciate your support. Remember to subscribe to Africa 24. Thank you so much.